They stressing over time, but now it's forever. It's the opposite of fear, so feel free to let go. Do you really feel free? Can you even let go? Tell me what you want. Do you even really know? Oh, they wanna mold you. Oh, they wanna control you. But you got the power. You got the power. You got the power. They ain't tough enough for the disrupt. This is the disrupt. They ain't tough enough for the disrupt. Love is the disrupt. They ain't tough enough for the disrupt. Love is the disrupt. They ain't tough enough for the disrupt. This is the disrupt. Hey. Oh, so lit now. Oh, so lit now. We can hit the high notes. We can hit the high notes. Stop living with your eyes closed. Living with your eyes closed. We can hit the high notes. We can hit the high notes. Stop living with your eyes closed. Living with your eyes closed. Oh, they wanna roll you. Oh, they wanna control you. But you got the power. Yeah, you got the power. You got the power. Come on, they ain't tough enough for the disrupt. This is a disrupt. They ain't tough enough for the disrupt. Love is the disrupt. They ain't tough enough for the disrupt. Love is the disrupt. They ain't tough enough for the disrupt. Love is the disrupt. Hey, hey, I was like this now. Oh, so lit now. Hey, alright, alright, yeah, yeah, yeah. We really won't let go. Alright, come on, I'm zero, don't let go.
I'm in the Cayman Islands wildin' while I'm bustin' up the silence. I'm denying all vaginas who be claiming that they rhyming. Bust up in it like a bando, way too much to handle. I should let you know I know my haters really fans though. Wow, yeah, why the hell you mad? Look, I'm just being me. Mess around and break the bank. She might shake it on the dash. Had her screaming like a mad. Way ahead you niggas, live your future in my past. Whip it like a flip phone. Oh, she loved the bone. All you niggas big bandwagons on my shit. No, you can hop up off that. I just got my sauce back. So way out my mother loving mine. I think I lost that. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go. On my 007, yeah, there is no telling, yeah. What I might do next, what I might have in here. What I might have in here. Yeah, I'm on a mission, and no one can stop me, you must be tripping. Tell Roger to copy, I'm on a mission, and no one can stop me, you must be tripping. Tell Roger to copy that, let's go. Mama raised a millionaire, self-made winner here. Nigga, you a copy of a copy. Build a bear, I only fear the fear of fair, and that's not in here. You couldn't even say you ballin' if you had a pair. Watch out, donuts like the cop out. So much time in music, man, I swear I never clock out. Turn next note to knockouts, make them wanna tap out. Now they tryna find me, kinda like the trap out. I just had to flip mode, I be hella lit, stove, whip it hella loud. You can feel it from the 6th floor. All my Caribbean girls shake it like it's disco. I just had to lay it down for this. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go.
don't play around, yeah, I'm the one. Even at my worst, I'm the best. Give my all till it ain't none left. Don't sweat, I'm the one. Yeah, I'm the one. Won't stop till I'm done, yeah, I'm the one. It's a game you don't wanna play. Take chances, make it happen. Took all of my L's like practice. Bounce back to the top like magic. All you need is hard work plus passion. Everything I wanted, I imagined. Sky was the limit till we blew right past it. The only goal is trying to go faster. We can't go backwards. So if you upset, just say that. Record it for yourself for the playback. I use success as my payback, so take that. We don't fabricate cause it's fake, we just stay facts. Believe me when I say this, we up next to be the greatest. It ain't organic if you fake it till you make it. Knew this day would come, I could taste it. I was not born to be basic, was born to bleed greatness. Better lay down and stay down. Where I come from, we don't play round. Yeah, I'm the one. Even at my worst, I'm the best. Give my all till it ain't none left. Don't sweat, I'm the one. Yeah, I'm the one. Won't stop till I'm done. Yeah, I'm the
T.O. Debo, calm at the line, it's a free throw. Talent God-given, this divine like a cheat code. Multiply, grind, bottom line, we ain't equal. Better go to the tape and then check the tactics. I've been on the mic while they've been laying on the mattress. Whole army out on the march and we bring the madness. Someone tell the analysts to add up all the factors. If they only knew what they were up against, they'd probably be better prepared for self-defense. They've been at home and I've been in the trench. I smell blood, yeah, I caught a scent. I'm in my zone, I ain't gonna miss. I've been to war, man, I took the hits. It don't matter if you're venomous. I've grown immune to the poison. Blood's still boiling. Always moving forward in conflict, I don't avoid it. I'm never stopping, I'm getting it till it's won. I get it done in my blood, got the code DNA, you the one.
Better lay down and stay down. Where I come from, we don't play round. Yeah, I'm the one. Even at my worst, I'm the best. Give my all till it ain't none left. Don't sweat, I'm the one. Yeah, I'm the one. Won't stop till I'm done. Yeah, I'm the one. Yeah, I'm the one. Won't stop till I'm done. Yeah, I'm the one. every time I come through. Hope that you notice.
Hoping that you notice it.
Hope that you care.
Hoping that you care, that you care.
Trying to connect to your Wi-Fi signal come through. Gotta stay focused.
Gotta stay focused, man.
Gotta stay there.
Gotta stay there.
Oh, baby, yeah. Make time for the FaceTime. Set a day for the time. Oh, baby, yeah. All up in my mentions. Yeah. Trying to get attention. Hey. I was in my zone, in my comfort. I was in the dark, wonder. I was on that gas like a Hummer. I was steady focused on the come up. Until you caught my eye. Girl, I hit the Johnny Gill, my. Now I'm knowing what a true love is. And the mothers was so bogus. I put my heart on the line every time I come through. Hope that you notice.
Hoping that you notice it.
Hope that you care.
Hoping that you care, that you care.
Try to connect to your Wi-Fi signal come through. Gotta stay focused.
Gotta stay focused, man.
Gotta stay there.
Gotta stay there, man.
Oh, baby, yeah. Make time for the FaceTime. Set a day for the time. Oh, baby, yeah. All up in my mentions. Yeah. Trying to get attention. Let it ring like alarms, like calm for the storm. Yeah, this been the norm. Like, yeah, you prophecy on the first joint. Been ahead, been the future, that's the point. Yeah, love and touch, watch them off, hit the dance. Been rocking with the Campton, your stamp. Sipping, running with OBJ. Small things to a giant, we don't play. Hey, I put my heart on the line every time I come through. Hope that you notice.
Hoping that you notice it.
Hope that you care.
Hoping that you care, that you care.
Try to connect to your Wi-Fi signal come through. Gotta stay focused.
Gotta stay focused, man.
Gotta stay there.
Gotta stay there, man.
Oh, baby, yeah. Make time for the FaceTime. Set a day for the time. Oh, baby, yeah. All up in my mentions. Yeah. Trying to get attention. Baby, online like it's Wi-Fi. Baby, online like it's Wi-Fi. Stay on my mind, no lie. Yeah, online like it's Wi-Fi.
We in it to win it. We in it to win it.
My team relentless, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, they still pretending, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, since the beginning, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, we stay committed, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah.
Can I please get a witness? Better go handle your business. What they spinning? Better be stacking. Quit all of that capping and really start winning. No mercy and pity. Gotta get dirty and gritty regardless, no matter the city. All in or nothing. If you know like I know, you gotta hustle like you wanted something. All that hype, man, a for price. I'm not the kind of the type. Pretending to be something for the majority just so I can get a million of likes. I know it's time, relentlessly, that's why I grind. Get on my mission cause I see the vision. When I see myself in the mirror, reflection of my competition, so I can
My team relentless, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, they still pretending, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, since the beginning, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, we stay committed, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah.
we in it to win it. We in it to win it. I just continue to ride my own wave. You can catch me in the beach a lot, serving the streets to get paid. Tune 24/7 around the clock. I'm cutting shit up like a barbershop. Look, people who listen to eavesdrop. No, you think it's the key, no more flip-flops. Cause I can't stop till we all pop. Till we all pop. Till we all pop. Till we all pop. My team relentless, yeah. We in it to win it, yeah. They still pretending, yeah. We in it to win it, yeah. Since the beginning, yeah. We in it to win it, yeah. We stay committed, yeah. We in it to win it, yeah. My team relentless, yeah. We in it to win it, yeah. They still pretending, yeah. We in it to win it, yeah. Since the beginning, yeah. We in it to win it, yeah. We stay committed, yeah. We in it to win it, yeah. We in it to win it.
If you're whipping up work, digging up dirt, or you're in a murk, or you're doing bird, brother, I don't care, you will get served. Do it for my city and I bring them up first. Brother getting burned, and that shit hurt. Couldn't get worse, thought I was cursed. I was on a one-way ticket to rehearse. Life is a bitch, but you live and you learn. If you're whipping up work, digging up dirt, or you're in a murk, or you're doing bird, brother, I don't care, you will get served. Do it for my city and I bring them up first. Brother, I've been burned, and that shit hurt. Couldn't get worse, thought I was cursed. I was on a one-way ticket to rehearse. Life is a bitch, but you live and you learn. Yeah, the king is back. Took a little minute out the game. Had to handle business now, flipping tracks. In the kitchen like I'm Chrissy Ranks. No lies, just spitting facts. Brother, rap for real. Had the deals. Done with the talk, I want actual meals. Cash goes with tea like a splash of milk. Are you done, bro? Everything fucked up. Get my team pumped up. Coming like a young Bruce Lee with a nunchuck. Everybody with me on the grind till the sun's up. Get the funds up, cause I'm past caring. Man, I'm barbarian. Lost every them, can't share with them. I'm staring. Man, I bring the fire like a Targaryen. If you're whipping up work, digging up dirt, or you're in a murk, or you're doing bird, brother, I don't care, you will get served. Do it for my city and I bring them up first. Brother, I've been burned, and that shit hurt. Couldn't get worse, thought I was cursed. I was on a one-way ticket to rehearse. Life is a bitch, but you live and you learn. If you're whipping up work, digging up dirt, or you're in a murk, or you're doing bird, brother, I don't care, you will get served. Do it for my city and I bring them up first. Yeah. I was very mad when hell I'm back. Had to bury that, that's a buried hatch. Don't get me gas, cause once I'm gone, can't get me back. iPhone notes or pen and pad. BTN, yeah, I'm rapping that. Someone selling stories, I can smell a rat. Won't stop till my crib got the heady pad. If you're whipping up work, digging up dirt, or you're in a murk, or you're doing bird, brother, I don't care, you will get served. Do it for my city and I bring them up first. Brother, I've been burned, and that shit hurt. Couldn't get worse, thought I was cursed. I was on a one-way ticket to rehearse. Life is a bitch, but you live and you learn. If you're whipping up work, digging up dirt, or you're in a murk, or you're doing bird, brother, I don't care, you will get served. Do it for my city and I bring them up first. Brother, I've been burned, and that shit hurt. Couldn't get worse, thought I was cursed. I was on a one-way ticket to rehearse. Life is a bitch, but you live and you learn.
For the snakes in the grave, give a toast to the fakes in the past. Now the ghosts blowing smoke out of gas, throwing stones out of house made of glass. Swerving in my lane, I'm living fast. I'm all in my bag, ain't looking back. I was down the hill, ain't going back. I got it out of mud, now I'm on track.
This is not enough. All tears gone down. Can't see you at the bottom. On my way up.
Run it like bases. I'ma take it back to the basics. I'm the one hard enough. All I say is go now. Can't see you at the bottom on the way. Don't kill it, no doubt. Go hard and get out, so I'll get through. And nothing I'm afraid of. Can't see what I'm made of. Gotta get right out. Don't kill it, no doubt. The top ain't never coming down.
All school rebel, hey, hey, let's go. We got a new dance for you. For the fly section. Yeah, wax on. Check it out. Let's get it, let's go. 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 Wax on. Hey, wax on. Okay. Yeah. Wax on. Hey. I spit that flame, been in the game, been Hall of Fame. Yeah. I cook these beats since 13 in mom's dining room. Check. Can't let these tracks for Swift, Usher, and Chris. On my block, I was always on this. They could count you out, but you could count on this. I would never ever miss. Young OG, I've been low-key, like Steph from 3, I keep the key. Game on lock, I got a sixth sense, they can't see me. Get it? I got a sixth sense, they can't see me. Get him? Business? Hey, old habits die hard. Yippee-ki-yay, Bruce Willis. Let's get it, let's go. 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 Stadium status, let's go. Wax on. So real. Wax on. Hey, this right here feel like perfect timing. I've been shining, stars aligning. So many clips I've been grinding. No malice, I just been climbing. Keep it a buck, keep it a beanie. I've been on top, doing the thing. Paris with Billy at Zenith 15. I've been in shadows, stacking the green. Call me your highness, like I'm a king. If you've been hating, that's low self-esteem. We just been out here living the dream. Me and my team, nah me. Let's get it, let's go. Yeah. Okay. Let's get it, let's go. You know what it is. Art school. Get on me, yo. Let's get it, let's go. In the game like EA. In the game like EA. In the game like EA. Wax on. Motivation. Yeah. Try to stop me, yes. Motivation. I can't lose, no, I won't quit. Got the juice, yeah, I'm south sick. All night, no days off. Days off, been going hard, it's the payoff. Yeah, I train like a troop do. In the rain, in the snow, dirt too. No excuses, gotta get it, gotta pay the price. Cause you can't make it to the top without sacrifice. One life, you know how we do it, we kill it. Taking no losses, we started, we finished. I came from the bottom, I'm here, I'm relentless. Live without fear, dream with no limit. Now I'm in the big league, they ask how I did it. Not overnight, grinding from the beginning. Now we popping bottles, it's over, we lit it. We got the victory, really, it's the moment of a lifetime. It's on me, I used all my lifeline. Opportunity of a lifetime. Can't stop, gotta give it all right now. Opportunity of a lifetime, yeah. You know how we do it, we kill it. Taking no losses, we started, we finished. I came from the bottom, I'm here, I'm relentless. Live without fear, dream with no limit. Now I'm in the big league, they ask how I did it. Not overnight, grinding from the beginning. Now we popping bottles, it's over, we lit it. We got the victory, really this motivation. Motivation, 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 motivation. It's the moment of a lifetime. It's on me, I used all my lifeline. Yeah, opportunity of a lifetime. Can't stop, gotta give it all right now. Opportunity of a lifetime, lifetime. It's the moment of a lifetime. One lifetime. It's on me, I used all my lifeline. Yeah, opportunity of a lifetime. Can't stop, gotta give it all right now. Wake up in the morning. Motivation. I'ma keep on coming, yeah. Motivation. Tell them keep on hating, yeah. Motivation. Tell them keep on hating, yeah. Motivation. 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 It's the moment of a lifetime. Look, no limit, still standing. Waiting for this moment, better take advantage. Think you falling off? Show them your balance. Show them your passion. Move forward, not back. Go hard, be effortless, confident. Off the ground, might be safe for now, we ain't pedaling. Keep control, we ain't settling. Keep it going to the very end. Till you win, gotta try again. Ain't no limits, we gon' get it in. Hey! Started up, we finished. Never running out of energy. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I ain't limit. Coming to get it and pushing the limits. You better pray we ain't come to play. Went on a mission, you turn on your vision. Now I can't hear what a hater say. Didn't believe they didn't need. Now they can see what time it is. Infinity, now you can see. High in the hills where I'm trying to live. Tell me how long this lasted. Never mind, we ain't waiting away. Chasing great, can't be jogging in place. If it ain't helping, it's taking away. You ain't helping, you just in the way. Limitless range, we take it to space. Chasing a dream, you can't relate. Time's ticking, I cannot be late. Started up, we finished. Never running out of energy. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I am limitless. Limitless. Started up, we finished. Limitless. Never running out of energy. Limitless. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I am limitless. Limitless. Started up, we finished. Limitless, never running out of energy. Limitless, keep it going till we finish. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I am limitless. No boundaries, no end, no limits. Nothing is easy, and everything is earned. Be the last one standing. Be the best out. Be limitless. Limitless. Started up, we finished. Limitless. Never running out of energy. Limitless. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I am limitless. Limitless. Started up, we finished. Limitless. Never running out of energy. Limitless. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I am limitless.
Don't stop, get it how you get it. Run it up, don't stop, get it how you get it. Run it up, don't stop, get it how you get it. Get it how you get it, get it how you get it. I'm the greatest, I'm the baddest, no debating. I've been making big moves, know I got it. I'ma get it, never static. I'm the realest. I've been making big moves. was so dramatic. I'm way big and I made big news. Hey, going with a bass, get loose, can't stop me now. 'Cause I'm made for this. They watch every time I step through. Run it up, don't stop, get it how you get it. Get it how you get it, get it, get it how you get it. Throw it back, holla back, run it back. Can't stop me now 'cause I'm made for this. Throw it back, holla back, run it back. Can't stop me now 'cause I'm made for this. Move a little fast, get it and I go. And I'm never last, you already know. I'm the baseline steady, showdown, I stay ready. I'm way big and I make big news. Hey, going with a bass, get loose, can't stop me now 'cause I'm made for this. They watch every time I step through. Run it up, don't stop, get it how you get it. Get it how you get it, get it, get it how you get it. Throw it back, holla back, run it back. Can't stop me now 'cause I'm made for this. Throw it back, holla back.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Puppy, why don't you take my keys and go for a ride?
Welcome, Stella.
So you talk.
Stella?
Almost. What's next? Light blue. It's bold.
Sorry, hon.
I'm hungry, actually. Your favorite, right?
How did you know?
Then face your death, 'cause you play a roulette with each step I program. No less, go ahead and place your bets. 'Cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. 'Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, it's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, the ultimate hub for all things LOL esports. Get a browser built for League fans. The custom UI, exclusive themes, and seamless LOL esports tournament integration. Follow every play. See every result. Get access to exclusive contests, rewards, and co-streaming options. Only on the browser for legends. Only on Opera GX.
Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that, give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow.
Red Bull gives you wings.
When you have 5G home internet, you can get entertainment you already love for less, like Netflix and Max, Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus. Save on them all. Plans start at just $35 a month. Only on Verizon.
To the Esports World Cup.
They don't wanna see you win. Don't play pretend. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. They don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Like we some friends. Let me show my lens up. Shit, I pull my pins up. But just a bit of static in your eyes, I can see panic, boy. Don't you try to mess up, or else you need to clean up. Collecting all them checks up, and then you scream, I'll fix them. Man, all these rappers out here cat, I'm not even mad at that. If you're ready to dry your lies, just give me a Sonic, I am fine with that. I guess that's just the difference. It's your girl, I put some kisses. Had her all up in my mentions and her feelings, plus she's Spanish. From this pressure, I make diamonds. That's why my pen is so polished. I was done with being modest, cause my bro was suicidal. Had my life all up in shambles. That's the cost of being an artist. But I do it all again if I'm being completely honest. What is life? Am I even real? Am I in a simulation? Tell me, how can I tell? Tracks on the shelf, broke a damn shelf. One man out here losing weight like Adele. He was in his bag, but it wasn't himself. So when I let him down, he probably needed help. He was walking around these streets with some damage. I think we all walk around with some baggage. They don't wanna see you win. They don't wanna see you win. Don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend, dog. You don't wanna see me win. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend, dog. They don't wanna see me win. They don't wanna see you. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend, dog. You don't wanna see me win. Don't you wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend, dog.
Yeah. No power form against me, boy, shall ever prosper. Winning with the team and they go order lobster. That's all we know, round table like a mobster. Put the fake in line and win like instruction. All we wanna see is W's, no new friends, no none of you. All you real comical, we gon' see what stands when the summers do. Play pretend, see it chronicles, y'all mostly loud like carnivals. Ooh, I know you're tight, really should've been, you know, on sight. For the glory, I press no brakes, you know I fight. Got a chip on my shoulder, right? I remember well when they all climbed. Tripping like a and they all of, but I kept it rolling like I'm Dolomite. Even through it all, you know I rise like the chosen one, you know, like Christ.
They don't wanna see you win. They don't wanna see you win. Don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend, dog. You don't wanna see me win. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend, dog. They don't wanna see you win. They don't wanna see you. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend, dog. You don't wanna see me win. Don't you wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend.
Welcome to the second day of First 10 2025. Yesterday we saw the first NA versus EMEA match of the year, which made some of us happy, the others not so much, but they're still here cheering for every team. On the other side of the matchup, we had HLE completely showing dominance against TES on the Rift, and I'm excited to see what the last team we have, CFO, will have to offer to the table against KC today. I'm Laure, and I'm joined by Valdez and Kobe for the second day. Let's get it out of the way, guys. How are you doing?
I mean, we're doing great.
We're great.
We both win.
Hell yeah.
We're the winners.
We're winners.
I feel a little bit sad for you,
I know,
Laura,
it's
but
just me
not
and-
sad enough to like redo the games or anything.
No.
TL, I was so worried. I gotta be honest. I was so
Yeah, you were
worried.
casting this actually.
Coming into this tournament, I was so worried, and especially for Umpty, but Umpty just completely locked in, back in Korea and absolutely just smurfed on it. I was super happy.
They look so comfortable, TL. It was great to see them win. And, sorry for you, Laura. Maybe today surely is the day where you guys get your first win. Surely, I mean, it's up against CFO.
Yeah.
They
If it's
should be
not-
the favorites, right? It's going to happen today.
I have a fuzzy polo tearing up already, ready just in case. But let's think about the reactions that we had yesterday and talk through what Team Liquid posted after the series. I love the venture game from this organization, and I thought this one was really appropriate. C'est quoi un putain de kilomètre? What is a kilometer? I love the French translation here, but I really love the GIF as well.
Yeah, that's a classic.
Deserved. It is a classic. Sadly, it's becoming a classic, and that's what I don't like.
Yeah, APA also went on to have some more of his own too. All of the NAEU banter has gone on, but honestly, like it is stacked up a couple years in a row now. Whereas before, I was like, oh yeah, we feel like the underdogs, but now I kind of feel like a little bit bad.
I don't even feel bad, honestly.
Yeah.
I feel like it's deserved because when you consider the fact that people were not rating this TL lineup really high, honestly, really deserved from the team. And especially you guys pointed out Umti's performance.
Yeah.
It was a jungle gap.
It certainly was.
This series, I feel. What did you see as Umti's main improvements here, besides the beautiful smile that we're going to see?
It honestly was all things across the board. Game number 1 was just perfect on the Maokai. He played exactly to the team comp, executed the strategy, constantly going towards bottom side. They picked the Maokai into the first pick Vi. Look at that happy face. How can you not, fall in love with that?
Course.
But on top of that, the entire team, the two carries with APA and Yan, I mean, for their whole careers, like they have been lightning rods for criticism at times, but they've also gotten a lot of accolades. And at this point, pretty much everybody is just like, Yan is actually smurfing on the entire region, and he's making a good case for like best player in the entire LTA. His Lucian game was outstanding. I do think APA though deserves a lot of flowers for his Talia especially.
Yeah,
I just think the whole team was great. Like the veterans you really showed, they were very comfortable. Umpty was fantastic, whereas on the opposite side, it just felt like, some more international woes for Yike and some of the younger players on the team not really able to step up. So hopefully they can do that today.
A bit sad for Yike, honestly. I had a chance to talk to him after the series, actually, and he was telling me that for him, the big difference maker that is going to show in these stats in losses, by the way, so game 1 and 3, he was not able to bring the same level of communication and advice that he usually provides in the LEC, especially in the early game. And when I look at the stats, guys, it clearly shows.
Yeah, I mean, it's super hard if one of your players who normally adds a lot of comms is having a bad individual performance, because then, like you're saying, your comms are also going to suffer. Of course, like you said, also, these are the stats just in the 2 losses.
Of course, yeah.
They do get a little bit better with the Sejuani game.
Yeah.
Game 2, he was definitely very active, but the losses were really painful. As we start out with game number 1, where it was just constant picks from TL, and this is one of the biggest things was the team play from TL and so many intelligent plays where they use vision to their advantage. They're setting traps all over the map.
Yeah.
And it's one of the things where you're talking about, what did Team Liquid do better this time around? It really was a lot of stuff on team execution. And we started to see it change when they flew Spawn out in person. Like, we're not going to give all the credit to the coach or anything like that, but you see some small moments, even on stage. He was up there hyping up Umpty, like, consoling him, getting him to focus. You saw Umpty, like, meditating in between the games, too, and it just seems like the team overall are playing better individually, but also, they're executing to the game plan and much more focused.
Absolutely. It's going to be an interesting matchup for them later today. Valdez, HLE, one word to sum up what we saw from them yesterday.
It was just domination. I mean, there wasn't really an opponent on the Rift, right? Like, they just came in here, they played their game, they played great. Like, not to take anything away from Homolife Esports, they looked so comfortable. And I think it really is Law Park buff and the fact that they're coming off of this relatively great sweep that they have on the side of LCK, where they keep winning game 5s, right? They just come in here, they look so strong. On the opposite side, TES, not really showing us what they're capable of. Unfortunately for them, I feel like, they didn't really, again, they weren't really an opponent on the day. So Delight's Alistair really needs a mention. Like, you should not be giving this guy Alistair. And he was able to have a huge performance. It was just a Omega stomp. I was expecting a little bit more, but Homolife were just really comfy.
I wanted to talk about Zeus' performance because we praised him as a top lane GOAT yesterday, but actually we have another top laner who had a reaction on Zeus' performance. So let's check out what he had to say. We don't have the interview, but we have Smed's reaction, though. And that's what I would love to see right now. Former top laner, used to play with Peanut, of course. And here he was really praising Zeus's performance. He's co-streaming for Homolife, actually. So,
yeah,
of course, a lot here to see.
It's really cool to see. I mean, you can see here, this is actually his reaction to Peanut, obviously his old teammate, just screaming his name. And then very excitedly throwing in some curses as well. Just, he was just loving the fact that Peanut was having a great game on Italy. It's not every day you get to see Italy have this much success, but Peanut was just amazing on that pick yesterday.
And it really, like, one of the most heartwarming stories was, like, the Rocks Tigers stories, And if you're thinking back to OG Peanut, when he was, like, smurfing on people on Italy all the time, those are the types of stories that really bring a lot of emotion to longtime League fans.
And I know, the fans care a lot about these players and about these stories. We still have one last team that hasn't been introduced to first stage so far. CFO, Flying Oysters. We know them. It's the second time the organization is going to compete internationally. How can we sum up this team?
Well, they made some changes, and PSG Talent, who formerly had Jinjia, they decided to let Jinjia go, and Flying Oysters were very happy to pick him up, and this team, again, is going to play around him. If you have Jinjia on the team, it's going to be a team that fights around jungle. He picks so many, like, heavy skirmishing champs. Yes, he does do some Sejuani games and stuff like that as well, but in general, like, you're going to follow the action wherever the jungler is in these games, and it really is another, like, kind of revenge story where PSG Talent, they kick him, and then the team that he joins then beats them. Now they're here at the International. And so it is like that is one of the biggest stories and biggest carries here for this team.
It was a gamble from PSG, honestly, letting him go. And yet again, another title for Jinjia, another MVP title for Jinjia as well. Probably the most dominant player we have in this organization, which is going to be very useful, especially given the fact that he is paired with the youngest, least experienced mid laner and player we have.
Taiwanese Faker?
Taiwanese Faker, potentially a new unkillable Demon King, Honkyu, 17 years old, making his international debut here at First. And what can we expect from this player, guys?
I mean, there's just something to really be said about these very young, it always seems to be mid laners. We have a lot of them in Korea as well. They just pop onto the scene. You're like, wow, this guy is incredibly mechanically gifted. And he lives up to the hype, right? So Honky was able to do that in his first season. He did win the finals MVP, I believe, and really is getting a lot of focus here for how strong he is as a player mechanically. I do want to see what he can do on a big stage like this with all the pressure. Obviously, we have seen already some of our younger players not getting the wins that they want. So how can he play tonight is the big question.
And I would say, as far as like what to expect, more traditional carry role. When people, kind of jokingly always say like Faker X whatever, you imagine like explosive plays. He's not as much of the big playmaking and explosive plays, much more traditional carry.
Yeah, a lot of strong laning phase, honestly, coming from this young player. Let's see what is going to happen against Vladdy. But before that, eyes on top lane again, because yesterday after the series, Jason had a chance to caught up with Kana in the Verizon Game Day interview. So let's check it out.
I'm here joined by Kana. Kana, thank you so much for your time. So you have finally returned to the Lowell Park as an LEC champion. How does that feel?
오랜만에 롤파크에 돌아와서 너무 재밌고 되게 설렜고요. 사실 오늘 첫 경기를 하는데 너무 떨리더라고요. 너무 익숙한 향기긴 했는데 사실 너무 떨렸고 2, 3세트는 좀 괜찮았는데 아쉽게 패배한 것 같습니다.
Do you think the stage jitters also affected your play? You were a little nervous, so you were not play up to your best level. Looking back on the entire match today, what do you think went wrong the most?
사실 오늘 KC 선수들이 너무 보여준 게 없어서 좀 많이 아쉬운 하루였던 것 같고요. 사실 저희 선수들 너무 잘하는데 오늘 너무 슬프고 사실 패배 요인은 뭐 1세트 경우 같은 사실 저한테 선택권이 있었는데 뭐 제이스 같이 센 캐릭을 하느냐 아니면 뭐 다른 방향으로 픽을 하느냐였는데 제가 제이스를 한다고 좀 많이 선호를 했는데 좀 다시 지금 생각해 보면 좀 더 아쉬운 것 같고 그리고 뭐 3세트 같은 경우는 사실 유리한 경우가 되게 많았거든요. 그래서 되게 보이스도 초반에 되게 우리 많이 유리하다. 우리 정말 거의 이긴 것처럼 많이 유리하다. 약간 이런 얘기를 했었는데 사실 이득을 많이 봐놓고 싸울 때 안 싸울 때를 구분 잘 못해서 패배를 한 것 같습니다.
I really wish KC will be able to showcase the level of performance that you are looking forward to in the upcoming CFO match. So what are you going to focus on the most?
사실 다음 경기가 바로 내일 잡혀 있는데요. 사실 이게 하루하루 계속 경기가 연달아 있다 보니까 사실 저희가 좌절하고 오늘 졌다고 좌절하고 슬퍼할 때가 아니고 당장 잘 털어내고 우리가 부족한 부분들 오늘 긴장했던 부분들 잘 얘기하고 싹다 털어내고 오늘 잠 잘 자고 다음 경기 잘 준비하는 게 제일 베스트인 것 같습니다.
Then lastly, is there any message to the energetic KC fans or the LEC fans in general?
네, 저희 KC 팬분들 너무나 열정적이고 강한 하트를 보내주시는데 오늘도 롤파크에 와주셔서 저기 모여가지고 엄청난 현장감을 즐겼다고 해요. 먼 길 와주시느라 너무 고생 많으셨고요. 경기 많이 남았으니까 저희의 전력을 잘 준비해서 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
Maybe mercy for them or I love you for them.
Merci, my fans. Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Kana, and back to you guys.
Aww. Adorable.
It's so cool to see Kana back in Lowell Park, right? I mean, this is a player, he started with T1, he had a decent amount of success there, but then he really took a bit of a nosedive, but now really on a big upswing in his career, and he's back in this comfortable stage of Lowell Park. Really just awesome to see him talking with Ji-sun and how happy he looks today.
And 2 potential opponents for him today.
Yeah, I mean, Rest and Driver, as far as his opponents he's going to be playing, they have been swapping on Flying Oysters, so it's a little bit up in the air. Rest is usually the one that starts and is considered a bit better of the Cassante, and so they would end up usually drafting Cassante earlier, and then they do a little bit of a swap. Personally, that always makes me nervous, 6-person rosters, because I have been replaced on a team before, and I did not like that, but it's been working for them.
It is the only team doing this. Actually, I want to know what the fans think about this matchup in the @MasterCard on GG fan prediction, and they're calling the match 65.8% of the fan voted for KC. I mean, yeah, it's not surprised here.
The fan vote rate at a whopping 0% so far, so hopefully they do a bit better today. But I can understand, a little bit of, hesitation perhaps after what happened yesterday. I understand why CFO gets a decent amount of the vote here.
We'll see about this. We'll see what this new team can bring onto the Rift, and we'll see if KC can come back after yesterday. We're gearing up for another day of madness here at Lowell Park. 4 teams, 2 best-of-3s, fearless plays on the Rift. So let's check what the teams have to bring today.
이번 하나 경기 좀 아쉽게 패배했지만 다음 뒤에 경기 잘 준비해서 꼭 이기고 우승하도록 하겠습니다.
Last time we faced you guys, you ended up beating us in MSI, but now we're here for revenge.
Team Liquor 的其实打野的主要是很看打野的节奏，然后他们整体的话，我觉得团战方面就是会比他们线上可能要强很多嘛，我们会注意这方面。
I respect FLICKR a lot. I think he's very, very, very strong player, and I'm gonna make sure we win battle. So I'm gonna support him well to beat FLICKR.
오늘 경기를 대기하면서 PL 팀이 먼저 경기가 있길래 봤었는데 PL 팀이 되게 호흡이 좋고 탐타지 않은 것 같아서 그걸 줘야 될 것 같습니다.
I don't think any of the teams came here to lose, but we're going to be the winners.
就是等着我们吧，遇到我们你们还是会输的。
This time is gonna be different. This is a new season. Now we are the best team.
我觉得参加这次国际赛很荣幸吧，然后我等不及在 First Stand 大展身手了。我觉得这次国际赛一定会有跌破众人眼镜的事情发生，其中一定会有我们。
We have a really important game against CFO. We need to focus to get the win.
第一场比赛遇到 KT， 我觉得会是一场很艰难的比赛，因为我在国际赛遇到他们打野亚很多次了，然后到现在可能还没有赢过，所以希望我好好发挥，赢下这次的比赛。
They are for sure the most beatable out of every team that is here. I'm still feeling very confident and think we're gonna win.
因为两边都有两位新人，然后感觉就是看哪边第一次打国际赛不会紧张，哪边应该就比较容易获胜。
I believe that we have very good players, and the more time we have here, the more time we will grow as well as players. We will do everything we can to show up in the next days.
第一次登上赛场的激动，别忘了那份震撼与热血。
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster desk for the First Stand 2025. I am Max Atlas Anderson, joined by the glorious Andrew Vedius Day.
What's up,
Hello,
my
my friend. Dude, I'm so excited because we haven't duo casted together for what feels like a billion years.
A billion.
And now we get to do it on my home turf.
That we do.
Yeah. Normally, I'm being flown around the world to cast Korean teams with Chronicler. And now I'm casting no Korean teams, and I'm with Vedius in Law Park. It's incredible.
Home ground. You'll get to see the glory that is KC that hopefully wasn't yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna quickly move past yesterday.
Oh, I wasn't watching yesterday.
Exactly.
So it's totally fine. I wasn't paying attention. I was doing something else, I'm sure. I was cuddling my cat at home.
It's CFO's debut. We're going to get to see them on the international stage, and some names will be familiar to you, while others are brand new, because it's a bout of the rookies in the mid lane, with Hongkyu making his appearance on his first international stage up against Vladdy, who was able to, let's not forget, able to get a solo kill against APA in Game 2. So hoping to see that confidence from both of these mid laners today.
Yep, and I think the bottom side of the map is also extraordinarily interesting because it's rookie versus extraordinarily large amounts of experience.
Oh yeah.
In sort of like, I know Targamas definitely has a few years under his belt, but Kaiwing's been around for what feels like forever. And Doggo he made his mark in the LPL and then back in the PCS at the same time. So like, I'm very much looking forward to seeing how this team is going to perform because it's the only one that we haven't seen so far. Today is going to be a Harmon Life Esports list day. Yesterday it was a CFO list day. So we'll just have to see how they're going to perform because right now, sky's the limit. But there's also the chance of being a team that's 0-1, the only team.
You're in Law Park.
Yes.
In your usual home crowd.
Yes.
In the same seat that you cast in every week.
Indeed.
And there are no Korean teams.
I know. It's kind of crazy. Thankfully, Kana's here.
That he is.
So he's helping to keep me grounded because
the question
we've missed
is which Kana is going to show up today? Because you've cast quite a few different versions of Kana from my recollection.
Yeah, there's been quite a few.
In Europe, he's been great. Just you know, he's been doing a great job. One of the best top laners we have in the league.
And I would say that when Korean players go to Europe, things generally look up. You know, you've had like Ignar have some great performances in the past. You've had players like Malrong really come into their own.
Had a great 2024 overall.
Right? So maybe Kana has now leveled up after his time in the LEC and is now ready to come back to LoL Park and really turn things around after what apparently happened yesterday. That I guess we need to keep the narrative that I didn't watch continuing here. But I'm very much looking forward to seeing how CFO does as well. I mean, I know KC, a little bit disappointing losing to TL yesterday. Now is the time to turn it around, but it's also time to kick them when they're down.
Oh, it certainly
for
is.
CFO.
It's
this is
a really
big
important series. A really important series for both teams. I mean, it's a great opportunity for CFO, whereas KC, I mean, when you're looking at the competition here at First Stand, this win is very important. So let's jump straight into the draft. Immediately, we're going to see the Draven taken away from Kalista on the bot side of the map. Normally, this does lead towards the Kalista ban as well.
Yeah.
Now, for those that don't know, CFO actually run 2 top laners. They run both Rest and Driver, and Rest, normally he's brought out in the first
this
game,
is interesting.
particularly because of his Cassante gameplay. So Casey, recognizing that, going to take that out of the ban pool immediately.
Yep. Driver playing a few extra games, but it's basically a 50-50 split between these 2 players, which is kind of cool. And also works really well in Fearless Draft with the fact that you can go through one set of bans for a top laner and then have a completely different set, theoretically, if they have different champion pools. And that is sort of what they have done here on CFO's side. But there is a Maokai ban. Maokai's been cropping up a whole lot more. Seems to be a pretty comfortable jungler, but also there is that flexibility.
He's also the go-to jungle pick. Yike is definitely going to be grabbing that one up if it's available. The Kalista ban from CFO is a little bit... Yes, it is a little bit... They definitely don't want to run the risk of KC leaving it open, and they don't want to run the risk of giving it over to Kalista either. So with the Azir banned away, things like the Talia, the Vi, I wonder where Vi is going to fall in this tournament, because I feel like we've seen some mixed performances on the champion, but I think that it's still going to be high priority here, especially in this series.
Yeah, and I actually saw some dialogue about Vi yesterday over on the Twibbers, and sort of talking about the fact that she could be a bit of a trap pick. You do kind of get pigeonholed into a draft.
You certainly do.
If you pick her a little bit too early, but I think she's still extraordinarily powerful. We'll see whether they do go towards it. Instead, it is going to be a beautiful Vi partner in the Rumble to be locked in here for Rest.
I mean, the value of Yone immediately rising in priority. We've got to remember that Hongkyu, known for his Tristana as well. So they do have a few AED mid options, depending on what they want to do with jungle. Something like Sejuani could be a possibility. Not necessarily the best pairing alongside the Rumble, but a solid front line that can act as an engage tool as well. On the side of KC, we did see Ike bring out the Sejuani yesterday, but the Volley Bear, a bit of a flex pick coming out, as it could be played both in jungle and top lane as well.
Feels like it's a response to the Rumble pickup here. Kana could potentially be playing that one, but of course, flexibility, extremely valuable when it comes to Fearless. See what Yike is going to be locking away now, though, as it wasn't Volley Bear, I guess. We had a bit of this yesterday where things were not necessarily as they seem. And so we're going to hop out and we're going to rebuild the draft.
My favorite draft bug was when you would pick a champ that was like, I don't know, Sivir, and immediately it just locks in just something else beginning with S.
Completely random.
And you pick Sivir.
I mean, it was happening all
like,
day yesterday. Like, what, the Kai'Sa got locked in, and we had like a whole bunch of Kai'Sa analysis, even though it was a bit of a weird place to pick Kai'Sa, and then, but that was Cassante, ladies and gentlemen. That's how that goes.
I don't know what the issues are, but when we have information, we'll share it with you at home. In the meantime, as a reminder, as Atlas was saying earlier, this is CFO's first series here at the tournament. It's all best of threes. Every team is going to play against one another. But for KC, crucially, because they lost against Team Liquid, if you assume the top esports and HLE are the heavy hitters, guaranteed teams to make it out of this group stage, then your immediate opponents are Team Liquid and CFO, right? And of course, they've already lost to Team Liquid. So now KC need this victory because the competition is not going to get any easier from here.
It certainly isn't. And when there's only one team that's knocked out after group stages as well, it does feel like a gang up situation, you know? So the team that is looking like they're the weakest does have a target painted on their back. And right now, that target is firmly sitting on KC, because I think a lot of people think the TES is going to be able to bounce back. I think they looked very competitive against HLE, even though it was 8-0. And I don't know how HLE won with the draft in game 2, but that's neither here nor there. I wasn't watching. Oh, dang it. I've ruined the narrative.
It's okay. It's okay. We've accepted it. We've got to accept the failures in order to grow.
There we go.
And,
I miss casting with you, Thaddeus. You're always bringing me up when I'm feeling down. Chronicler would never do that.
It's okay. You're with the
Wolf would do, though. Yeah,
that's great.
He's definitely my source.
I love that
of
Chronicler's just catching shots. He's just at home.
Yeah,
I know he's watching with his Zale right now. He's just like, hey!
Yeah. That's why it's immediately you just you default to it's Chronicler's fault.
Kana's Ambessa. Domestically, this was one of his go-to favorites. He has a lot of carry performances on the champion. And in particular, I was going to say the Vi and Bessa was something that was kind of taking the world by storm. It was a duo that had great backline access. A lot of the times you would just take it away because you'd see something like the Vi first pick and then the other team would take the Ambessa away just because of how strong she was in isolation. So it can be quite difficult on the red side to be able to get both champs, but with the priority on the Rumble, KC going to lock that one in. Kai'Sa is then usually the follow-up AD carry to synergize with the dive potential on KC's side.
I kind of like the Skarner. Of course, Skarner has been nerfed a bunch moving into this. I think a lot of people thought that Skarner was going to be just kind of ignored for forever. I know right now in solo queue his win rate or pick rate is like in the dumpster entirely. But here, it is still something that's pretty high value. We saw Peanut find some success on it yesterday as the Ezreal is going to be the lock-in here. Kai'Sa then pretty comfortably going to be picked into it. I know that there's a lot of talk about the Ezreal versus Kai'Sa situation. I feel like the lane is kind of fine, and it's about what happens outside of it as we get to mid and late game, where you do start to see the benefits of both champs. I think both of them trying to do very different things.
Very much agree. And I think, in particular, the comp from KC, we talked about how it's good at dive. The backline threat onto Ezreal, I mean, it's one of the champions that you really want that lockdown for. So, Doggo, he's going to have his work cut out for him as this top side is going to be looking to lock him down. The Yone ban, we talked a little bit about that earlier. I think Tristana would make a lot of sense. We'll see if KC have done their research, given that Hongkyu is no stranger to these AD mids, with the Ahri being taken away from Vladdy. I don't think it's actually one of his comfort picks, personally. He did have a bit of a rough performance on it yesterday after falling behind early, but it's going to be removed from him. Usually he's very well known for his Victor in particular. You saw Team Liquid consistently banning that champion away from him, but I will say that based on the domestic series, it's not something he'll default to early. He may very well save it for later on into the series, and we'll see what direction they go.
I also feel like Victor is a really good later in Fearless type pick because he kind of fits into a whole bunch of different compositions. Whereas an Ahri pairs with Vi pretty well.
100%.
We could say Vi Ahri has certainly been one of the more popular duos as far as jungle and mid lane. Aurora, another champion that can work alongside the punchy lady.
I don't like Aurora anymore, Atlas. I just don't.
You don't?
I think the nerf made it even worse, but I think that her conditions for success are so finite. I think she's relatively short range in terms of her burst combo, and against this composition, where already you can see CFO looking for a very front-to-back style of comp, I think that unless she's able to find flanks, it's very difficult for her impact to really be seen in the in games. And they're even taking the Victor away from Vladdy as well.
And that's the point about Fearless, right? Like, this is... You might think, oh yeah, but he's already picked his mid laner. This means that they're protected in game 2 for that one, and it also really doubles down on what you were talking about. Now, of course, a heck of a lot of magic damage coming out from CFO. We'll see whether that is going to bite them. Of course, Merc Tread's value going to be through the roof.
Oh, yeah.
As Kaiwing thinking what he wants to pick up here. Leona would be very standard.
Such a traditional front-to-back, you know. Great scaling, great front line, solid engage, good follow-up. It's just a very well-rounded comp that you...
It is a beautiful Skarner comp as well.
It certainly is. Like, there's so many ways for you to easily follow up on his engages. Meanwhile, KC, I would say that their composition is a little bit harder to execute, especially when you think about priority, right? So in the early game, Rumble, a champion that even after the repeated nerfs we've seen can still easily get priority in this matchup. Victor into Aurora. Aurora may very well be able to get pushed early, but the moment Victor gets his upgrade, he's immediately going to start getting priority in that lane as well. And Ezreal into Leona, I think that this is a bot lane duo that can be lethal. Especially given that Kai'Sa doesn't have the strongest wave clear in the early levels, and how aggressive Ezreal can be depending on how willing you are. Remember, Doggo, no stranger to the international stage. We've seen how confident he can play, especially when he came in as a sub in his debut international performance and just took the world by storm.
Yeah, this guy subbed for Uzi and looked amazing. And that just shows that you've got a fair bit of confidence. Let's just say that. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this one's going to go. Both of the teams with very, very different ideas as far as how to play out the game, right? Like, definitely so much dive on the KC side. CFO looking to play cool, calm, and collected, but with some laning prowess up and available. And this is the first time we get to see them. CFO, I think, are going to give us a lot of information as to what their power level is in comparison to the rest of the world with how these first few minutes of this game are going to go. Would you say that there's a few KC fans here in Korea? Yeah.
They
I was
seem to
walking
follow-
around outside. I'm like, which country am I in?
Yeah,
like,
the Blue Wall, they're a dedicated fan base. They will follow the team through thick and thin. You gotta remember last year, KC 10th, 4th. Right, like
on the upward trend.
I mean, exactly. They ended up winning their first split this year, and you're gonna hear the KC chants pretty consistent. Winning or losing, they will support their team to the bitter end.
I absolutely love it. It's different to what the fan chants normally are.
It's almost like I'm back at home. I will be honest.
Yeah, you got your little bit, and then we're just both now extraordinarily comfortable as we dive onto the Rift for game number 1. CFO making their first stand debut after being able to take down Talon in their final. And Talon, of course, PSG Talon being a team that we have seen on the international
There were
stage
so
many times.
familiar names
on
that roster.
Oh, yeah. Junjia, of course, one of them, as he is now here on CFO, was replaced by Casa, and then Casa was unceremoniously dismissed in that final. So it's not Talon, it is indeed CFO that have come over instead.
And I mean, it was a very similar story for Yike, right, being benched by G2.
It's so cool, the parallels between these two teams.
Yeah, the rookie mid laners as well. And I mean, believe it or not, very experienced supports. I mean, Targamas, in terms of international experience, he doesn't have a huge amount, right? But it's easy to forget that he did win when he was playing with G2.
Yeah.
And of course, he did struggle a lot, but since being reunited with Kalist, it really feels like that he's found his footing and his form, and they've become a very reliable bot lane in EU. So I think a lot of people are excited to see this fresh blood. Obviously, it was a bit of a disappointment as nice engage comes through onto Kaiwing, but no follow-up, of course, no level 2. But yeah, I think people are excited to see what a lot of these young players can do, and a fresh face that isn't G2 representing Europe on so many international events.
Yeah, it's very strange being at an international event without G2.
I mean, I will say, it was funny seeing no T1, no BLG,
Yeah,
no
right?
G2 who have been like the mainstays. A lot of new faces really looking to get recognized on the international stage.
It's okay, T1 top lane fans are eating good.
Oh, they certainly are.
There's a lot of those from across the years. So T1 fans, it's fine. You've got someone that you can cheer for almost in every single series. And especially every single series today, as we've got Canna, and then we have Impact. So really cool. Anyway, let's have a look at how this bottom lane does go. Level 2, and now that Shielded Daybreak is in, but the Grand Entrance on top of Kaiwing doesn't have his Aftershock anymore, as Doggo able to lay in a few of these Mystic shots.
A bit of a nice trade going in favor of Casey's bot lane duo. Keep my eyes on the junglers as well, as we'll notice that Junjia pathing towards the bot side of the map. He's in a position to cover in the event of anything happening, or even, I mean, dive. I don't really expect something. I'm so used to the lane swaps, the early dives coming through.
Yeah.
My first cast on the new patch, and I'm like, oh, right, it's just standard lanes across the boards.
I kind of love it. You know,
it is nice. I'm a big fan.
Because I felt so silly throughout this whole year talking about laning matchups.
Right.
I would do it for like a whole bunch of time and then realize afterwards that it's entirely irrelevant. And so now, at least for the first few minutes, we can do that.
The great thing for me is we're really getting to see Kana thrive in this environment, because like we got to see his Camille yesterday, and so many great top laners. This was I mean, that's where they come from. This.
Ooh, Junjia looking for an opportunity here, but he does get pinned down by Targamas and takes a couple of turret shots and some autos and some Cathy and Rain, and he's not exactly the most psyched about it.
Good use of the W there from Targamas to still get the knock-up through onto Junjia and get the CC underneath the tower to force him to back away. The early back going to come through from Doggo, as some itemization is going to become and bought through. I notice as well the path towards the bot side of the map from Yike. I wonder if they're going to look for an early Dragon Earth. Instead, his priority is just getting that push in, providing that security, allowing them to get that wave so that they can go for a back themselves.
And Kaiwing desperately wanting to hold this wave for as long as he can. Not going to be able to deliver over the experience for all of these melees, but these couple are going to be able to come through for Doggo. So nice little back. And the resets are coming in sort of across the board. We can see top lane is yet to go home, but in the mid lane, Honkyu actually coming back to lane alongside Vladdy, and being able to win out in a couple of these trades really is sort of helping out this Victor in getting that lane control that we know him for.
Keep your eyes on the mini-map as well, just because of what the supports are up to. You'll notice Kaiwing actually pathing towards bot, going to shift his path up a little bit more now towards mid lane, but level 4 from mid laners with the support involvement is a crucial time window. Targamas is in a position, and here come the junglers. Everyone is here in the mid lane.
Yeah, this is a party now. Vladdy is very low though, so I don't think that KC are going to be able to find too much. Just Honky picking up this wave, and a bit of a reset is going to come through afterwards. Dragon up and available, possibly somewhere that CFO want to look at. But Targamas just gets control ward down, moves back down towards Kalist, and we have everything calming down. It's the LoL Park vibes.
I was going to say.
It's the LCK chill mode here in the early game. You love to see it.
Like, I can do Pokemon Gen 1, Gen 2, but like after that, I'm kind of limited.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Have you not been doing the card game app thingy?
There's a card game app thingy?
Yeah, there is. It's pretty cool. Oh. You get to collect all the cards and stuff, and you do learn about some of the new ones.
Oh, the recent card cult gathering that I've been dragged into with Magic.
Oh, yeah. I saw that, because didn't Medic, like, learn the game or something to... No, you learned the game for Medic's birthday. Yeah. That was very
His bachelor
cute.
party. His bachelor party, yeah.
Sorry, yes.
But
I'll get something right.
But it's very addictive. I have to be very cautious.
Are you a mono red player?
No.
I only know that because LS used to talk about it. I know that's an aggressive...
I just like to annoy people, so every move that I make is basically determined to wind people up. Now, Grubs have spawned, and it looks like both teams are set on contesting this.
Yeah. You're already dealing with one of them. As you can see, Kaiwing looking for an opportunity. He is itching to press that Zenith Blade button. A couple of those Grubs go over, though, and it looks like CFO going to be able to get all of them.
One smite did come through from
did it actually?
So he ended up stealing one away. So it's a 1-for-1, and it will be an advantage gained overall for CFO. But you know, CFO, they're a team that loves to fight. And if Junja's in the area, the team is very keen and ready to follow on his initiations, whether that be from Kaiwing or him making the plays himself. Now, you can see that KC was in a position, but they respected the opposition and decided it wasn't worth getting that down and dirty this early into the game.
Yeah, it actually feels like CFO as well are playing far more reserved than I was expecting.
Yeah.
After what we saw from them, especially in their final, with things not necessarily going super well in the early game, but they just get it together when it comes to later stages. Right now, seems pretty together just in general. And they have a composition that is very, very happy to go the distance, I would say.
I agree. I mean, I think it suits their style. They are very team fight focused. They love the 5v5s, and they're less about trying to catch you on sides rather than more about objective spawning. Let's go for the fight. I'm ready to take you on. And this composition just complements that style beautifully. And I think that we talked about it in draft. The onus of responsibility does fall on KC to execute on that target selection, and I think that was a big problem for them yesterday. Their coordination was completely off.
That was a bit weird. As Kaiwing does go in, nice little bit of damage on the Targamas, but he's not going to be too worried about it.
Oh, nice damage there from Doggo.
Yeah. Doesn't even have his Sheen completed yet, and still those Mystic shots hurting quite a lot.
The Dragon's actually going to be started off, so thanks to the aggression that we've got from Doggo and Kaiwing in the bot lane, they've been able to get prio. Ultimate's going to come through to try and chip away at their HP a little bit more, but crucially in the mid lane, Vladdy just losing out on these trades. And we talked about this Victor and the range advantage you have, especially once you get that upgraded E. It's just so easy for you to push and poke, and the champion can be extremely oppressive against, especially against a champion like Aurora. So nice control in the early game around these objectives from CFO.
Well, Jinja is still going to be able to get the stun. There's the Impale as well as it pulled out from underneath the turret. Targamas going down to 200 health as the teleports roll in. CFO with, I don't know about this one, Bloody. He's going to be able to get himself out of there, but slammed into the wall, and first blood going to Doggo. A phenomenal start here for CFO.
The TP was so slow that gave CFO so much time to be ready for the arrival of Vladdy. A nice punish comes through from Junja, connecting Vladdy into the wall with the Skarner E and setting up for the kill. First blood drawn, and it's CFO to find the early lead.
Oh man, Turtle Port, it really does sometimes strike hard. So we're going to check it out one more time. This Impale, absolutely gorgeous from Junjie, because I thought he was going to be in real trouble underneath this turret.
I completely agree with you. I thought that it was a scary situation. Double flashes come through from the KC bottom lane. And, I mean, you can see the timer ticking down. Vladdy knows that I'm going to be in trouble. Has the flash available, doesn't get a chance to use it as the CC comes through from Kaiwing, the follow-up from Junja. And crucially, it's Doggo that gets that kill as well. So they're going to get him rolling in this early game.
Yeah, the fact that Kaiwing managed to get that Shield of Daybreak before any sort of stealth shenanigans could come in meant that it was pretty much lights out for the new mid laner here for KC. Still not going to be a death nail or anything like that. here for the European squad. And we'll just have to see whether they can get themselves back into it, because they need to fast.
Yeah, I mean, again, the burden of execution, I feel, heavily falls on KC. CFO have such a straightforward front-to-back composition. You play around the Skarner and the Leona, you use them as a wall, and can chip away at them with the poke that you have available. The Victor E, the Ezreal Qs, as long as they're connecting, then it's going to be harder and harder for KC to approach the initial objectives.
Doggo, just arcane shifting forward. There's going to be a slow from that the solar flare, and Doggo just able to get a bunch of damage in response. But when you arcane shift forward like that, it does hurt my brain, you know, because he was so incredibly confident that everything was going to be fine.
He didn't even have a ward in the brush.
Yeah.
It's just,
I was like, there could be a Vi there.
That could have been a Vi there. But hey, he knew he had his team behind him. He felt confident and he trusted them. And that trust ended up paying off. Now Kaiwing and Junja hovering around the mid lane once again. They're setting up for the grubs with their priority that they have. KC threatening a potential dive on the bot side of the map, but Doggo wisely respects it. He's going to go back to base, spend some of his gold, getting closer to that Trinity Force item spike.
And I think it's so interesting, right? Because there's a lot of drafts that you talk about, like range advantage being really important, and in certain compositions it's less. In this one, it feels like it's massive for this early game that is buying CFO so much time, right? The fact that Victor can get so much of his damage down without having to worry about an Aurora, who does benefit so much from being able to layer all of these combos over and over again to put pressure on her opposition, just isn't really a thing. And then on the bottom side of the map, Doggo as well, Mystic Shot, going to be able to outrange this Kai'Sa for sort of the neutral that they're playing down there. And these are compounding advantages for CFO as they get further into the game. What KC need to do is really start some of these mid-game skirmishes where they can get this composition doing what it wants. Because you mentioned target selection. Cease and desist, very good at selecting target.
Certainly is.
You know?
Yeah.
I know that. That's my level of analysis there.
It sees you and it desists you from doing said thing.
She actually just selects someone.
Yep.
And that is
quite
the
right. Now, the downside of that is that sometimes...
You can't deselect?
Yes. and crucially, others, even if a target is selected, that individual can still select where you end up. So if Ezreal presses E and flash, your destination is no longer your selection.
Exactly.
It's Ezreal's.
Reminds me of Hecarim, you know, from back in the day, where he's like, I'm engaging, but then he's 7 screens away.
You know, back in the day when I used to scrim, back in Season 3, okay, I was a jungler, right? And what my teammates used to say is that I'm doing what's known as the Jarvan effect, which is
I'm Jarvan, I'm helping.
The EQ flash R, and you've engaged, and then you turn back and you see your team on the horizon, you know, a distance away, and you're like, why didn't you follow up? And he's like, well, some can travel further than others in League of Legends.
There was a beautiful Samuel Broadley moment back in the OPL with that exact situation. I certainly understood all of these Jarvan memes. Shout out to Spooks. But let's get back into this game, because we do have a dragon spawning in 10 seconds time. Going to be a Cloud coming up next. Let's see what soul we're going to get.
CFO leading in the dragon department. KC keen to contest this, especially given that Kana has made his way down, has the TP available, but with the Eclipse ready, he's going to have a lot of damage at his disposal. Here comes the flank.
Yeah, he's going to get the flash out as Honkyu just held in position. There is the public execution as Junji gets 3 in the Impale. Targamas over the wall, but they are outmanned. There's a true shot barrage onto 3 though, and KC are on the wrong side of the map with not a whole lot of health bar to speak of. Yike able to get himself out of there, but Junji is over that wall immediately. Not a lot of damage following after this fight, but he'll still get slammed into the wall, given that sunlight and taken down. And KC just getting tidied up around this map. It was a decent pick to start things off, but I don't think they had much of a plan after that.
I mean, the combo from Junja and Rest was just devastating. Getting a 3-man Impale, keeping them on the red carpet to just chip away at their HP, completely turn the tides in CFO's favor.
Kaiwing looking for even more here as Doggo raining the damage down. There's another kill for this Ezreal. Kaiwing looking to make his way out as now it's Canna's turn to teleport in. Kaiwing should be a sitting duck, but does manage to get the CC. He'll take out the Leona, but now Doggo wanting to chase after the Ambessa here. A lot of damage raining through these Mystic Shots. All of them hitting. He's under the turret. He has the barrier though, and he'll be safe. Canna gets himself out of there as well, but Doggo, yep, no, we got the message.
Kana able to salvage that situation after the dive comes through from CFO. A lot of trading back and forth. The Dragon did end up going down to CFO, but let's look back at this as Yike goes over the wall. The target is locked in as Honkyu gets CC'd. The chain CC from the Amphesified combo is good, but look at this Impale. The Rumble combination is beautiful as Targamas is forced to flash over the wall. The bottom lane of CFO disconnected from the team, but then when they realize that the HP bars on the side of KC kind of are as low as they are, they realize they can turn this into a favorable position. They get 2 kills, ends up being a 2-for-2 overall, factoring in the skirmish on the top side of the map, end up securing the Dragon. I think CFO is still very happy with how things played out.
Yeah, I think definitely not a bad sign for CFO, but I think signs of life from KC are going to be great because they need to keep pulling this trigger over and over again. As we can see, I imagine there's a lot of mixed emotions in our crowd here in Lowell Park right now.
You gotta remember that with this fan base, they are blindingly loyal, okay? There is always a positive to take away from every situation. And hey, it's only a 2K deficit from the side of KC, but as you rightly said, it feels like the game is only gonna get harder and harder to play as it continues, as the Herald started off by Junja.
Yeah, Junja is becoming a problem as well. You can see that health bar is starting to look very difficult to get through.
Ooh.
As Doggo, taking a big chunk. Kana now looking for his angle off to the side, smacked into the wall. There's the Impale on to 1. As also Vladdy getting that ultimate in there. A lot of damage as Kalist. Killer Instinct into the backline. Junjia takes down Yike though, and he's so tanky. It is absolutely absurd. Trip barrage, but Doggo's so low he can't actually get into the fight once again. This Flame Spitter just not quite enough. And Doggo, he just doesn't want to risk it. Casey playing with these health bars beautifully.
Doggo forced out of the fight quite early, means that he wasn't able to distribute a lot of damage in that fight, and it gave, with the numbers advantage that KC have, that small edge enough to win up. You saw even with that numbers advantage how close the fight still was. A really nice Rumble ultimate, did a lot of damage onto the backline. And again, in terms of the actual execution, things just didn't quite go the way that CFO wanted. Still, the Herald alive, the kills have been equalized, the gold still in favor of CFO.
Yep, speaking of gold, you can see the MasterCard lane economy snapshot letting us know that CFO is still feeling very comfortable outside of Kana having a good time on that top side. Let's have a look at this fight one more time though. Junjia, I think this being a single man ulti was a big difference maker in this fight.
It certainly was. Yike dropped very early, but look at Doggo in this situation, not really able to contribute a lot to the fight. Does get the ultimate down onto Kalist, but Kalist is free hitting onto these members of CFO, which just really was that turning point. Vladdy also doing a good job of zoning the remaining members away, but the Herald will still go down in favor of CFO. In terms of the objectives, they have just been dominating throughout this game.
Yeah, and I was looking for the eye. You know, I was going down, checking out the summoner spells and stuff like that to see where the eye was going to be at, and couldn't find it. And that was because, yeah, like you said, the Herald not even picked up at all. And so now, finally, it is going to go over to Junjia. So that means that this mid-outer turret could be going down, but they could also throw it here towards the top side. As you can see, Honkyu with his little Voidlings having a pretty good time just wailing on this one. And with the fact that it's like they've just had a monopoly on all of these objectives all over the map. 5 grubs going over to CFO. And this is the team that's very happy to go late. If we remember, Skywing throws his umbrella towards Kalist, but isn't going to be able to find any joy. But every time he is in range for a Zenith Blade, he will press that button.
He certainly will. I mean, I love the confidence that we're seeing from both Kaiwing and Junjia. Like, they're engaged consistently, finding onto the right targets. As you rightly said, in the previous fight, locking down Yike, probably not as optimal as they would have liked, but still, the fact that it ended up only being a 2-for-1 and they still get the objective as the flank now comes through. The TP was spotted. That's a deep flank,
That is a really deep flank. And then you've got the opposing flank to come in from Kana. That was really cool. Looked like, you know, they were pulling shapes on the map here, but it didn't really result in too much of anything at all.
Did not really at all.
The turret didn't go down.
True.
It's on about 6 health.
Now who's Mr. Brightside over here?
Hey, no,
right?
I mean, the KC fans are infectious, and there's a lot of them here. You know, I'm a bit outnumbered, and I'm learning. I'm definitely learning.
Dragon in 20 seconds. Remember that CFO find themselves with 2 so far. They're looking to put themselves on Soul Point.
Yeah, they do have the shoes of strength, very strong shoes.
Oh, that they do.
As Junjia looking for that opportunity. On a ward right now is Kaiwing. Gonna get publicly executed. Okay, they dive in, they take her down immediately. Junior crashing them against the wall. Kana going to be getting himself out of there as now Rest deciding that perhaps that wasn't the teleport angle he was looking for. A cease and desist on top of the Rumble. He flashes out of there, but the double knockup from Targamas is massive. Equalizer just trying to buy them some space, and it's Yike that goes down. CFO, why did that work?
The target focus from KC was off. Very similar to what we saw yesterday. Vi locking down the Rumble, but Targamas goes to the back line. He sees an angle where he can lock up the 280 carries and they can turn it around. But Yike has already used his ultimate. The only real follow-up that they had came through from Kalist, and it just wasn't enough. So CFO was able to turn the fight around, and again, crucially, look at the target focus. So already an ultimate gets used from Connor to lock down the support. So nice initial pick. We then see the rest of the fight as Yike is looking for a flank angle. Rest is forced to disengage, and look at how Yike goes on to Rest. Meanwhile, Targamas goes on to both Doggo and Honkyu, and the idea is good, but that Rumble ult to immediately dissuade them means that Yike is now way too deep because the rest of his team have kind of fixated on a different target. Meanwhile, the Dragon goes down in CFO's favor, and it's just another advantage game for CFO.
That's Infernal Soul point that they have now as well. Infernal Soul for this incredibly tanky composition. I say tanky composition because it has Skarner and Leona. Yep. They're basically the only ones, but that's all you really need. How do you ever kill Junjia in this game if, you know, he keeps up this level of advantage, and he's going to do damage. Like that mediates the nerf. You know, the Q damage is going to be absolutely fine. Don't you worry.
I mean, this is the thing, right? It's an interesting discussion when it comes to nerfs around champions, right?
Because and you can do that now because we're in a pause.
Yeah,
you can
exactly. That's exactly why I'm going.
That's beautiful.
I learned from the best. I mean, I learned from the best.
And you are in the seat.
Seamless transitions. You know what I mean?
Yeah, gorgeous.
So when it comes to champions, we know that pro players, they see a patch note and they go, well, champ's dead.
Yep.
Right? It is the classic, okay? And I mean, you know, Riot have even said themselves that they will do placebo buffs. You know, we'll give 5 attack damage, 5 movement speed to a champ, just so that it reminds people that this champ is in the game. And then people give it a go and they're like, oh, wow, this champ is really great. And we're like, yeah, it was that 5, whatever we gave them. And I think that when you see Skarner getting these nerfs, people immediately go, oh, champ's dead. But you got to remember that the base kit of the champ is still just very strong.
Yeah, some Q damage is not going to stop him driving you into a wall, stopping you from doing anything forever, and then you're dead.
And so far, we've seen Junja land a 3-man impale, a 2-man impale. He is just, I don't know how to say this without sounding inappropriate, but he has successfully prevented KC members from moving due to the excessive crowd control that has been implemented once they have made contact with the wall.
You used a lot of really cool words in that sentence. That was a fun sentence.
It was just better than saying they got rammed into a wall, you know what I mean?
yeah. I mean, that particular way of CCing someone has been explained in more explicit terms.
Quite right.
You can talk to Ejim about that one.
Okay.
We accidentally put it on the broadcast. It was a long time ago, and we're not going to say it again. For those who are former OPL fans, you may remember, and I am not going to repeat.
Now, when we have more information, we will, of course, share it with you.
Yeah, we haven't actually been caught up with too much of what's happened here, but I imagine that we will be getting back in as soon as possible.
Might I just say,
in fact,
by
I
the
can
way,
see some stuff happening
before
on the
we
screen.
get there, but this arena is absolutely lovely.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
It's a beautiful place to be.
Oh.
I really enjoy the atmosphere, and it's a really nice arena. So I know you did nothing.
No, I didn't.
You praise.
And in fact, Papa is part of the reason why we have an English broadcast that's here in the arena.
That's awesome.
So we can thank Papa Smithy, but that's still not.
That's still. But thank you, Atlas, for bringing us the joy that you always do whenever you jump onto the caster desk.
Betty.
Now, admittedly, EU is quite stressed at the moment, so they're going to need some of that joy almost immediately because the game is slipping away from KC. And as a reminder, this is a really important game for KC, especially given that their games do not get any easier.
Yeah, Kalist, he had full health a little while ago, and Doggo saw to that. Great arcane shift, but he still gets knocked up. Kalist gets into the back line, but the Equalizer still just being annoying in this fight. Targamas going to be the first to go down, and Kana, he's going to try and dash his way out, but of course, he's smacked into the wall and taken down. Shut down here for Honkyu as well, whose Victor is just been quietly doing a bajillion damage in so many of these fights. Now moving down towards this bottom side of the map here as CFO, they don't have a dragon to take or anything like that, but there is the voracious Otacon we've been getting a lot of Ruinous. I actually was looking forward to my first Ruinous Otacon.
Same.
And we don't get it.
Yeah.
It's just going to be the Voracious version. And we are going to get the GAs. The way I like to break them up, if you've got Rod of Ages, Otacon, and you've got GA Otacon.
I see.
And this is the GA that we've got. I really want Rod of Ages, man.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully. I mean, it's a long day still.
That is true. That is true.
Based on how this game is going, I know that a lot of EU is hoping that this goes all the way. As we see good target focus here. Doggo is the target that they look to lock down. It seems he's out of position initially. The CC is good, but look at the Rumble ultimate is so good from Rest. And the follow-up damage just isn't quite there after Doggo also commits the flash. And this is the problem that KC find themselves. They're really good in terms of their composition at locking down a single target. But if you don't kill that target quickly enough, the rest of the group is going to rejoin with their team, and in the front to back, it's way easier for CFO to execute. And I think we saw this very similarly yesterday with Team Liquid. When you draft these very traditional, easy to execute front to back compositions, it takes a lot of the burden of responsibility away, and I think CFO is really benefiting from that.
Yeah, we've actually seen this in international competition throughout the years, right? If it's your first game, if nerves are a factor, scaling is the way, right? You put that pressure on your opposition to make things happen, and otherwise you just try and play for neutral. Just try and keep things as even as possible. As we found a pick towards his top side, Rest getting taken down low, but he does, of course, have the Otacon buff. That is going to take one of those recoveries away and does give some money over. But Vladdy, he's real dead. That's actual dead. And so that 1-for-1 is not going to be a 1-for-1 at all.
I'm impressed that every single pick that KC finds, CFO find a way to trade it back.
Yeah.
That consistently throughout this game, it's
rotation
always
was
1-to-1.
instant.
Yeah, it's just so quick. They're able to avenge their top laner. And while KC have set their sights...
do it again? And do they even have to? Because now it could be Kalista that's in trouble. Public execution just to get Kana out of there. Kalist gonna have to use that cleanse and the flash in order to escape, and I don't think it's gonna be enough. Doggo, arcane shift forward, cheeky auto attack, and that is a dead Kai'Sa. And CFO are really starting to run away with this game now.
I mean, from start to finish, I think they've played this composition to perfection. They had the pushing lanes, they leveraged their prio. Ginger was securing every single early game objective. I mean, CFO have just dominated KC in this first game. And now they've set their sights on the Baron.
Yep, Baron going to be started up. I don't think this is a full commit. As you can see, Ginger just throwing a boulder at it.
I mean, the Soul spawning in, what, 40 seconds?
I reckon that one's going to be a priority.
I think it certainly will be. And at this point, you have to feel like the KC composition really has been outscaled. I don't think that they have the damage, really, to lock down either Doggo or Honkyu. But, I mean, Honkyu still has his flash available. He's also got himself the Zhonya's. The barrier is available. No flash for Doggo, but even then, even if you kill him, I feel like at this point, Ginger and Rest have enough damage between the two of them.
This is the problem. It's a 3-threat comp, and all of the threats scale incredibly well. Maybe not necessarily the Rumble as much, but Rest has been playing it exceptionally as, okay, they don't land the solar flare, but there's another two-man impale from Junjir, and look at it, he hasn't even lost health. It is absurd, kind of trying to dash around the fight, but he dashes to the death chamber instead. And yike! He's running the wrong direction, and he's not going to be getting out of this one. Once again, Doggo just hops over, Mystic Shot for the kill, and he's now 5-0-4. He'll have an Infernal Soul in hand. They can take a Baron if they like, but they could also just take 50 gold from a Nexus, I think.
I mean, KC have just melted. Look at the, I mean, the engage from Kaiwing falls apart completely, but it doesn't matter. I mean, I love how Ginger brings it back as well into the Ezreal ultimate on top of the Rumble ultimate. It's just, we talked about range earlier. Do you look at the range?
Yeah, it's not fair at all.
It's not fair whatsoever. KC, they're just getting systematically torn apart. CFO playing with nothing but confidence. And, I mean, they're looking to take this first game of this best of 3.
It's looking clean. You can understand why there's excitement here. As Driver as well, I love the energy. These two top laners, interchangeable, but they're also, they vibe so well together. It's not like a competition between the two. It's just that they're both on the team. And they're used in different ways. Absolutely beautiful use of substitution.
Yeah, you know, I mean, you, especially as a long-time LCK commentator, have seen these multi-man rosters kind of prove to not be that effective. But in this format, where specific champions get removed, you can really start to see how different playstyles can offer a lot of value.
Yeah. No, I actually think that it's going to get more and more valuable. I also think that coaches are going to be more and more important moving forward. Understanding exactly what combos are available as you get to a game 5 is massive task with all of the champions that will be removed by that stage. We're talking about things that are sort of around the game as, you know, Barons are being taken and the game is being won here by CFO, because there are not a lot of ways back in here for KC, unfortunately, as Kaiwing finding a little combo here on Targamas, who's still Rakan, and so eventually gets to press a button or two, and that gets him to safety. But yeah, Doggo, free reign here on this bottom side. He'll be able to take an inner turret. That is going to be the last one of them available on the map. Only inhibitors to go down next as Yike. I mean, you have to do this, right? You have to go for the ultimate deep flank of all time. Try and find the angle. Who his target's going to be, I have no idea.
Yeah, look at the positioning of Doggo right now as well. Playing comfortably behind his front line. He's even saying, go after Honkyu. It's fine. Target him instead of me. He's got the Zhonya's available, level 16. And just
my God.
Look at the poke.
Death Ray has never been named more accurately. As, yeah, Kalist's going to be going back to the fountain to mend his wounds. First inhibitor to go down. As Rest chasing after Kana. He was the one that was going for the flank angle this time around as Yike makes his way back to his team. But look at this poke. KC just have nothing to offer back. We mentioned that range before, but when you have this kind of range advantage and then just a massive lead, it's just slow, steady destruction of KC's base.
They're just letting the cannon minions do the work for them, and why not? Now Rest brings the minion wave into mid. Another tower is going to fall, and KC, I mean, it feels impossible to win a fight at this point anyway, but they're going to have to try and pull the trigger soon.
Yeah, or it's decide on what to do in game 2. Because one more Nexus turret is left up and available. CFO, what an incredible debut here at first stand. As Junjia underneath this turret, just going to pull Yike away. Cease and desist comes through. They do manage to take down the Skana for the first time. That's looking good. But now Doggo is unleashed. The rest of KC, their Nexus is exposed. Kalist needs to go back to the fountain once again as Targamas looking for that engage into that backline. Rest, though, just melts them. He's a walking barbecue, and yeah, he goes down, but so does KC's Nexus. CFO picking up their first win here in first stand.
An impressive performance from CFO as they keep it simple, keep it straightforward.
Yeah, man.
And a team that was kind of driven by Junja, a player that loves to be aggressive. I mean, he used their prio incredibly well, and they executed to perfection.
Absolutely amazing stuff there from CFO. It is time to hear from the desk. Where is the KC Hopium? Bring it to us. That'll be after the break.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, the ultimate hub for all things LoL esports. Get a browser built for League fans. With a custom UI, exclusive themes, and seamless LoL esports tournament integration. Follow every play, see every result, get access to exclusive contests, rewards, and co-streaming options. Only on the browser for legends. Only on Opera GX.
Then face it down, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch you do it again.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that, give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow.
Poppy, why don't you take my keys and go for a ride?
Welcome, Stella.
So you talk. Stella? Almost. What's next? Bright blue. It's bold.
Sorry, hungry.
I'm hungry, actually. Your favorite, right?
How did you know?
Motivation. Yeah. Try to stop me, yes. Motivation. 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 I can't lose, no, I won't quit. I won't quit. Got the juice, yeah, I'm so sick. I'm so sick. All night, no days off. Days off and going hard just to pay y'all. Pay y'all. Yeah, I train like a true dude. In the rain, in the snow, dirt too. No excuses, gotta get it, gotta pay the price. Cause you can't make it to the top without sacrifice. One life, you know how we do it, we kill it. Taking no losses, we started, we finished. I came from the bottom, I'm here, I'm relentless. Live without fear, dream with no limit. Now I'm in the big league, they ask how I did it. Not overnight, grinding from the beginning. Now we popping bottles, it's over, we lit it. We got the victory, really, it's the moment of a lifetime. It's on me, I used all my lifeline. Opportunity of a lifetime. Can't stop, gotta give it all right now. Opportunity of a lifetime, lifetime, yeah. You know how we do it, we kill it. Taking no losses, we started, we finished. I came from the bottom, I'm here, I'm relentless. Live without fear, dream with no limit. Now I'm in the big league, they ask how I did it. Not overnight, grinding from the beginning. Now we popping bottles, it's over, we lit it. We got the victory, really this motivation. 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 It's the moment of a lifetime. Lifetime. It's on me, I used all my lifeline. Yeah, opportunity of a lifetime. Can't stop, gotta give it all right now. Opportunity of a lifetime, lifetime. It's the moment of a lifetime. One lifetime. It's on me, I used all my lifeline. Lifetime. Yeah, opportunity of a lifetime. Can't stop, gotta give it all right now. Wake up in the morning. Motivation. I'ma keep on coming, yeah. Motivation. Motivation. Tell them keep on hating. Motivation. 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 It's the moment of a lifetime. Jack in the system. Jack in the system. Jack in the system. Fire me up. Jack in the system.
CFO with, I don't know about this one, Bloody. He's going to be able to get himself out of there, but slammed into the wall, and first blood on to Doggo. A phenomenal start here for CFO.
Look, Victor. Good, Victor.
I'm there, okay.
Got it.
Big fight. Very turns. Leave it on this on Kai'Sa. SVS hand out.
Rumble the flash.
Kaliss needs to go back to the fountain once again as Targamas looking for that engage into that backline. Resto just melts them. He's a walking barbecue, and yeah, he goes down, but so does KC's Nexus.
And welcome back to First Dance 2025.
I feel like we should go over there and hug her.
I have ascended as a sad Poro, sadly. Casey still one less, but on a fantastic game on the side of CFO. Here, a lot of things to say, guys, I think, about this series. First things first, we said it was a Junjia team. feel like that's exactly what we got here. With the Skarner, I did not expect the pick to be that strong, especially after the nerf that it got in previous patch, but you cannot stop the man in the early game.
Yeah, he looked great, and he went bottom lane for their first blood. The Skarner ultimate on 2 under tower blows everything from the KC bottom lane, and then once you see the teleport started, you know it's doomed. And on arrival here, Kaiwing's gonna set him up. They hit the stun, chain it into the wall, and it's just really beautiful, coordination from this team. Basically all game long, they looked a lot more coordinated than KC in so many of these fights, and I thought they also drafted really well and a lot better, and they gave themselves so many more options, plus taking away future options from KC. So honestly, CFO, I'm like, that is everything you want in game number 1 for this series. They did really well.
Yeah, pretty much perfect. I mean, there's not really a lot of notes for them. They played it very slowly. They waited until they had great fights that were set up by Jinjia. It was basically just wait for the Skarner to do things. And yeah, he's received a lot of nerfs, but the kit is still the same, right? He still goes through walls. He still holds people down for a long period of time.
Yeah.
And Jinjia will make plays if you give him a champion like that.
And Honky on his debut, playing Victor, I feel like it's the kind of champion that you want to see him on. Easy-ish to execute, stable laning phase. I feel like they drafted perfectly, as you said, Kobe. On the side of KC, though, the fights were close up until the points they were not. And I feel like it has a lot to do with the composition they were playing.
Yeah, I mean, KC, obviously, they went full dive, but they went full dive with pretty weak lane phases. So then you get into a situation where you're like, we're probably going to have a rough time early, and then our only way out is going to be full dive. Like you said, Victor is actually very good kind of when the enemy team is engaging on you. So is Skarner. So is Ezreal. So I just like the drafting was really good from CFO. Now we're taking a look at one of the mid fights where this is one of the examples of kind of the difference in coordination really paying off, where CFO, even though they lose the first member, then KC, they go for their re-engage and it's kind of split targets there. This is the one that really blew the game open though. And you see why we're highlighting, especially the 2 carries that CFO picked with the Victor and the Ezreal being so able to like receive engages from the enemy team. Doggo there was not scared at all. They immediately, get their counter off, and then, that one turned into Dragon. Then the next one turns into Otacon, and all of a sudden, the game is poof.
There were just too many fights where KC got behind and their comp needs to be ahead to assassinate a target. But if you're trying to go all in on the super fed Ezreal, it's like, well, you're already too far behind, but this is what you have to do. So it looks kind of silly you fall on your face, but you can't really blame them for it because that's the hole they put themselves in with their draft.
And now, since they did use already the Victor and Ezreal with Fearless, now it's like, oh, Vladdy, one of his favorite like blind pick champions, one of the most played. Oh, it's not going to be available for the rest of the entire game. Ezreal, super high prow, is going to be off the table as well. So yeah, I think it gets very difficult here for KC.
Yeah. A bit of copium, though, on my side. I see some improvement, I want to say, from yesterday. Maybe in terms of coordination, maybe in the way they were planning for their setups, especially around objective. I felt like the vision control was more clean than what we saw yesterday from KC. But you have to go back to the drawing board, especially when it comes to the draft. And I'm actually going to stand up here because I don't feel like this is the type of combo presentation here. I know. I don't feel like it's the type of combo that you want to see on this patch. And as we said, it's hard to execute. You don't have a lot of recovery options with a draft like this. So maybe something easier to execute for them next game. What do we want to see?
I mean, I kind of want to see some stronger lanes. And I probably don't want to see any more Vi for KC or Yike in general.
Good news, we can't.
Yeah, that type of stuff. Like yesterday, you had a good Sejuani game. Maybe go Sejuani, go for some melee synergies, try and use some Sejuani skirmishing.
Yeah, it just felt a bit forced. I'd like more options, as you were saying, Laura. I think you have to have outs. You need to have strong laning phases to get there. But if you just have this and you have to go all in, it's not going to work when you get behind.
Do you feel like KC has what it takes to come back and give us a third game, given what we saw from the team so far in the tournament?
I got your cope right here.
Yeah, please.
Yeah?
All right.
Sure.
We'll take this for now. We'll see if KC gets to live another day in this series. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Law. Thanks, guys. And don't worry, we've got plenty of copium here. I've got Vedius set up and ready.
It's me.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about Aurora and Vi anymore, right? That's what KC got out of the way.
I've become an Aurora hater. I'm sorry. I'm glad she's gone. Azir Sejuani is what we're going to see game 2 for KC.
Also, side selection switch. We saw blue side be utilized very, very well.
There we go. Lock in the Azir, boys. Come on, get that Azir locked in. We go. When all doubt is enshrouding the entire continent, we turn to the Emperor of Shurima.
Indeed.
I mean, who wouldn't, you know?
Xerath?
Actually, you know, it took me a second, but you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm based on the law. But Renekton would, and I'm sure his brother Nasus would also. So.
Where does Sivir fall on that, though?
I don't know. I don't know what her and Talia, I don't know what they're doing.
Because there's also some relationship between her and Cassio, which is all sorts of interweaving there as well.
Yeah, and she's also Noxian at the same time.
Yeah.
Which is kind of weird.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's very, very strange.
We need to be better prepared.
I do. No. Law conversations are way better when you have absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
Who's going to fact check you, really?
Yeah. And, well, actually, everyone on Twitter will.
Do you want to know what the worst thing about casting with Hysterics is?
What's that?
He will ask you questions like, are Yordles animals?
That's so wrong.
And that's what we had to explain. Do you know when he asked us this?
When?
During a pause during our playoffs. Like,
oh, no.
Yeah, no, that's Hysterics for you.
Oh, that's fantastic, though. Shout out to Jake. Really doing us proud when it comes to asking the weird stuff during a pause, because it's the best way to find, you know, the entertainment, you know?
Goddamn Hysterics.
He's making the sacrifices for the greater good.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. Anyway.
But not necessarily for Yordles. That's not very nice
Now, come on,
Yordles.
KC. Lock in that Azir. We've got Dyra and Lilia banned. What could the Lilia mean? Sejuani. There's the Azir. They saw through us. What?
Yeah. This is like really going hard on getting rid of AP jungles, though. So I'm wondering what that necessarily means for, you know, the goals for this draft.
I really think it's Sejuani. It could be Maokai, too. Cassante. Oh, we've got Driver in the top lane as well for CFO.
Yep. This is the classic sub. This is what happens. Rex comes in for game 1, and Driver takes over for the next game.
Driver, I would say, is a little bit more of the stereotypical tank top player. A little bit more. That's not to say that he is exclusively that, but from what we've seen, he's more leaning towards that. And with the Maokai ban, I think CFO have done a good job of banning away a lot of what KC was targeting in this second game. The Varus priority. So this time round, they've said, you know what? For too long, our bot lane have been conceding pressure. We want the bot lane 2 versus 2 push. So we're going to lock in the Varus, and it is a great champion for getting you that push. They could also early rotate their bottom lane as well. Maybe they want to go for something like the Nautilus, but Braum could be a problematic champion depending on where they choose to lock it in. CFO have a lot of options here. They could grab the Sejuani for themselves. Ginger is more of the carry style player. So I'm curious as to what direction he will go. We've seen him play things like the Pantheon before. We know that with Vi gone. I'm curious as to what direction he will actually go here in this draft.
Quite a few options. Feels like Doggo's just picking his most played champions, sort of going down the line. Very comfortable on the Misfortune. You need to get outranged a little bit there in the bottom lane, but
Sedge.
Yeah, I think if the concept isn't broke, don't fix it, right? Put Junjia on one of these playmaking tanks and see what can happen. Of course, Yike no stranger to trying to take down a couple of Sejuani. So we'll see what he does have planned for this.
Jarvan is what I wouldn't mind seeing.
Really? It's been a while since I've seen
It's not going to be Jarvan.
You'd hope not. I haven't seen a Jarvan-Yone combo work out all that well in recent memory, but just haven't seen much J4, to be honest.
I'm assuming it's for Vladdy. But that is a surprise. So what if they banned Lilia and Zyra. Are they thinking Nidalee? Is this a Yike Nidalee game?
I mean, it works, kinda, with what they have so far. Chains of Corruption is some setup. Jace is another one. But this is so dangerous, because how do you then play an AP jungle if they then get 2 more bans and you've already banned 2 of them?
Might be an Ivern game.
Oh.
It might be an Ivern game, you know. The question is, will CFO read that? We'll have to wait and see. Now, you have a lot of options here, CFO, because, like, you've seen... Now, the advantage KC have is whether they answer with mid or top here, assuming they do. You can, so they're going to answer with top. So now you can just ban out mid lanes, right? Things like Orianna you could consider banning. We know that Honkyu's willing to play Silas, maybe the Trista... I think Silas Sejuani could be great.
Yeah, Silas Sejuani is always good. But this is once again CFO being like, we don't really mind what you have. We are going to pick teamfight composition, and we will then play teamfight composition.
And the thing is with KC's comp, like they have fantastic side laning, right?
Yeah.
But CFO, they're a team that will drag you into the fight. That's what they love to do. So I think it's going to be a tricky one. I like the Renata ban. They're actually focusing on the bot side of the map, knowing that, hey, we don't want to concede all pressure. We know we're going to get pushed in on the top side of the map. So we need to get some agency somewhere. So let's remove some of these power supports, and they can now early rotate their support themselves. The question is, what support are they going to ban away the Nautilus? Or maybe they're considering banning away Braum, locking in something like Nautilus for themselves. Rel, of course, is still available.
Yep, Rel's a good one. This Sylas ban, absolutely fantastic. Just get rid of melee things that pair well with the Sejuani and do magic damage. Sylas is the
I wonder if they'll think about an Akali.
Yeah, I don't, like, Akali and Sejuani feel less synergistic, but we have seen it work. And they did, so they've taken away the Ivern as well. And now, yeah, I mean, there are other AP junglers that you could go towards, but it's really running thin.
Getting down on the list,
yeah, these are definitely the A-tier ones, and I don't know which tier we have to go to now.
Because you're thinking maybe like...
Amumu.
Yeah, Amumu, Zac, maybe.
Yeah, Zac's another option.
Or Nidalee. So,
well, Nidalee is still up. Like you say, I think Nidalee is probably looking like the best one.
I do
but
not associate Yike with a Nidalee.
Yeah.
And that Braum ban, by the way, like, Nautilus. That is the pick right now. The question is, will CFO look to try and take that one away? And if they do, what does KC then use as an answer? Do they just go for the Rel themselves? Is CFO thinking about getting the Rel?
And also, counterpick for support is really powerful. Kaiwing can just sort of pick for lane once they see exactly what KC are doing. Wouldn't mind a mid lane pick here, but also just taking away Nautilus, that would work as well. Timer is up, and it's Talia.
I think that's good. I like it. Very safe, very stable. Pretty good matchup into the Yone, just because you can create a lot of space between you and the Yone. Yeah, rocks, simply. I mean, what is man's greatest weakness? A heavy projectile.
Indeed, indeed.
So, yeah, I think it's... I mean, as well, look at this Wombo combo they've got built for themselves. It's not like crazy Wombo, but they've got Engage, Initiation with the Sejuani. They've got good follow-up with the Scion.
Oh, there it is.
Old school, yike. I'm disappointed in myself. I should have known this. I should have known this. What am I saying? Back on the G2 days, this was one of his favorites, his go-to classics. When it comes to comfort, this is definitely something that that Yike would default to. Definitely not something we've seen this year, really.
And also, there's a limited amount of hit points collectively for the team right now. Targamas is going to take that Nautilus that you were talking about before. That is going to provide a bit of front line. But once again, I feel like this is a difficult composition to execute here for KC.
It's got damage.
Oh, heck yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And if you start winning, you're going to keep winning.
You will definitely keep winning. That is 100% true. I'm really curious, what will the... I'm expecting Rel. I think that they just want something to round out their team fight, have a little bit more engage in there. But I wouldn't be surprised if they... Okay, yeah, so they're going to keep it stock standard. All right. So again, CFO, their approach is front-to-back team fight. They've got a lot of AoE, a lot of zone control. The great thing about this composition as well is that even if KC is on the objective first, you have a lot of tools to contest that objective again. The ability to create space and kind of fight over these neutrals, it seems very powerful. KC have a lot of damage. Their side lane threat is potent. If these solo laners get ahead, they will be very difficult to stop, which means a lot of the burden and responsibility again falls on Yike. And I admire that KC are still putting their trust in him, because Yike, 3 out of 4 games, his impact has been very minimal. It's been difficult for him to really get the ball rolling. And you can attribute that to potentially KC not having winning lanes, which makes it harder for him to play the game, or you can burn it on his execution. Either way, the reality is that Yike isn't having the best tournament so far, and it's going to be crucial for him in this game to have impact if KC want to turn the series around.
Yeah, and I do think that this is the best way for them to do it, right? I actually think that as far as KC in this series is concerned, this is the draft that's looking more winnable than the one we saw prior, because CFO, last time we were praising them. They had 3 threats in that last composition. Now they've got 2. Now it's a Talia as well, which does require you to hit a whole bunch of buttons. And so I think that the targets that are being presented are much more easy to read here for KC. kill Doggo, probably do pretty well, is kind of the theory. But let's jump onto the Rift and see how it's going to go as KC look to try and bring us to a Game 3. As CFO, game number 1 was gorgeous. I think that they just played better League of Legends on top of the fact that they had a great draft.
Yep.
And we'll just have to see whether now, as the drafts kind of even themselves out, are we going to get a better performance out of KC as well?
Here's what I will say. You know, like, naturally, as an EU pundit, my instincts are KC, simplify. You know, go for a draft that seems easy on paper to execute and rely on the fact that you can believe in yourself to be a better team than your opposition.
And see hero, kill hero is an EU quote.
Well, KC literally gave me the middle finger and said, we refuse to go simple. We're going to go 4 damage dealers with a Norless as our engage.
It is still the same theory, though, right? Like, you can, it? And they do have a lot more tools, right? Last time around, it was like all dive and you got mega outranged. Now, you outrange your opposition. You can actually play for neutral much better. If you catch CFO on an objective, you're throwing piercing arrows and shock blasts and all this stuff, and it's going to be a real problem as we're fighting already.
And I think what's crucial is that KC, I think, have themselves a nice bot lane 2 versus 2, because I think that that's super important for this team. I think so far in this tournament, they have had difficulties getting those win bot lane 2 versus 2s, and priority is going to be super important, especially given what these junglers want to do. So you can already see Kalist and Targamas off to a good start, chipping away the HP bars of Kaiwing and Doggo. Both junglers starting on the top side of the map are going to be pathing towards bot, as Jace is just going to be given free reign. I think Kana has had a good tournament so far.
He's a great Jace player too.
Exactly, it's one of his comfort picks, and I think that KC's quite happy to just leave him alone to do his thing. And meanwhile, on driver's side, they're just like, hey, just do your best to survive the pressure, because at some point this Jace is going to become a monster in the side lane.
Yep. And at some point, I guess Sion will just become unkillable as well.
Yeah,
so
precisely.
There is... It doesn't feel like the same kind of timer that we had the last time around. I feel like KC can always just out-execute against this composition, just with the raw amount of damage that they have. The fact that Brand will be able to eat through tanks so effectively once that Leandris comes in. This will be a composition that can sort of...
ooh, look at this.
Pass the test of time as Junjia coming actually over the wall from the Dragon. That's a great engage from Kaiwing as Targamas completely off to the side. And now, Kalist trying to play some alcove gaming, and unfortunately it is not where he wants to be. Doggo with first blood for the second game in a row.
Just really great pathing from Junjia. The fact that he skips his whole bot side camps, he goes over the wall behind their opposition and just prevents any avenue of escape. Just extremely well executed, and they alleviate so much of that pressure on the bot side of the map. Really well played from CFO.
Beautifully done. So it looks like we have just picked up from where we left off, but now you're trying to buck that trend. Pillar of Flame coming on through there, but unfortunately the Seer is going to land onto a minion. He has picked Zombie Brand though, which is by far one of the greatest skins of all time.
I agree.
But just the audio. The fact that he just walks around going...
Yeah, it really resonates me the way he goes... Ugh.
Yeah, right?
It's like he's speaking to my soul.
Yeah. It's just so poignant. Like every word he says is exactly what you need to hear at every given moment. Shock Blast's going to go wide.
But a miss or a sidestep?
Both. But I think all misses are also sidesteps.
That's how... Because
reading the juke, you know what I'm saying?
One is more positive than the other, right?
Yeah.
So
we have a lot of power as commentators.
Oh, we do. But, I mean, we can't take anything away from Junjia. He's had a great year. And he's continuing that momentum here at this tournament. A lot of the conversation that I heard was that he was going to come in as a team, like, it's a team revolved around him. He likes to play these carry junglers. He likes to have agency. And even on these tank junglers, you can see him constantly having agency. It's great to see him performing already here at First Stand. And I look forward to seeing him perform throughout the rest of the tournament, as so far, CFO find themselves with a first blood advantage over KC.
And I think it's interesting, right? Because you mentioned, like, it's not really about him because he's playing these tanks and stuff like that. I think it still is.
It's still about him.
It's still about him,
really
but
is.
it's him controlling his damage dealers, being in exactly the right place to utilize them effectively. It's like he's playing some chess.
It's like that hand-holding thing, you know, because, like, you sit there and like, oh, wow, yeah, you guys are doing a really good job getting all the kills. And then you look at the gold lead, he's 1.2k ahead on Skarner. You know what I mean? It's just like that. It's that idea of he's letting you think that you're the carry, when in reality, he's still carrying.
He is the guy. As, yeah, at least this bottom side is going a little bit better outside of that first blood, of course, but still being able to control the lane a little bit more effectively. As here in the top lane, Canna will continue to just be all right. After these teleports come in, you can see already health bar advantage for the Jace. But I don't know how much Driver cares. I think it's probably about 0. I mean, Scion players are like that.
Yeah.
You know, like as soon as you have that Scion player DNA, the result of the game just isn't really a thing that you care about that much, or at least the result of the laning phase.
Ooh.
As Junji are going to have to flash away from that one. Last second on that flash.
Yeah.
But Weaver's Wall going to deliver Hongq, but unfortunately doesn't flick anyone to the other side and now finds himself in an awkward spot. Vladdy not going to be able to go any further forward though.
Situation
maybe he'd seal some fate.
Very awkward. Casey hesitant to commit to the play.
All right, Junju with some information as that ward goes over the wall, immediately spotted out. And Driver could be dead.
Nah, bro. As we mentioned earlier, HP is simply a resource to allow him to get farmed. You know what I mean?
Also, you have to utilize the passive. You know, it's like when you're playing Coglon. You have to die a few times. Otherwise, how are you utilizing the Acathian surprise?
Exactly.
Yeah. I often die on Zyra because maybe they've re-implemented her old passive.
There are people watching that have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's probably true. She used to turn into a plant that did true damage on death.
Yeah, she used to just, like, I guess, spit at you.
Yeah.
Just a
or
thorn.
skewer you.
Skewer is a great
more like
word.
a javelin.
Harpoon,
yes.
even.
Yes.
Yeah. And it was true damage, and it did hurt.
And on release, it did about a bajillion damage. And so if you were the kind of player that would want to go into the middle of a team fight, press all of your buttons and die, she was the best champion ever, which is why I loved her. She was brilliant. We're talking about a champion that's not in the game, though. She was at least banned throughout both of these. We might get her in a game 3 if we make it there. KC looking to try and deliver us
an
towards it.
objective already, a positive in comparison to game 1.
Precisely. And 3 Void Grubs is absolutely fantastic as well, meaning that you don't even necessarily need to fight for the next round if you don't feel like it. And they can put their focus towards the dragon that hasn't been taken just yet. As Kaiwing going to go for another engage. There's the Glacial Prison. Targamas going to have to flash. Does get the anchor out as Doggo picks it up with a double up. That is gorgeous. Glyph's going to be able to walk out of the way of the bullet time though, so Doggo not going to be getting a double. But that is exactly what CFO want. It is more money on Misfortune.
I mean, it's Junja's world and we're just living in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The man gets level 6. He immediately sets his sights on the bot lane of KC and he makes another play happen. This man is just so proactive on the map. He finds another advantage for CFO, building a lead to nearly 1,000 now.
I'm trying to work out when Driver cares about what's going on here. And it hasn't happened yet.
He has popped his pot and that man is not losing HP.
Yeah. All right, on the hook, this one going to connect onto a minion. Targamas really just wanted to take that one down and deliver some money over to Vladdy, and that is going to be successful. Now, okay, we're unbinding the soul. That means that this Yone is going to be totally fine. And this Wombo combo, man, it's the Kaiwing Junja situation.
Oh, yeah.
That is so difficult for KC to deal with right now. It was game 1. They were always together when they were making these plays. And once again, in game 2, in these isolated skirmishes, it has worked out a whole lot better. However, this time, KC are getting objectives off the back of these plays. There's like, something has to give this time. Whereas last time, CFO were able to just take every objective whilst also winning every skirmish and being everywhere on the map. And that should never happen. That's just sort of illegal.
That first item spike, I think, is going to be crucial for KC. Once they've got that completed first component, I think that that's going to be very significant in the ensuing fight. So far, they're a little bit ways off. But itemization very quickly starting to come through. As again, we
Look
see
at the Zeke's rush as well. It's been a while since I've seen that one. I like it. As far as like first item spike, it feels like it's cheating a little bit because it's so cheap. But it's still first item. Junja nailed it. He is now going to spot out Yike and Targamas moving towards this dragon. Banana Brush control going to be there for KC. And that was a train.
That was.
Driver is he worried yet? I would be.
He popped a pop and he stopped taking damage. He's fine.
Yeah, I guess he isn't. He's also got a biscuit, which is just...
Ooh, that is good damage onto Kaiwing. The pings to retreat coming through from CFO is Vladdy. He's a bit behind. He is close to level 9, though. Here we go.
Yeah, Winter's Wrath.
You can't
be
contest this,
spotted there.
Ginger. I don't think you can contest this.
Well, he is walking around, somewhat in range actually, but it's going to be Yike that wins the Smite War. Hook going to connect, but Targamas is sort of just 1v1ing against Doggo. Junja right in amongst it now. It's Vladdy trying to get out of there. The flash forward from Junja is crazy, and Targamas finds himself caught out. That's a killing spree for Doggo, as Kana is towards this top side, getting something back for KC. As the flash forward from Honkyu, this young man going nuts against Yike, who's taken so much damage. The threaded volley will finish him off. And Honkyu says, yeah, we have a monopoly on kills this game.
4 kills to 0, and Kaiwing has set his eyes onto Kalist. I think he wisely will back away. But the target focus from KC continues to just be off. Like again, when we get the replay up, notice how the target selection is just, the priorities just don't seem to be there. You've got one person diving onto Doggo, you've got another pair diving off into the river, and then the moment that CFO regroup, it becomes an easy execute, so they secure the Dragon with ease. Kaiwing seems like the easy target, but look, on the left, you've got an engage onto Junja. On the right, you've got an engage onto Doggo. So many resources are committed, and then a quick TP in from Driver means that it becomes an easy numbers advantage when they get that pick onto Targamas. They convert that into another pick onto Yike when he doesn't have his flash available anymore, and Honkyu with that confidence to flash in, make the play happen. He has the support from Driver, and we're back into the action.
We are right back into it as the Grubs now going to be the focus here. KC already with 3 under their belt, as Driver going to get booped back here by Kana. Should be 4 of them locked down here, as Yike should be able to collect them. There we go. That is Grub number 1. CFO still haven't pulled the trigger just yet, though. Doggo securing 1 of them, so it's maximum 5. And that is going to be what happens. Chains of Corruption come through, but Kaiwing turns it into engage as Driver gets a phenomenal crash, does immediately go down, and it's a double here for Yike. Junja says no. Remember, we're the team that gets all the kills, as Targamas going to be the first one to be taken down. He also looks for the next, as Kana's put in prison, but not going to quite be enough. The Winter's Wrath unable to catch him in Doggo. I don't know whether you want to tank 3 turret shots, and so isn't going to go any further forward. Really good fight for KC.
CFO is still ruthless in these 5v5s. You can see how aggressive they're willing to play in Doggo now with a 1k gold lead over Kalist. The positioning for CFO means that they're able to steal 1 grub round and they convert it into a nice initiation, but the follow-up isn't really there from Doggo. His priority is to keep Kalist out of the fight. The damage looks good on the left side, but it's still not really enough, as utilizing that Scion passive, really the only way to play. Nice ulti comes through from Junja, sending his sights on Kana. They can't quite convert it into another kill, but they came very close. 2 kills for 1, I believe, with the Grubs going in favor of KC. And crucially, Vladdy was kind of trapped on the outskirts of that fight, so that was still a 4 versus 5. It's a very tense affair, with CFO still leading in terms of gold for the objectives. KC in a much favorable position compared to game 1.
And that was a bit crazy as well, because Doggo didn't have ult. We mentioned at the beginning of this that Doggo's damage is extraordinarily important, much more so than game number 1, right? Because it's him and Honkyu that are going to be doing all of it, and you're a bit more single target focused if you are the Talia, right? So it's not going to be as noticeable in the chaos of a team fight. And Doggo not having that ult is actually a huge deal. Still CFO able to do okay as far as the skirmish, but if there was a bullet time layered on top, like as that 3-man knockup comes through from the Scion, that's everyone dead. That's not just, you know, a couple of picks here and there.
Very much agree. Honkyu trying to use the Fog of War there to get a bit of a pick onto Vladdy.
Yeah, the little Otacon wall
for it.
It's always cheeky.
So, the pressure continues to mount for KC. Their carries really are falling behind here, as Kalist and Vladdy find themselves behind in XP.
You say that, but I'm looking at Yike. I'm feeling like Yike's the carry this time around.
Okay.
He's got his Leandries put together, and CFO, they don't have a lot of range. This is a Death Ball style of composition, and that's exactly what Brand wants. He wants to throw fire around in amongst everyone. Like, his passive is going to be doing so much work. So I think Yike, if he blows up at the beginning of a fight, it could be almost lights out for KC, but if he's ever able to actually layer spell after spell, this could be a real problem for CFO.
Yeah, the MasterCard lane economy snapshot showed us that there was at least a little bit more in terms of quality in that there are options for the side of KC, right? And I think that's the crucial thing, because in the previous game, it felt like that they were on a one-track mind where they had to catch that target out, they had to kill him quickly. This time around, with a multi-damage threat, in the front to back, sure, there is a scary front line that they have to deal with, but they have the damage in theory to deal with it.
Well, Weaver's Wall coming on through here is now Yike. He is cornered, and everything is about zoning. They knew that he was just dead to rights. And so CFO, they take down the jungler, and they now look for a dragon that should be going their way, unless these health bars are low enough to cause a bit of an issue, but it looks like that isn't the case. Vladdy there towards the top side, doing some split pushing, as Junja at about 50%, dueling this Chemtech Drake. Dragon to move on over is now Kalist! You're not going to be able to interrupt that ulti there as Junja gets over the wall, flashes back immediately as he realizes his mistake, and he will be ripped to shreds by that piercing arrow. CFO maybe bit off a little more they could chew that time around.
The Dragon getting very low. Yike on his way back, but there's no smites here.
Yeah, they do just interrupt the queue as Driver was pretty optimistic, thinking that his Scion was going to be the deciding factor there. Honkyu going to be getting to work here on the top side of the map, though, as second Dragon in a row here for KC is a big deal. And you can see the fans here at Lowell Park agree. This is what we're expecting. It was a bit quieter in game one, but thankfully, a much better performance this time around.
CFO, though, wisely cross-mapping on the top side, able to secure that first tower. Crucially, though, I mean, we talked about it in the draft. When it comes to acquiring space, it's just so much easier for CFO to do that. Look at how quickly this collapse comes through, thanks to the ultimate from Honkyu and the engage that is followed up by with Junja and Kaiwing. They immediately get that pick onto Yike and they punish him for being there. Kalist immediately forced to flash away, but a lot of resources now used. Junja over-committing there, forced to flash, now trapped in the pit as Kana sees an angle, and they're able to convert the fight in their favor. Ambitiously drive, back in the action.
Yeah, crash down there from Kaiwing, going the wrong direction though, as Kana might be the one that they're looking for. His health bar is relatively high, but unfortunately he can't move and he has no friends. That's Honkyu taking another kill for himself, 2-0-2 now for the Talia. And CFO with full control of this Herald pit. And the gold still in their favor as well.
CFO just feels like that they go from 2 members to 5 members so fast.
Yes, instantly.
Like, they're so quick at collapsing on any single opportunity that KC, like, it's been happening throughout this series. You can't afford to rest on your laurels. The moment that you're out of position, this team will punish for it.
Well, Driver going to come on over and get rid of all of these minions. I don't know about that one. Trains off the tracks a little bit here as Vladdy going to get rid of this turret and now go the 1v1 that may take 7 years, but I think he might have the damage eventually unless Driver just gets towards the turret. Doesn't have the unstoppable onslaught though, as he does get that knock up. And Honkyu, he gets in there, looking for that threaded volley as Junja just sets it up for him. Man, what an alley-oop from the jungler. And this is exactly what you said. They just vacuumed all the players over.
Vladdy thought that he had a solo kill opportunity, but instead it was he who was punished. A 1.5k gold lead for Honkyu over Vladdy in the mid lane as he goes to 3-0-2 on the scoreboard. Look at this rookie having a fantastic debut on his international stage.
And look at this financial allocation as well, right? Like, there's 1.6k lead for Honkyu. He's massively far ahead. Doggo picked up like the first 4 kills of the game. Junja going to be crashing the Rift Herald into this outer turret. Not quite enough to take that one down just yet. But like, the money's exactly where you want it if you're CFO. And yes, in this game, KC feeling like it's a whole lot more competitive. But if it's Doggo and Honkyu that just keep getting everything, then that damage problem that we were talking about possibly cropping up is just not going to be there.
CFO, I mean, I love the way that they're playing the game. They're keeping it simple and they're punishing the mistakes of KC. Then overstepping their bounds. I mean, the good news for KC is that given their early objective priority, 2 dragons means that Soul Point is much further away. KC can afford to buy a little bit more time. But crucially, like, CFO finding these picks around these objectives, and it's giving them a lot of opportunity to set up around these neutrals. You've got to remember that CFO love to force your hand. They will force a Baron if it means that they can get the fight that they want.
I'm still looking at Yike, even in that dragon fight from before, but we're going to check out this replay before I go into it, as this looked like CFO might have been caught, but Kaiwing just cues away.
I mean, again, though, this has been my main criticism of KC, where they just seem uncoordinated. Like, you've got Kalist catching the mid wave, you've got Vladdy in an awkward position, Yike was still finishing off his buffs. Like, It felt like that there was an idea for an engage there, but all of the team wasn't really on board, ready to collapse, and it ended up just falling apart. Whereas CFO, they feel like a singular unit.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they just feel like that the moment you make an initiation on one player, you're initiating onto all 5.
Yeah, and as soon as someone is crossing the river, the rest of CFO all know that that's happening and are ready to collapse. And that is happening right here, as we can see. 4 members, but there's also a Scion that can turn up at a moment's notice. Bliss giving a bit of a thumbs up here as Doggo wanting to crash this way forward once again. We're getting that zoom in. Here comes the train. Chains of Corruption are going to go wide as Bliss gets that flash to get over the wall. The Glacial Prison going wide there as well as CFO. Not going to find the engage they were looking for. And you can see Yike doing a lot of damage there to Honkyu as they do make their way out. But it's not really damage that's going to stick, right? Because CFO able to grab the turret and disengage.
I love the coordination that we're seeing from CFO again. And the utilization of the ultimates, knowing that KC is going to try and defend that tower. They get the flash out of Kalist. And what's spawning in 15 seconds? Dragon. So yes, their ultimates likely unavailable for this next objective, but the Rel ulti and the MF ulti still available. And the fact that Kalist doesn't have flash makes him a prime target for the ensuing fight. So CFO just, they're really running the map.
Yeah, and look at all this vision that they have now. And like you were saying, you put pressure forward so that you can leave vision there as well. And so you can see on the top side, there's a line of wards that CFO have access for. They then now move towards the bottom side, grab all of that dragon vision that they're looking for. Banana Brush there, lane ward also. And so they can take that Drake whenever they feel like it, as KC trying to clear out vision where they can as well. More of a top side focus, as we can see. Artican is up there. That is going to be a big deal. As we can see,
may have gotten our Ruinous.
Oh yeah, hang on. I'm checking in, seeing whether we can find it.
Based on the icon, that on the minimap, that to me says Ruinous.
That's true, and I've never seen that one before. So I thought maybe because things have changed a little bit moving into today, that changed as well. But that is not how that one works. Is Honkyu going to be flashing away from Kana here?
That is more respect than I think Kana deserves.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Honkyu was a little bit jump scared from that one, but also didn't have the whole squad down there. And so maybe that's just what you do when you're not prepared for that level of engage. But the Dragon is going to be secured here by CFO.
Distributing the resources evenly, which means that they don't have to... I mean, they've got vision investment on the top side as well, allowing a driver to push in that top wave, while also securing an objective on the bottom side of the map. KC being spread very thin. The atomization difference really starting to mount. Only a play to the Ruin King on Vladdy. He's also... I mean, in terms of levels, he's actually been able to keep up, which is good for him because, remember that goal difference was actually much bigger earlier. So, good job on Vladdy being able to reduce that somewhat. But
he's
the same
reduced
can't
it by
be said.
about 600.
Yeah. So the same can't be said for the AD carries, though.
Yeah, Doggo holding on to that lead. 5-0-2, though, for the MF. That will do it as far as giving you that lead. Honkyu just put his... he just put his Leandries together, so he does a lot of damage, but they look for the Rel, who just says, I'm going to Magnet Storm you, and then even crashes down forward. It was a mistake because he dies, but it's going to be a win here for CFO. That is 3 on the bench for KC. And CFO might just move up towards this Ruinous Artican, grab themselves a bunch of extra levels and all of that fun stuff. And Driver will just try and hold them off.
I mean, that collapse was just so fast and so ruthless. Doggo.
It feels like every time. It's the collapse, and they're always there.
And Doggo just said, all right, bet. He just threw down the ultimate and tore this opposition apart. That will be our first Ruinous Artican. Of course, not the first one of the tournament, but look at that, all that XP gained as well. Level 15 secured for Honkyu, 14 for Doggo. And I mean, it feels like that this game is set and match.
Yeah, CFO have really come out swinging today.
Look, the hook is going to miss here from Targamas. The ulti will connect, but the ulti comes through from Kaiwing, keeping Yike in place. And again, what was supposed to be a quick pick, it was a 4v3. Yeah. How does CFO keep doing this where they just constantly have the numbers advantage in any play that KC tried to make?
You can see Yike is not hyped about how this one's going. And it's like you were talking about before. It's just not the level of coordination that we come to expect, right? And CFO, it's like they're a hive mind, man.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe that's what we mean by Junjia team, right? It's just his brain is operating all 5 champions. But there's an individual version of his brain for all of them that are somewhat connected but can work independently. It's not just great multitasking, it's just more of him.
And Driver, as he has pretty much done throughout this game, he does not care.
Oh, nice little stun is going to come through, but another Magnet Storm comes on down, and Doggo immediately flashing away from the ulti. Kalist not going to be connecting that one, and now they are moving forward. The double ups landing, and Doggo, he does so much damage. Honku looking for the seismic shove. Kana going to get that fat flash over the wall. That'll keep him alive. Make it rain, not doing too much there. So KC will be able to limp away, but that could just still mean Baron.
I mean, another failed attempt on the side of KC as CFO just continue to extend their lead. They were already in a commanding position, and this really well looked to put the final nail in the coffin. Yesterday, it was a 2-1 victory for TL, but CFO looking to make this a quick 2-0. As
I don't know, man. Like, I swear I didn't quite have the power level at the right point. CFO are looking really, really good. This isn't that, you know, KC are full on collapsing. This level of coordination is beautiful to watch. The way that they're executing these compositions, absolutely beautiful. It's just some great League of Legends.
And they're keeping it so simple, you know? They're not doing anything crazy. A lot of their players finding themselves on comfort, and they're playing around those strengths. We got to see the advantage as well of the two different top laners, the Rumble in game 1, and Driver bringing out the Scion in game 2, the distinction in the play styles and how it changes, and how Driver is just such a massive meat shield in comparison to the follow-up that Rest was providing on the Rumble.
And this is a battle Scion as well. Look at that Titanic Hydra completed.
Oh, yeah.
He can smash these waves. He already had pretty decent wave clear as a Scion.
KC think they have multiple damage
yeah,
threats.
exactly.
Well.
This is side lane Scion. And like, I know you're pretty good at understanding what Scion does in a side lane, but this is, look, he's at the inner turret, and that will go down extraordinarily quickly. I don't know, man. This is looking rough. KC, can they find the heroic engage to make something happen? Some poke damage onto Kaiwing, that's a good start, but look at this. The Weaver's Wall set players, they just push Targamas into the wall. He's forced to flash to get himself out of there. Kalist's gonna have to blow that cleanse to get out of prison. Vladdy on the top side of the map is going to make it a trade in turrets, but they dove mid lane as well, and so it's a trade up here for CFO. Doggo moves down to try and catch this. So with this Baron buff, they might be able to break open the base. Vladdy looking to go back home as it's once again cleanup duty for the Scion.
I mean, if we kind of go back to the start of this game, it was a situation where KC finally got themselves a winning bot lane 2v2, and Jun just shut that down. And then, what does KC want to do? Oh, they want to try and build advantages through their solo laners so they can look to start split pushing. Well, how does CFO respond? They just find fight after fight with constant numbers advantage, and they swing even though they don't get all the early game objectives, they keep winning out on the fights. And now they find themselves securing the first tier 3 tower of the game. They've set their sights on the inhibitor. And what options do KC really have? Because if they try to go for the 5v5, I think that CFO's front to back is just stronger once again.
Yeah, this is the problem with falling behind against a composition that has 2 tanks, right? I mentioned the fact that there might be damage issues, but not anymore, right? These tanks are even doing more damage, and the problem is, if this style of composition gets ahead, it is so much harder to find that angle back in. That's why we often say that if you're a team that has a heck of a lot of damage, it's harder to execute because you still have to be very careful.
Oh, yeah.
If you throw your life away, things can really become a problem. It's not really the case here. That's, I think, why you'd say that this is far more of a simple composition. It's not even necessarily that it's simple, it's that it's very forgiving.
100%. And something that we saw in this game as well, and something you were just alluding to, is that when you run multiple damage threats, like, what is Sejuani afraid of? You know? Like, if you sit there and think that KC is the first on a dragon, like, what is she afraid of walking into? The brand stun? Okay, now you've just stunned me. That's one of your few CCs. Now my Scion can walk up behind me. Like, it's just so easy for them to walk up to any objective against this composition, which is why power and strength is so important. Because if you don't have the threat of the kill, then you don't have any threat at all.
Yeah, and I just want to say, Honku has bought himself a nice book. This is the youngest player in the tournament, by the way, 17 years of age, and he has a Magi Soul Stealer. I cannot wait to see more of this team as we get deeper into First Stand, because I've heard some pretty big talk about Honku and what he has. Is now Kalist in trouble once again, and just picked off and destroyed. Another gorgeous shove there from Honku, the man we were just talking about. And I think he might have heard us. He says, oh, you mean me? Let me just grab another couple of kills. 4-0-6 now for the Talia. They'll take down the last remaining inner turret. They're going to look for another inhibitor. Baron or no Baron, they are going to break another section of this base, and KC just left scratching their heads at this point in the series. It's been a whirlwind, and CFO have just left them in the dust.
CFO have made it look easy. A convincing game too, with very few windows of opportunity. They continue to punish, and it's just the fact that Junja's just such an effective driving force. He finds good angles to make plays happen. 1-1-11, the scoreline for him.
And Vladdy going to be able to stop Doggo, but look at all of these engages as stopped. Vladdy does manage to get a decent ulti and gets himself out of there, but Yike could pay the price. The AoE is going to be there, but when there's no follow-up, it does not matter, and they trickle in one after the other, but CFO stay as a unit to defend their damage dealer. This might be a little bit of an overstep as Honkyu just goes golden, and Driver is going to do exactly as his name dictates. They take a blast cone. That is going to break up the fight a little bit. And a Weaver's Wall, speaking of breaking things up, actually might be able to create some space here. But CFO, I don't, like, the health bars are low, guys. I understand your confidence.
CFO was trying to go back to base. They were trying to show them a mercy. Kana, at the very least, will get a pick.
Yeah. Shock Blast is going to be able to lock down Honkyu. Going to die for the first time. Also gets rid of some pages in that book. Now, Junji, I don't know about that flash, as, yeah, the train is going to be able to tidy up some of them. Doggo with the bullet time gets flashed out of there by Targamas, as once again over the wall goes Vladdy. And CFO, just go back home. Let's spend some of that gold. Let's calm down a little. We're trying to sing praises here, man.
Yeah, I mean, KC, they did what they could out of desperation to catch the members off. But again, that hive mind-like playstyle of CFO, you go for one, you go for them all.
Yep.
And so the second that Doggo's back was interrupted, the entire team locked on, picked the target, and was there to defend. We look back at this, and again, like, look, they're back in there recalling, and what happens? The immediate collapse comes through from CFO. Nice ulti from Vladdy, but he doesn't have any damage to be a real threat. Yike then finds himself overstepped. There's an easy collapse comes in from CFO, and Targamas is forced to flash to keep this mid laner alive, as KC is then forced to retreat. Now again, Kana does find a nice pick onto the knockup that comes through from Targamas, but that's all it really is. It's just like a nice go-away present, I guess, as they get themselves another kill.
Consolation prize.
That's the word I was looking for. Thank you, Alice.
I like go-away present better, though.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, at this point, Casey would like them to go away. Like, please
Presently,
go away.
please go away.
Yes.
Yeah. I can imagine that they might be thinking something like that. The Baron is probably going to be the one that goes away first, though. As you can see, not a whole lot of avenues in for this one. There's Kana. Yeah, not going to be able to stop it. So the Purple Worm delivered towards CFO. And now one inhibitor lies between them and the enemy Nexus. As Targamas thinking about going for heroic engage. Junja able to get out of the way. The Chains of Corruption. That's some buttons on cooldown now. As the Glacial Prison, it'll ring true. Doggo has to cancel his ulti early, but these autos are doing so much. And Honkyu from over the wall finds another flick. Driver, I don't know about that one, but he gets a big old shield. Let's see whether he is going to go down. Does eventually go into that passive, but honestly, it works out just the way CFO wanted. And they're looking at a 2-0 in their debut match here at First Stand. What an incredible performance from this team.
Absolutely incredible. Convincing, coordinated, and well executed from start to finish. CFO looking strong in their first best of 3.
Yep, taking down the Nexus now as Targamas just looks to try and escape. And unfortunately, that is not going to escape the end of this game. Honkyu does the honors. The youngest player of the tournament will be able to grab that 50 gold for taking down the Nexus. A beautiful performance here from this squad. And CFO, yeah, they're a little bit bewildered. Don't necessarily know where to go after winning this series because it all happened so fast.
I mean, they should be feeling incredible after this because, again, this matchup was so important. If you think about the competition that's left in the tournament, I mean, of course, CFO, this was just their debut, and it's a great debut to have, but they've created a gap now between KC, who are firmly in last place, and their only opposition is Top Esports and Hanwha Life. So unless they really change the narrative of what's going on in this tournament, they're looking to get knocked out before the group stage is over.
Yep. This is, unless they manage to get a win against anyone, they need Top Esports to just lose everything from here on out. That is absolutely unbelievable. But now it is time for us to go to a short break. When we get back to the desk for them to talk about the loss, unfortunately, of KC.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, the ultimate hub for all things LoL esports. Get a browser built for League fans. With a custom UI, exclusive themes, and seamless LoL esports tournament integration. Follow every play, see every result, get access to exclusive contests, rewards, and co-streaming options. Only on the browser for legends. Only on Opera GX.
Face you there, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here, ain't stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
When you have 5G home internet, you can get entertainment you already love for less, like Netflix and Max, Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus. Save on them all. Plans start at just $35 a month. Only on Verizon.
To the Esports World Cup.
Noxus, you honor me this day. But we are not here for celebration. Not for spectacle or sport. No. We stand over this blood-soaked sand because it is our legacy. It reminds us of the taste of triumph. The roar of defiance. The strain of sacrifice. The story of our people from the beginning. And the only truth that matters when you face your reckoning. Strength above all. Speaks to conscious, yeah. And I'ma keep it 100 regardless, yeah. If you feel the connection, we bonding, yeah. All together now. The only one I'm competing with is me. Don't hate me, great, let go, that is who killed me. 1440,
is intercourse of the intellect. Soul, spirit, liberate. Easy, easy. Okay, you great man. Be great. You great woman. Be great.
Being taken just yet as Kaiwing gonna go for another engage. There's the Glacial Prison. Targamas gonna have to flash. Does get the anchor out as Doggo picks it up with a double up. That is gorgeous.
Come together, try to secure it. Maybe he's gonna try to seal, yeah? Great. Nice, get up. Very good, guys, okay? Nice. Get up.
I've heard some pretty big talk about Honkyu and what he has. Now Calist in trouble once again and just picked up and destroyed. Another gorgeous shove there from Honkyu.
And welcome back to First Stand 2025 here at the desk. Guys, I have to say, usually where I come from, we like to eat oysters, and I feel like the oysters decided to fight back today as we see Driver with some crazy dance moves after the 2-0 sweep against KC.
This is so good. That's the Scion dance, and we got to see why they do like their sub-in situation. You know, he plays the Scion, the Gragas, and the Jax, and he got to drive one of his champions.
He's also better at dancing, so they put him in for when they're going to win,
exactly.
so he can celebrate and dance on the nerds when they win.
That's the real reason.
Nice, nice. They know exactly what they're doing, honestly. A really convincing series from CFO here today. Who would be player of the game? I feel like the choice is obvious.
Junja was magnificent. That was where all the focus was going to be, and he certainly showed up.
Absolutely. Oppo player of the series here again. He was out for blood. He was out for revenge after having to change team, after leaving Talon here at the end of the year. And once again, I feel like he proves why he's probably one of the best players of the region, Valdez.
Yeah, this gank early on in game 2, he skips some camps, he comes down here, he targets the bot lane for the second time in the series, and really, he had a sight set on that bot lane early on to get Khalees behind, to get his bot lane ahead, and then of course he comes up here to the top side as well. He was just everywhere, and it's really clear what the game plan is for the Flying Oysters, which is just let this guy decimate the entire map, all the lanes, and get every lane ahead, and you'll win the game.
Yeah, his control is really good. And one of the things that we didn't have time to actually show is toggling the vision on the play where they picked Yike in mid lane. They got vision, and Junja walks up. He just acts like they don't know where he's there, and then they pincer onto Yike, and that's how they get this big pick onto Yike. And honestly, the control difference was just insane.
Yeah, absolutely beautifully done. From CFO, closing thoughts maybe for this matchup on KC. It's going to be do or die in the next matchups, and I want to say, it's
probably
going to
be die.
Yeah, it's probably going to be die.
Maybe we do like a therapy session or something for EU right now, because EU's schedule, the first 2 matches are supposed to be the easier ones.
Yeah.
And now it gets even more painful.
It's just very sad to see that KC, they're obviously not showing their top form, right? I feel like after that loss to TL, which was very close, and they were ahead in the beginning of game 3, it just feels like it's all been downhill since there. So it's kind of hard. This is a tournament where you have to get wins, you have to get ahead, and unfortunately they've fallen a little bit too far behind.
It is tricky. It's literally show up or go home. We'll see if they can shift things around for the next matchup that they're gonna have against TES. But looking at the next matchup, it is gonna be Team Liquid versus Top Esports, and we want to focus on bot lanes. Yon versus Jackie Love is the featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
We turn our eyes to the bot lane in today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, as Yon faces off against Jackie Love.
Yike now going in, trying to lock up the Lucian. Nice disengage coming in from Corrin. Yike's just about to get deleted. Yon now on a rampage. Kliss has to make the difference, has to take down Yon. TL taking everything.
Yon's star shone bright in the LTA, consistently performing for Team Liquid and taking Finals MVP in their 3-0 versus 100 Thieves. But he will have his work cut out for him, as he will face one of the best AD carries in the world, Jackie Love.
It'd be very nice if you guys supported us instead of that one guy who was screaming at me. I'm pretty sure that guy had a Jackie Love jersey and he was like, "This is your daddy" or something. I have no idea what he was saying, but like, it sounded like that.
Last time they faced was at MSI 2024, where Top Esports 3-0'd them, with Jackie Love only dying a single time in the entire series.
Disciplined in the face of the flank, not gonna give that window, not gonna give that option. Yawn, hand delivered by 369. TN stepping up, and everybody on the side, and TL dropping down.
In this matchup, can North America's rising star Yawn take down the world champion Jackie Love?
A decisive matchup here today, and it was a decisive matchup last time as well, Kobe. You set it up pretty well in the video.
But I feel like Yawn is coming in really hot. I mean, off that Lucian Nami game with him and CoreJJ, I'm actually really juiced. I became a believer.
Yeah.
I'm actually like, we got a nice taste. You know, we beat EU, and now I want more. I'm looking for another a little upset here over Top Esports.
It definitely will be an upset, but, you know, Jan may be a believer a little bit as well. He played Lucian, and I'm here at the LCK, at least for me. We're not big Lucian fans, but I saw that, and I was like, man, this guy can actually play the pick, and he's going to have to step it up again. He obviously played incredibly well against KC, so he's going to have to be the hero today if they're going to win.
Yeah, I mean, their bottom lane in general, because they have such a strong lane phase, they were able to get CoreJJ also a lot of room to roam around the map. They set up so many traps with him controlling vision, camping on plays. That's something he does really, really well with a lot of those engaged champs.
Absolutely, and 369 actually was the one saying that Western teams are usually pretty fast at figuring out the new meta. It feels like there's not going to be a lot of differences today. I feel like Yawn and the rest of Team Liquid know their priority here at First Stand. They have their eyes on APA though.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams, when they play TL, have their eyes on APA. Maybe it's the mustache, you know, it draws a lot of eyes. It's also the champion pool. You know, the conversation's always around that. He does a lot of trash talk, but it really has been a big thing of focus with people trying to target ban. You know, his Ziggs, his Talia, again, I really think it doesn't have the biggest spotlight, but people are more starting to fully recognize it now as one of the super duper power picks for him. And so I think, you know, 369's, you know, correct in focusing in that area.
A lot of respect. And honestly, after the performance from CES yesterday, I'm expecting more from the top lane, from 369, but from the entirety of the lineup. So how do we expect this one to go, considering what we saw from Team Liquid and what we saw from TES, if we can have some trends here?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a big talking point. Again, just touching on how 369 was talking about APA and how they're very fast, the Western teams, at figuring out the meta. Certainly, it felt like Top Esports were not very fast at adjusting to coming over to Korea and playing their top game, because they got absolutely smacked down by Humble Life Esports, and it wasn't their top level. I said it before. I think that Top Esports are a much better team than what they showed. And I think TL, if Top Esports and Kanavi, who had kind of a weak day yesterday, if they show up, TL will have a tough time.
Yeah, I definitely think that...
Give us some hope, Kobe.
Yeah, well, Top Esports are definitely going to perform much better in this series, I would say, for sure, than they did yesterday. I mean, 369 versus Zeus is a completely different beast than, you know, him versus basically everybody else in the world. I really thought, you know, coming into this tournament, 369 was playing really well. So I think that individual is going to be a lot better, as well as the team coordination overall.
I mean, we know what they say with 369. Is it going to be a 3, a 6, or a 9 for his performance? We're going to find out very soon. Is Team Liquid able to put up the upset against the LPL representative? Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm cautiously optimistic, Vedius. I felt like I was walking into LoL Park today. I was like, yeah, feels like it's a bit more even. You know, TES coming off a loss, TL coming off a win. Sure, and then as soon as I sort of walked in, everyone was like, no, man, it's not really, that's not really how it's going to be.
We're all about the optimism, this
right?
duo. Okay,
yeah.
We look at the bright side.
Exactly.
Okay?
Both teams are going to win.
I mean, let's say that both teams are going to gain something out of this experience.
Hey, there we go.
And, I mean, personally, I'm excited about the mid lane, you know? Because when we think about Cream's rise to fame, right?
Yeah.
Rookie,
yeah.
Doinby, Knight, Scouts, incredible mid laners. And now he goes up against, I would say, one of the titans of the international stage, Captain America himself. I mean, a man that is unbridled with confidence. And 369 himself said it. He is the player that they're keeping their eyes on.
Yeah, maybe the biggest advantage that top esports have is that they're not an English-speaking team. And so the all-chat not necessarily going to be as powerful.
True. That's a great point. That all-chat superpower.
Exactly.
Significantly less effective.
Well, we'll see whether he does it anyway, because he probably will. And obviously, a lot of these players would understand. So maybe he'll just go for it. This last time around, it's been mentioned a few times, but TL didn't have a great time when they were on the Rift against top esports.
We spoke to Spawn about it.
Yeah, and he said that they took a whole lot away from that series. In fact, almost everything from that series, and said that League of Legends has become a different game now. We should probably figure that one out. And from what we saw yesterday, looking pretty good, and we'll have to see whether they're going to be able to put that to the test moving into this game.
I'm excited because I know for Team Liquid that they've got a lot to prove to themselves in this matchup, just because of how significant the last time that they met was for the team and how it really did change their perspective on how they want to approach the game as a team. And so I think they want to demonstrate what they've learned and how much they've grown. And I think kicking off the tournament with a strong performance against KC yesterday, Yon, I think, has surprised many.
Yeah.
In terms of domestic fans, it's probably not that much of a surprise because of how great of a start to the year he's had. But internationally, I think people weren't expecting him to deliver at that level. And now against Jackie Love, it's going to be another test for him to prove what he can do on the international stage.
Yeah, and domestic is so much different, right? Like we had it in our previous series. CFO really coming out swinging. It's about where you fit in the overall scheme of League of Legends. Right now, TL are sitting at 1-0. And TES, this is the time where they're most beatable. We actually saw the power of that in our previous series. KC unable to turn around that loss against TL from yesterday in their match up against the Flying Oysters. And now, can TL find the avenue in?
It only takes one upset in group stage to change the whole dynamic, you know? So
it's ruthless. When it's just that one guy that gets kicked out, you know, it does make things very, very difficult. I guess there's a lot of people on the team, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah. Zig's going to be taken away here as the Nidalee going to be removed from Kanavi. This, I don't know, man. I just feel like let's keep our expectations low. I'm not gonna do it. All right. I'm like, my brain is doing that thing where I'm getting that hope.
I know.
And I'm like looking at Umpty's face. You know, I've seen him do the impossible on this stage. Okay. I've also seen him do other things that have looked a little bit more like the regular season of this year. But sometimes he just comes out and he schools Canyon. You know.
Right.
And that was at a time where Canyon was much more formidable.
Yes.
And so he could do it here.
I love the inner turmoil you're currently going through with yourself.
There's so much. There is so much.
You're trying to be a fair, honest caster. At the same time, you want to be filled with hope and excitement.
Do. So maybe they can kill Jackie Love more than one time this game. Let's keep expectations low.
Wow, you really shifted from I believe to I'm going to do the bare minimum.
Hey, bare minimum would be to equalize.
Okay. Well, Talia, Varus, and the Ziggs taken off from the side of top esports, and they're immediately going to lock in the Rumble for 369, a player that has really stood out for top esports throughout the year.
This is so hard too, because I feel like the Rumble first pick really baits that Vi pick incredibly aggressively, because giving over Rumble Vi is something that you never want to do.
Do you know what looks really good right now?
What looks really good?
Maokai.
Oh yeah!
It's open, easy lock in. What direction are Team Liquid thinking about, though? They're going to lock in the Ezreal. With the Varus gone, they're feeling confident. Jackie Love could consider his, well, I mean, his world-famous Kai'Sa.
Yeah, there are a few things that he has an option of picking up, and Rumble also fits into a lot of different styles of composition as well. Like, you can play dive with Rumble very comfortably.
You certainly can. We know that Jackie Love also loves his misfortune, so options aplenty here in the first game. What's going to be the jungle lock-in? Xin Zhao.
This is so umpty.
I mean, it's coming in with a lot of confidence, I would say.
Also feels out of left field almost entirely, but definitely very color coordinated with the Ezreal.
It certainly is.
So now they just need to bank on the fact that Cream isn't going to pick Azir, and so they can stay on that largely yellow theme moving in. But outside of that, it does really raise some eyebrows, because this was pretty obviously coming in, right? The Vi comes through. I don't know about this one. This is worrisome.
I am a hater on the Aurora. Of course, I am open-minded, and I'm willing to be proven wrong.
An open-minded hater.
Yes, and I've seen Cream's Aurora before, and I know that it's a power to be reckoned with.
Indeed.
Okay, but I've also seen Kanavi have mixed performances on the Vi as well, and that's a gap. Now,
this is golden themed as well.
I will.
Sorry.
Yeah. It's okay. It's important that we color coordinate.
Indeed.
Now, Galio as an answer to Rumble is something we've seen a lot.
And it's a tank for impact as well. I feel like it ticks a lot of boxes.
It's a flex. You could potentially put it into the mid lane. You can already see an AP-heavy draft on the side of Top Esports. And the Kai'Sa being taken away from Team Liquid, they know. I wonder if they'll follow it up with something like the MF, or if instead they're a little bit concerned about a potential other AD carry. Core JJ, he looked not of approval there coming from him.
Yeah. And I love this based on the fact that Xin Zhao was locked in, right? Like you can see, the bands coming on through there as the Kai'Sa and the MF both hitting the bench. Things like the Ashe up and available, like there are a bunch of things still left.
The Karma and the Azir. Okay, so the Karma, I was wondering, sometimes we've seen Karma as an answer into the Rumble, but I think they're also worried about the pushing potential of an Ezreal Karma on the bot side of the map. The Azir is just a very safe mid laner. And with the Talia gone, I'm curious as to what direction APA will go. And they're going for the double AD carry again. So now the question is, what will their final engage tool be? Because they've got Xin to kind of start off the fight. You've got Galio to follow you up. But then do you go for something like a Leona for that extra bit of dual engage / follow-up? Or do you instead put the Galio towards the bot side of the map and pick something else towards top lane?
Oh, yeah, that's true. There's some flexes that we do need to bear in mind. I just think that Galio into the Rumble is just such a strong option.
Jackie loves Ashe.
Jackie Love's been pretty good at Ashe for quite some time. Ashe Braum, a terrifying lane to go up against. And with the Karma banned away, it makes the Braum pick feel even better.
I like the pick potential on the side of Top Esports, but I think that when you round out this composition with Braum, it's very much about like anti-engage.
Yes.
Kind of now, you're welcoming the dive from the side of
JJ doesn't look too excited about how things are going. He was grimacing.
I mean,
I love Rakan Galio.
I like their
is
engage.
Tried and true, man.
I really like this comp from Team Liquid. I think that you've got relatively safe front to back. I think you have decent follow-up on the Xin Zhao. I would argue that you don't have a huge amount of peel for the AD carries, but they're very self-sufficient AD carries. Tristana and Ezreal have great ways to disengage from a fight. And Aurora, I think, is going to struggle in this game. I think range is one of the problems that she as a champion has. And I think that after the repeatedness, like we were talking about, I think she's a great counter pick. But when you pick a blind into a Tristana, you're going to get pushed in. You're not going to have that real mid-wave control, which I think is important when setting up around these neutrals. And while I think that there's decent follow-up on the side of Top Esports, I think that Vi's and Engage is very committal. So I'm going to say
you could be committing a lot further than you want to as well. Crescent Guard and Buster Shot is a lot of units of distance that you can be moved away.
I'm optimistic about Team Liquid's composition. Ultimately, Top Esports is a team that will skill check you, and that's going to be the biggest test for Team Liquid. Can they match your individual talent that this Top Esports roster has, as sometimes that alone has been enough to win them games.
Yeah, so far, Swiffer and Spawn have passed the test. I think they've set their team up with a beautiful draft. It's about whether these players can utilize it to its fullest potential. And once again, are we going to see that this Aurora is a little bit of a trap? Is the Vi not the pick that you're looking for? Because remember, this went to the 3rd round of picks, right? This was picked up 2nd on blue side. The first pick Rumble, we know is terrifying. This is something that 369 is so good at. Oh man, there are a lot of questions that need answering. Let's answer them right now as we jump into the Rift.
30 seconds until
I'm excited.
Me too, man.
I'm going to use this series to forget about the first one of the day.
I reckon that, just wash it off.
Yeah, wash it off. And, I mean, Team Liquid, they... Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, who's catching who?
Yeah, it's the sandwich. The audacious charge comes in from Umpty. He is about to get stunned up, though, and Umpty might just start this game off dead. The heal does come on through. Yon, immediate cleanse. That's Captain Jack-esque. You love to see it, but you don't love to see the amount of top esports players chasing down TL, and APA is going to be the one that bites the dust. First blood to his lane opponent as well.
Braum Ash is a devastating level 1. The passive from Braum, the slows from Ash, that was devastating for Team Liquids.
They invested a heal and a flash as well, and it was cleanse, heal, and double flashes now on cooldown for TL. That's not, I think, how TL planned the early game to go.
No, I don't think that they
that is an assumption.
Factored that in.
I admit.
Yeah, I think the idea was they caught out the bot lane of top esports. They thought that they had found an opportunity to get a nice punish. Unfortunately, that punish did not go the way that they would have liked. So, top esports start the game off with first blood, a couple summoner spells burnt, but potentially, Jackie Love could be a prime target with no flash available, does have the cleanse still, keeping my eyes... Oh, look at Umpty. We talked about it. The level 2 is going to come through very soon.
And Cleanse doesn't do anything against any of these. Double knockup comes through from Core. He will get stunned up, but Jackie Love is in so much trouble. Umpty just a bit body blocked, but it does not matter. He puts that spear to Jackie and takes him down, and so that is halfway to the goal.
I mean, I will say that the pathing from Umpty is going to be a mess. It is...
he used to do this on Bro all the time, by the way. It's like, we're going to start this game off with a bang. Things often went a little bit wrong after that, but I love it. I think actually just getting that gank to work, getting that confidence, it doesn't matter. You know, your jungle might be a mess, it's fine.
Yeah, so we'll see how Kanavi punishes it, if he does. Umpty was a little bit of two minds here. You'll notice as well, the level 2 comes through from the bot lane of top esports, but Core also gets level 2 himself, and Umpty arriving. Jackie Love has no flash. It's a very easy play.
Yep, immediately going home there as well, so Umpty getting to work towards his top side. Kanavi getting some vision down, and I think Umpty should be able to take this one out without too much of a worry here. Deciding instead whether he wants to fight. Level disadvantage here as the Smite War does go the way of the Xin Zhao, who is just going to march his way towards his bottom side. His Krog's still up, but that's not too much to worry about.
Oh god, this is a mess, isn't it? So Wolves into red, into Raptors, into blue. Nope, he's skipping blue. He's going with bot crab, so he doesn't get double crabbed.
Unless he's ganking bot lane again. Because surely he'll want to...
you might be right.
Oh, there we go, Umpty.
Oh,
there's my bot. He does. But is it actually going to matter? Because Jackie, remember, doesn't have too much of an option. Wind becomes lightning, but doesn't become attached to the Ash.
That was a really good E from the Ash, just because had they not spotted that one out, that likely would have been another successable gank, and Jackie Love would have been in a bit of trouble.
I kind of love the fact that he's going for it, though. Umpty going to be now grabbing himself a crab. Impact doesn't love how things are going, because, of course, Umpty did show himself. So that means that now this chicken on the top side could be in trouble. The Vault Breaker coming forward. Oh, there's that heroic, the Justice Punch. But Kanavi didn't take turret aggro, so it doesn't matter. Still, Minion Wave going to be dealt with, and Impact just gives him the thumbs up. And he's fine. Remember, still has the teleport, as the back is going to be interrupted there as well. And buying more time for Umpty, very important. So Kanavi getting delayed, going to be good.
Yeah, all those camps are back up now for Kanavi, as finally Umpty will be able to clear out his bot side camps. The Wolves respawn, crucial pickup.
Yeah, he might actually be even with Kanavi for a few seconds. So that does mean he's not punished that much. And I actually think that the delayed back is kind of good.
The problem is going to be the respawns. Yeah. Because now Kanavi has his whole jungle to clear, and the Raptors still are yet to respawn. So this is where we're going to start to see that discrepancy.
Still a few seconds on that flash in the bottom lane. Just FYI.
I mean, he's looking for a lane gank. The ping has come down onto Kanavi. He's hovering around the bot side. They're cautious of the fact that Dragon may have been started up.
Ooh, the fake back scenario.
His way in.
APA is just going to rocket jump. He will be okay. And now Jackie Love in trouble once again. We mentioned the flash cooldown. It is barely up and available. And yep, the door has to wear off. And that is another kill. And that is mission accomplished, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, they've done a really good job of punishing this flashless Ash. It's exactly what you need to do. The double knockups coming through from both Rakan and the 3 Talon Strike from the Xin Zhao. made it impossible for Jackie to really go anywhere. It's unfortunate that Yon doesn't get the kill. Unfortunately, the Braum shield was basically blocking all of his auto attacks.
Yeah.
So CoreJJ had to secure it, but getting the kill, ultimately the greater good. So good job from Team Liquid.
And I think we're getting a little bit of a taste for how this Team Liquid composition wants to work as well, right? It is the just go in over and over again, but when you factor in the Galio on top of it, like, the amount of knockups is going to be absolutely absurd. The bouncy castle that TL have available to themselves, once we get to the mid and late game, it's going to be a big deal. It's just about getting yourself into a position where you can utilize it, because TES, this can be really explosive. If they get a few kills in a row, the game can just not even really be there for TL.
And I will say, this is not the Aurora gameplay I'm used to, where Kareem is just...
Yeah, you just walk up and combo. This is the one I'm used to. This is what I was expecting.
He is just very much bullying APA out of that lane. He's got a healthy CS lead in the 1v1 matchup. We'll look back at his play from Team Liquid. There's the initial knockup from the Rakan. There is the follow-up knockup from Umti. And you can see the auto attacks being blocked there by Crisp means that CoreJJ ends up securing that kill. So I guess a small piece of good news for top esports, given that Yon isn't starting to snowball out of control. And ultimately, it's important to recognize that it's top esports that still have the gold lead. That top matchup is still very much going in favor of 369.
Not to mention that first blood that Cream was able to pick up.
Exactly. Cream is only extending that lead as well. You can see that he is about a healthy, what is that, 14, 15 CS ahead?
Yep, and APA started the psychological warfare, as now we have emotes flying back and forth, and Cream, well, he's pretty happy to play that game. As you can see, over and over again, every time his spells are available, he is using them. And APA looks like he's just happy to scale. Of course, Tristana is generally one of those, has the cull, and so he's just looking for a couple of items before things are really going to start happening. And Umpty parked around this dragon. They're not going to start it off just yet or anything like that, as TES now wondering where they want to go. First round of grubs did go all to Kanavi, so that is going to be feats of strength also picked up there, or at least one portion of it.
Bit of a roam coming through.
Yeah, this is
APA. Will be spotted out.
Does have that Buster Shot available, so a reposition on one of these bottom lane members of TES could come in through, but not unless they land a few more of the abilities here. Grand Entrance not really coming on through. And this is one of the negatives for this composition from TL. There's a Grand Entrance and a Heroic Entrance on the same team.
Yeah.
And that does make things quite confusing for me, maybe.
For you specifically.
Yes.
Which, honestly, quite considerate of Team Liquid.
That's what I thought Spawn and I were friends.
I thought so too. But clearly, after that lock-in,
yeah,
I'm sorry that you had to find out this way.
I know. At least I've got you here with me to help me through it.
Oh, we're friends?
Oh, no!
I was thinking more like a colleague, work relationship sort of.
Oh, I guess I am just, it's all just crashing
friend
around
is such a strong word, you know what I mean? It's like really like all there. It's
is
just,
it really? Maybe
anyway,
in this
Kanavi
context. Yeah.
looking to be pretty friendly around the bot side of the map as he looks to try and cover for Jackie Love.
Oh wait, so they can be friendly and it's just easy, is it?
I think so.
Oh man. All right, well APA, he's looking for that angle, as you can see. Cream is finally going to get Buster Shotted, but I was expecting kind of more to happen there. I think Umpty instead decided to keep his position unknown. I don't know how unknown it is. He decides to go in on Jackie Love, who does flash away. The rest of TL going to make their way over as the Crescent Guard not necessarily keeping him as alive as he wants to. But Yon finds a beautiful ultimate. Umpty also flashing away Cream right in amongst it. And unfortunately, the door doesn't go multiple directions. Cream manages to take the first kill. And TL, he didn't kill one of them. Just one of them. These health bars are so low as Cord dives forward. APA flashing out of the way. Wind becomes lightning, but doesn't become anything else. And the Dragon is also a problem. The arrow going to connect. It is soaked there by CoreJJ. Dragon, leave it alone, buddy.
Whew. That was a close one. It's a 1-for-1 at the end of the day. And that was crazy chaotic.
That was so weird. You can imagine the top lane is, while it's all happening, saying, it's all very silly down there.
It all seems rather silly indeed. So Umpty recognizes Jackie Love is isolated, so goes in, gets a really good amount of damage down, and then ulti. So Jackie isn't doing any damage to him in that moment. Then ulti comes in from CoreJJ, combined with the target focus, was just fantastic. But then at this point, they catch out their target, and they're able to get some good damage down. and Cream was able to secure the kill onto Yon. So now it's a trade of 80 carries, and now it's awkward because APA doesn't have any mana left. The Dragon is also hitting onto him. Kanavi with a lot of HP rejoins the fight. Umti moves up, I think, to clear out a ward. And then the arrow comes through. The Dragon, in the meantime, is just awkwardly deciding whose alliance it should really form. And then at the end of the day...
6 grubs as well.
It's poor Jackie Love, though. 0-3.
Yeah.
Really has been bullied this
I was
this
joking
game.
when I said that the goal is to kill Jackie Love more than one time.
Spawn heard you. He took that personally,
It
man.
seems to be that, like, I mean, he succeeded. They're also looking for Cream. True shot barrage, not enough. As Cream is pushed away. I do want to say, though, this is the Cream that we wanted to see yesterday. I think up against Zeka, he had a pretty quiet series, just in general. Wasn't bad by any means, but just wasn't having too much of an impact. This time, though, you can see doing a lot of damage, about 1,000 gold in the lead, and is looking to really make his presence known later on. Justice Punch not going to connect there, as our Gargoyle and Yordle in a mech just go at one another.
Meanwhile, I think that Team Liquid are very happy with their current state of the game. Of course, Cream in a great position to carry for top esports, but the reality is that Yon, the superstar of the roster, is being set up for success right now. APA may have found an angle.
Yeah, looking for a bit of an option here. Does manage to get the explosive charge down. Mini stun into the wall with that buster shot as Core JJ maybe a little bit late to this party. And Cream sent home once again.
I don't think he's too upset about that.
Yeah, it's still 20 CS in the lead. Feeling pretty okay with
He certainly will be. And there's the Malignant secured for the mid laner of top esports. He's in a great position overall. He's going to be providing a lot of damage in the upcoming fights. Dragon and Grub spawn are still a ways away. I say Grub, I mean the Herald, of course.
Yeah, Herald, the big Grub. Nice dodge there from Core JJ.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Herald?
Harold.
What happened to Shelly?
I mean, Shelly, sorry, yeah. That's, I'm just,
Is that lore that I'm not familiar with?
When things change on the map, I get very confused.
Okay.
And the Grubs also really, or the Kevins, they used to be the Kevins as well, and I gave up on that one at the same time.
Oh, you did?
Sorry,
Because it wasn't sticking?
Yeah, it just wasn't.
No, let's get it.
It's okay.
You know, in school, I tried to change my name to Captain Awesome, and this is not a joke.
Really?
On my lab coat, when I was in 6th form, I had Captain Awesome written on it.
It's a bit on the nose, isn't it?
Well, you know, I was a confident individual. But
Did
yeah,
you get anyone to call you Captain
no,
Awesome?
I got like the first years in school, because I would come into the class and show chemistry stuff, and they would call me Captain Awesome. People my age, though, ugh, yeah, no, that wasn't really sticking.
It's a bit difficult. In 6th form as well, it's very clicky. You know?
It really is.
So I feel like you need your friend to call you Captain Awesome for it to have any hope
And my
in
friends
sticking.
mocked me.
And also friends, I mean, it's hard to even claim that you have them.
It's true.
That's what
As
I
you've already
learned just
established.
before.
I mean, I felt like for a long time I had too many. I feel now I have too many, you know?
I mean, I have to reassess.
You know, I have to.
Because I was just happy to be everyone's friend, but now apparently it's much more difficult. And I thought I was friends with people that maybe now I'm not.
Again, it's just such a strong word. You know, it's just very there, you know what I mean?
I wonder if Chronicle is my friend. Because I'm somewhat mean to him on the
He's
broadcast.
so friendly, though. He'll be friends with everyone.
Will he?
I think so.
Okay, well, that's good. We can draw the line at Chronicle.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's a given.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Mal. I'm sure you're watching at home wondering why you're being brought up over and over again. As Impact, looking for an opportunity here. 369, he knew about it. We are just going to move in. Blast Cone there from Umpty. As Vault Breaker going to be used at exactly the right time, almost by accident.
Well, Team Liquid are in position to contest the Herald. APA in a bit of danger.
All right, Chris moves on forward. There's an ulti, and APA should just be dead, but Cream tanking this turret, and he gets the heal from Chris. He's going to be A-OK. Minions there at the ready as well, so not needing to worry about this one. And that could just be this outer turret being taken down as well.
I mean, Cream is
6
getting
scrubs
self-stress at this point.
Yeah.
He is doing a really good job on the side lane. I love his coordination with Crisp as well. They really locked up APA, mitigating his options. He did have the flash available, chose not to use it, thinking he could find an avenue for an outplay. But unfortunately for APA, he does not quite find it. Meaning that Cream now 3-0-0, first tower for the team.
He is quite far ahead as well. We can see slight leads for the AD carry in jungle here on TL's side, but the leads are really growing elsewhere. The solo lanes especially, 369 and Cream We know what they can do when they get those leads at the same time. We're going to check this one out one more time, and it's just combo after combo from Cream. It's unrelenting.
Yeah, I mean, the jump already used from APA, the knock-up coming through from Crisps as he tanks the tower. It ends up being Cream that gets the aggro. They were worried about that final tower shot. It's a close one for sure, but Crisp didn't want to take any risks, so he ends up burning both summoner spells. Could come back to hurt him later, but we'll see as the game continues. In terms of experience, Cream about a half a level ahead of APA, so that one's not really running away into anything too crazy, but a 1.4k gold advantage over his lane opponent. Cream's in a great position, but this would be great data. As someone who's not really a believer in this champion, if he can't carry from this position, I feel like I'll have pretty compelling evidence.
Yeah, and if not, you've seen what a good Aurora is supposed to look like.
100%.
And Crisp, he's going to get knocked up. He is a man with a door and not very many friends in this area. And so he will get stunned up. Arrow going to connect there as well as the Crescent Guard is used interestingly. Meanwhile, Teleport comes in from Cream and the heroic entrance to try and save the jungler of TL. This is a little bit of a nightmare as Crisp has the door, but Impact just says, get the heck out of here. Rains down that punch with the passive, still finds himself in no man's land and will be shut down. A 2 for 2 in the end. And TL going to continue pushing here in mid.
A chaotic back and forth between the teams that was initiated by Team Liquid. Umti diving very deep to get that initial kill. Yon, if he can land another Q, there's an avenue for a kill here.
Yeah, looking for an opportunity. Kanavi just going to be moving away though. And it looked like nothing is going to really happen. So, Top Esports now going to just push through for this top side. And this is what happens. You lose 6 grubs, and then if anyone gets any spare time with any turret ever, it's just more gold going their way. And you can see Top Esports going to be moving to about a 3,000 gold lead as that top outer does fall down. But let's have a look at this fight one more time.
So the Herald falls in favor of Top Esports. Crisp, they know that he doesn't have any summoners, so they immediately turn their attention onto him. But Umti very quickly getting collapsed on by the rest of Top Esports as 369 makes his way down. The Galio has the ultimate though, as Cream is getting into a bit of a fight between 3 people. He uses the ultimate beautifully to dance around the fight, but his HP is a little too low. Flash comes in to allow for the impact to secure that double kill, but the rest of Team Liquid is a little bit too separated to escort him to safety, meaning that Top Esports can respond with a kill of their own.
It's a very satisfying Colossal Smash though, I'm not gonna lie.
It certainly was.
Or wait, I forget what the passive is called. But anyway, the big old punch from the Galio, and that's a lot of money going over towards him as well. So Impact is going to start doing damage. Riftmaker on the way, could imagine. Already has that unending
I
despair.
will say that even though the fights look pretty promising for Team Liquid, the problem is they're not really converting it into much, whereas Top Esports, 2 towers in their name, they got themselves the Herald, they're putting pressure down onto this out attack. And look at the minimap, the Gallia rotating down while 369 continues to push up. APA grouping with the team as well.
Ooh, a little bit of an engagement here as Cream completely pushed away. APA finding an ultimate that he was looking for as Cream's all over the place. Meanwhile, though, Umti taking a lot of damage. Impact as well, not as tanky as he otherwise wants to be. And it's a 1-for-1. The problem is it's a 1-for-1 and there's a lot of damage onto that outer turret into the mid lane. And control is still there from Top Esports.
Feels like with 369 in the area, Team Liquid really can't afford to approach.
Cease and desist and the equalizer both available as well.
They have too many resources. Kanavi has found Core JJ, but it's just more of a warning punch.
Oh, Yon, that's not where he wants to be. The flash does come on through. He cleanses to avoid the slow, and it's heroic from Umti, but he's still done the equalizer to pick off the 80 carry. And it was only a matter of time. The delay as TS used all those resources to take down TL.
And just as we say it, Team Liquid, it was a dangerous approach. They'd already used so much in the prior fight. Top Esports still had so many resources left. And the moment that Yon oversteps 369, he sees the avenue of attack. He flashes onto the 80 carry of Team Liquid, and that was really what started off the demise of TL.
And this Hextech Drake, thankfully for TL, they did manage to take the first dragon. This is only going to even things out. We'll be able to find out in a second what our Soul is going to be. But let's have a look at this fight one more time, as it was a little bit awkward. It started off quite well, as Cream was out of position, but unfortunately, the rest of TES were in the right spot, and this teleport from 369.
The fight on 2 fronts is what made it difficult, because the front line of Team Liquid has now been eviscerated. And as you highlighted, so many of the ultis were still available, in particular from this Vi in the Rumble. And then 369, utilizing the Fog of War, catches Yon out. Jackulov commits his flash to try and secure that kill, but then the Rumble ultimate finishes off on one side. the ulti coming in from the fire on the other, and it's just systematic destruction. Top Esports, they're known for their team fighting, and they demonstrate why with great patience. If you overstep your boundaries, they will punish you for it.
And we were talking about it a lot in our previous series, but target selection is important when you have a composition like this for TES, and we're seeing what it means when you execute on that perfectly. JackeyLove just going from one to the other, the rest of the team right there with him, so that this Frost Shot is getting so many of these slows, so that you can then make sure you're stunning all of the targets that Braum has his passive on. It is looking really difficult here for TL at this point in time. I don't think they're out of it just yet. There is Wombo availability and there is scaling that they theoretically have on their side as well, but it's starting to feel too little, and it might be getting towards too late as we go further into this one. As Umpty sticking around, getting some information where he can, but Crisp wrapping around too. And the map is getting smaller and smaller here for Team Liquid. As Umpty learning that the hard way. Does Blast going his way out to safety though.
Pressure is good. Arrow comes through.
Oh, connects there on to the Galio. So he is pretty tanky. Still going to flash. Actually, don't even know whether he needed to. He's looking pretty tanky, but JackeyLove still hasn't caught up just yet. And he's got 2 items, Kraken Slayer as well as that Hurricane.
I mean, credit to JackeyLove, by the way. He was relentlessly camped, but he's done a great job of bouncing back. Cream, I think, has made a few positional errors. It's kind of cost his lead in the side lane, but you can see that he's still able to find some nice trades against APA. He's a 4 level behind APA, though, as the Atakan is being started off.
Yeah, this is somewhat dangerous. Teleport's available for both of the solo lanes on TL's side. Still a few seconds away for 369, but it doesn't seem to matter too much as he is in this area. And so Cream, he comes down. TL still haven't pulled the trigger just yet. Remember that combo as the quickness does come on down. JackeyLove is targeted, and there's the Galio delivery. They take down the Ashe immediately. 369 still a fair bit of damage, but Cream pushed away. Umpty very low, but he's done his job for now. Able to move his way out, audaciously charging towards Atakan as it's down to 1,000 health. It's ridiculous. They lose their jungle as Impact realizes that Kanavi's here with a smite, and he can do nothing about it. The Atakan is going to be taken. The Atakan is going to be taken. And it looked so good until it was terrible. All right, never mind. Cream going to be taken out. Here is Yon looking for even more. Crisp running. Remember, this is only them being sent back to bait. No, never mind. It was the other Atakan that I didn't even think existed as the door runs out at just the wrong time. And 369 throwing these harpoons, but Yon, he's still looking for more. This man is so bloodthirsty that unable to catch up after the blast cone. Oh, okay.
What was that team fight? It went from good to bad to good. And you could say that for both perspectives.
Yeah.
That was what was crazy about it, that it started off with Top Esports wanting to force the fight. They initiate the Atakan, and they force TL to come to them. But JackeyLove's positioning here, he's trying to apply the slows, but he becomes a prime and easy target with the nice follow-up. So the AD carry is gone. Then I think Team Liquid going a little too deep with some really nice damage coming through from Cream, forcing Umpty very low. The ulti's forced to come through. APA separated, and now look at how Team Liquid immediately becomes split apart. They don't have that front line to play around anymore. Kanavi on the left can basically 2 versus 1. I don't know, I guess Atakan is also helping him, turning it into a 2 versus 2. Meanwhile, the rest of Top Esports is zoning them away, but then they zone them away too much. And so Yon then turns it around and is able to find a few more kills.
Yeah, with the fact that 369 moved towards the Atakan instead, it meant that all of their health bars were actually elsewhere. True shot barrage, great snipe there from Yon, who does still have a gold advantage over his lane opposition. And we've been singing this guy's praises. He is definitely the one they're going to be leaning on here on TL's side later on into this game. He's currently moving to meet up with the rest of his team. You can see how aggressively Top Esports are positioning themselves around this Baron pit. Not a whole lot to fight for right here, but the Baron is going to be up in 5 seconds time to provide a big opportunity for one of these teams. Not wanting to take it just yet. 369 towards that bottom side, teleport at the ready. Top might just be looking for this dragon as it does spawn. So that is going to be dragon number 3, their second. All right.
I mean, the reality
Give it to me
is,
straight. How bad is it for TL?
It's pretty bad. I wouldn't say that it's unwinnable, especially given how Top Esports, I would say that their fights are definitely chaotic. But it feels like in the extended fights, Top Esports is just in a class of their own. You know, domestically, they were also known for their unbelievable team fighting. That 369 is very famous for his Cassante, right? But it's seen on many of the champions that he plays, in the patience that he demonstrates, his target selection. And I think we're seeing that here. His synergy with Kanavi has really been the big reason why Top Esports have been outdoing TL in the extended fights. But a single good fight could turn the tables. With catching out Jackie Love like that is a great demonstration of what's possible.
Yeah, and I think that he is sort of the only target that they can reliably get onto as well. So I think continuing to do that does make a lot of sense.
His flash is up now, though. Actually, was his flash available in the last fight? I don't remember.
Yeah, I'm going to need to pass on that particular question. I do not have the answer. Infinity Edge is very, very close to being done here for APA. Does finish it now on this back. That's 2 items. Not exactly enough for him to be a real threat. Does kind of want to get towards 3. We'll see whether he has enough time to do so, as Umpty looking to clear away as much of his jungle as he can, stay as relevant as possible. Spirit Visage is completed as CoreJJ finds a bit of a knock-up onto Kanavi. But Kanavi does not care about that 1 iota. There's now Impact coming in, but he's heroically entrancing onto nothing, because CoreJJ's already dead. The Winds of War come down, though. Knock up onto Cream is decent. APA not auto-attacking, and Yon wasn't quite there yet. And so, unfortunately, it's just not quite enough. Cream able to go golden to avoid the turret taking him down. And now Jackie, he's got his fangs in. The frost shot onto Yon, and there's the last auto. The revenge for the Ashe, as now they're going to take down this inner turret. And, man, they could take a whole lot more as well, as the Baron could be an opportunity here for Top Esports.
Zero hesitation. Top Esports, they collapse onto Team Liquid, and they just tear them apart. With the Baron open, it's an easy objective to convert it into a level 17 369. And when we get to see the replay, you'll notice how it's just so quick in how they collapse, because they turn their attention onto Core, and then APA can't really join the fight because of the positioning of 369, allowing him to both join the rest of his team but also zone the mid laner away. So keep your eyes on the positioning of this fight, because the engage comes through on the CoreJJ. Team Liquid they're separated. The TP's going to come through. Cream is just dancing around them. And then notice here how APA, he wants to offer resistance, but 369's angle makes it very difficult. He just walks towards him menacingly. APA's forced to disengage, and then 369 is in a position to collapse with the rest of his team as they just melt through Team Liquid. So another well-executed team fight that really should cement Top Esports' victory here in Game 1.
Certainly should, especially with what happened afterwards, which was the Baron being taken without too much of a contest. As we're having a look at CoreJJ running really quickly, getting a nice little double knockup. As let's see whether they actually manage to find something good here as Yon. I'm not sure about that arcane shift, just wanting to try and get behind the door as APA, he manages to get a kill. They take down Jackie Love once again, and that was one of their missions. But unfortunately, I don't think it's going to keep their Nexus alive, as APA, no Buster Shot, no chance. Actually does have a Buster Shot, so never you mind. Able to use that. It's going to buy him a few extra seconds. There you go. Rocket Jump as well. Blast Cone, not even used. Uses it to get rid of Kanavi instead. That's very, very cute. And yeah, he will go down. So it buys a bit of time, you could say. But in the meantime, 369's taking down the inhibitor in the mid lane, and Top Esports are still being able to claim a whole lot of money and avenues towards this Nexus.
I mean, they're just too fast is the thing. Team Liquid, they're trying to set up a flank onto Jackie Love, but Top Esports is already reading the play. The TP comes through, but I think the TPs are a little bit too late, because CoreJJ is already down. The AD carry is quick to follow, and now the rest of the team joins. But look on the other side, Impact's like, he's just getting obliterated by both Cream and 369. So I would argue that the reality is that TL have the right idea, and they're setting up to try and create these opportunities. Unfortunately, Top Esports is reading it, and they're just shutting it down before it can really gain any traction. And look at Kanavi, a 9-0-4 scoreline.
Yeah.
He and 369, I think, have been so instrumental in transitioning their early game lead into a strong mid-game performance, and now they're just decimating Team Liquid in the fights.
And I want to go back to something that you were talking about earlier on, and that is the Aurora Vi situation. The best way, it seems to me, from watching this game is to make it not about Aurora Vi, you just make it about Vi Rumble instead.
Oh yeah.
And that seems to have worked very, very well. As speaking of Aurora, she's going to be in a fair bit of trouble. Looks like Cream is just going to be taken down. The Equalizer going to be stood on Umpty, takes half of his health bar, but now they're going to turn it on 369 as best they can, and he just gets melted by the Flame Spitter. Core JJ now running for the hills. Yon is also at about 300 health as APA cannot avoid the gigantic fist of Kanavi. And TL, with just their bottom lane remaining, I don't think they're going to be able to defend as these Nexus turrets go down. The door is given, not even a true shot barrage, able to sail over as a grand entrance coming on through. But TL, I think they know that this one is done and dusted. And I think they're happy that 369 cannot play Rumble again in this series. This guy has looked so good. Top Esports really bouncing back from a difficult day one as they take their first Nexus of first stand.
A bit of a shaky early game, but the reality is Top Esports in the 5v5 are just monstrous as they lead the series 1-0.
Absolutely amazing stuff, but now it is time for us to head to a short break. When we get back, we get to see whether TL can bounce back.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, the ultimate hub for all things LoL esports. Get a browser built for League fans. With a custom UI, exclusive themes, and seamless LoL esports tournament integration. Follow every play, see every result, get access to exclusive contests, rewards, and co-streaming options. Only on the browser for legends. Only on Opera GX.
Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that, give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow.
Okay, Poppy, why don't you take my keys and go for a ride?
Welcome, Stella.
So you talk.
Stella?
Almost. What's next? Bright blue. It's bold.
Sorry, hon.
I'm hungry, actually. Your favorite, right?
How did you know?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Flashback, what you got, man? You can crack that. In and out of dolo when a new man to the boy, but only when you crack that. Man, I don't act like heads up, yeah, all of that one pack. I could be anywhere, feeling alright. To the game on the head is so mad at, mad at, mad at.
I'm in the Cayman Islands while I'm busting up the silence. I'm denying all vaginas who be claiming that they rhyming. Bust up in it like a bando, way too much to handle. I should let you know I know my haters really fans though. Wow, yeah, why the hell you mad? Look, I'm just being me. Mess around and break the bank. She might shake it on the dash. Had her screaming like a mad. Way ahead you niggas, live your future in my past. Whip it like a flip phone. Oh, she loved the bone. All you niggas big bandwagons on my shit. No, you can hop up off that. I just got my sauce back. So way out my mother loving mine. I think I lost that. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go. On my 007, yeah, there is no telling, yeah. What am I do next? What am I having here? What am I having here? Yeah, I'm on a mission, and no one can stop me, you must be tripping. Tell Roger to copy, I'm on a mission, and no one can stop me, you must be tripping. Tell Roger to copy that. Let's go. Mama raised a millionaire, self-made winner here. Nigga, you a copy of a copy. Build a bear. I only fear the fear of fair, and that's not in here. You couldn't even say you ballin' if you had a pair. Watch out, donuts like the cop out. So much time in music, man. I swear I never clock out. Turn next to no to knockouts. Make them wanna tap out. Now they tryna find me. Kinda like the trap out. I just had to flip mode. I be hella lit, stove, whip it hella loud. You can feel it from the 6th floor. All my Caribbean girls shake it like a disco. I just had to lay it down with it. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go.
Drew, you're on immediate cleanse. That's Captain Jackass. You love to see it, but you don't love to see the amount of top esports players chasing down TL, and APA is going to be the one that bites the dust. First blood to his lane opponent as well.
I'm coming soon now. Coming. Ash is dead for sure.
Leading Ash.
Yeah.
Your position is good, and then wave is good. Yeah, nice, good job.
Punch
Yon, that's not where he wants to be. The flash does come on through. He cleanses to avoid the slow, and it's heroic for Opti, but he's still done the equalizer to pick off the 80 carry.
Welcome back to First Stand 2025 as TS grab their first victory here in our new international tournament. And I'm just going to lane swap for a bit here to give you the emotional
Appreciate that.
emotional support photo here, Kobe.
Honestly, this game was for sure winnable. Like, if Yon didn't face check in the river, you know, if they didn't mess up a couple of these fights, like the Otacon one where they were completely split, Impact and APA started hitting the Otacon where Umti and Yon and the rest of them are like chasing for kills. So, you know, I'm not quite crying yet.
Are you coping? Are you hoping? We'll decide this one later.
I'm hoping.
All right, let's focus a bit on TS here, though, because they got the ball running really fast, I feel, and a lot of things started from these bot lane kills that Cream was able to grab.
I mean, Cream was actually pretty good for the first 15 or so minutes. Then he had a couple of big whoopsies. But let's talk about the good stuff first. You know, it got very fed on the Aurora. He went up to 3-0. He had a little bit of help from his friend Crisp. And just went down there, got the free kills in the side lanes, and was a big menace. I feel like he tried to utilize his fedness a little bit too much in the mid-game, where he's like, I am a huge presence. I want you to focus on me so my Rumble and Vi can do the real damage. But he just ended up, that's the
genius.
the LPL copium. but at the end of the day, it actually kind of worked, even though he was dying all the time, just because I think TS were a little bit better and more close as a team, playing these team fights at least.
Yeah, Cream was really good just in the lane phase versus APA also, like, you know, earning his own lead and then those early game kills. But yeah, it definitely took 369 and Kanavi carrying later because Cream kind of threw his lead.
Yeah, I mean, and that, you kind of want to have this lead, especially with a champion like Aurora, but he was not the main character from TES here. What has been the best recovery, would you guys say, from TES yesterday to what they showcased today in the synergy, especially, that they had and the way they were connecting fights?
I think it's the two stars of this game because, yeah, yesterday and today, huge difference. Like 369 Rumble was massive, and Kanavi as well on the Vi just looked insane. Like, this is the play I was talking about though, where Jan goes into face check. So I'm wondering what the comms from TL were like there, because they don't respect 369 on Rumble, and he immediately flashes, and then his ulti is able to snipe, and you know they get all these chase down kills, and that's where Vi's getting a double kill, Rumble's getting a bunch of money off of that, and you see it really come to fruition a lot later as well when Team Liquid are able to make an original, like, good play, and usually it's like killing Cream or something, or killing Jackie Love, but then 369 roasts them all. Kanavi's able to keep them all in there, and like both of them just got massive.
And that's the thing, they were on the hunt, and sometimes I feel like TL were a bit disconnected onto like which targets they were supposed to go to, and every second counts, as we know in League of Legends, and thanks to the reliable Sysconnect, where TS was able to secure over the fight at Arakan, and that's exactly the type of fights that I'm talking about. I would like to see more cohesion maybe on the side of Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, it starts off very good. I mean, take a look at this engage from today. Extremely clean. They have the Rakan Galio. This is what their comp does well. They're down like 6,000 gold as well in this fight. So it starts off so good, but then everything kind of falls apart all of a sudden.
Yeah, Umpty and half of the team continued chasing, trying to get the extra kills. But then, as you saw, you know, Galio and Tristana start hitting the Otacon, and so they're getting shredded a bit more. And it's the chase down.
Yeah.
Kanavi here, they're able to kill off Umpty, take away enemy smite. Then he's able to get the Otacon. They get up all the flowers. 369's ultimate was really good for chasing them down as well there. And so, you know, like those two were kind of like the Bash brothers of this game. Jan was doing his best. Like, Jan was like trying to scrape it together afterwards and like make some plays and keep us in there, but it was too much.
I mean, we see it here. Thinking about the second game, though, I want to say there's hope. I see light for TL, honestly, given the glimpse of what we saw in the early game. We've been talking about Umti doing great things yesterday. I feel like the early game today was a bit similar to this, but what do they need to do more here? I really feel like they could have won this game. It's just came down to some details maybe in fights.
Yeah, I mean, the early ganking was good. I feel like you need to be very solid afterwards. Like, they got a lot of these early ganks, did Team Liquid, did Umpty, but the issue was that Top Esports, rather, they were also getting leads elsewhere on the map, and they were staying kind of even in gold. So it wasn't enough, just those early leads. You really need to be able to have a composition, have a team that's able to follow up through that in the mid game.
More discipline, maybe, as well?
I think tracking enemy movements, because, you know, a couple of the over chases, the level 1 as well, you know, set them behind early, tracking enemies, you know, especially 369 and Kanavi, and then, yeah, not over chasing and remaining on the same target.
All right.
in the fight.
We'll keep that advice in mind. I hope they can hear you, as we're going to send it back to casters for game 2. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's hope the TL can turn this one around. They did manage to kill Jackie Love a whole bunch more times than they did in their their previous showing. So we'll just have to see whether it's going to be better this time around.
I mean, I'm optimistic. I like the idea behind their composition, and their early game plan, like, I think worked out pretty well. The problems ultimately came in the team fights, where, you know, 369 and Kanavi did their thing.
Yeah.
You know, and so they will have to find a way to shut that down.
I think, like, there's a conversation to be had about draft resources. And as we get into our champion select powered by Omen and HyperX, we talk about the fact that Rumble is no longer available, right?
True.
Umpty, he played Xin Zhao in this composition that's built around the Galio. I don't think not having access to that is going to hurt them too much. And now TL on the blue side, which has proven to be a little bit more powerful, I guess. Certainly, if you're an LK fan, you know that blue side was completely giga overpowered and it was ridiculous. If you're an LPL fan, you probably thought that red side was a little bit more powerful. But I think so far this tournament, blue has been strong.
So, Maokai, you know, for the West, I'm thinking Maokai first pick, but Kallista's open. Okay, I mean, that's fair enough. I respect it.
I think you have to pick it away from Jackalov.
I think you also just, you got to trust Yon. I think the man has been having a great tournament so far, even on the Ezreal. I don't think he was misplaying. I just think that things were falling apart around him. So yeah, for sure, trust him.
We've seen Draven banned a few times so far this tournament.
That is a great point.
It's not banned now.
It's not banned.
Nico is going to be picked away and picked up here by either Chris or Cream, I guess, although we have been seeing a lot more of it on the bottom side of the map. I mean, you don't even need to pick it here. You can pick a priority jungle if you'd like to. You can pick a top laner. Cassante is available, but it is going to be the Varus locked in instead.
I mean, 369 is a fantastic Cassante, don't get me wrong. But after his Rumble performance, I just want to see him, like, you know, popping off. Yeah. Popping off. Anyway, top lane, I imagine, is going to be much later down the line. Going for the Varus gives you a little bit more utility. Assuming that this Nico is in the support position, that is a very powerful 2v2 lane, but we're yet to see where exactly this Nico goes. With the Maokai locked in, I'm a happy camper. I think Maokai really simplifies the draft. Pairing that up with a Norless as well, like, that is a great 1-2-3 from Team Liquid. It's very solid. You can't really go wrong. The strong bot side of the map as the Silas is locked in. So, I mean, throwback to Zeka Worlds 2022.
And look at these ultimates, man.
Yep.
Depth charge, the brambles.
Zeka was a big fan of picking the Silas into Maokai specifically just because you'd steal away that Maokai ultimate, and basically the amount of control and space you garner from the Maokai ultimate, you can respond with your own. So it's a good response. Obviously, it leaves you open in the mid lane matchup. But with Aurora taken out of the way, the fact that they've banned away the Cassio too.
Yeah, Talia, Poppy, and Cassio all taken away. There's not a lot of grounding left.
Yeah, I mean, how many more champs can you really punish with as the Sejuani ban going to come through on side of TL?
Yeah, we'll have to see what APA does have available to himself. Of course, his Aurelian Soul's still there. I don't know whether you want to give him that ultimate as well, though.
True.
That seems a little bit scary. Just have to see, though, because ban's coming on in. Last one here for TES.
What are you ban here? Are you scared of Yone? I was going to say Corki Yone, maybe. Jace has not been picked.
Yep, not quite yet.
Also,
and the Cassante is still up, so Kanavi, 369 can just play that one if you'd like to. Does give them
it's for
a little bit less
team
range, I guess.
Cassante, no?
You'd hope so, but they don't get first grab of it.
But I imagine that Top Esports will lock in jungle here. Narban. Okay. Yeah, I imagine that it's going to be a jungle lock-in. And I mean, he's got a lot of options.
Where does Kanavi go? Kindred would be fun, actually. Give a little bit of extra range.
Zyra also. But do you want to do double AP?
True.
Lee Sin? No, surely not.
Oh, that'd be fun, though.
Pantheon. I like that. I think it's good. Good setup with the mid-jungle, too. Gives you a lot of early game agency. And the global, I think, is really powerful. So Top Esports, a lot of teamfight tools. Their front line isn't inherently strong in the sense that Panther's a pretty squishy champion.
APA is laughing a lot.
Either Sport made a suggestion that he thought was really funny. He's shaking his head.
It's like, I don't want to play Zillion, but it'd be so good here. Hui going to be an option.
That's fine.
Gives you a bit of range. You don't mind it. Let's see what Core JJ goes with now.
I know you're a big fan of the color schemes. Look at the theme on the side of Team Liquid.
It's a little dark.
Yeah.
Kind of into it. Cassante bringing a bit of light to it, but I actually kind of...
Very swampy colors.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like a forest coming into a beach.
Garden moss, one could say.
Yeah.
Now, rounding out top lane, 4-3-6-9. What are we going to get? With the Gnar banned, and Rumble unavailable, are we going to see a tank matchup?
Thought maybe this was coming in. So this is something that we saw yesterday's bringing that one out. Aatrox has found ups and downs so far this season. So looking forward to seeing what 369 can do with it. This has been a matchup that has worked either way, but we've seen Aatrox's colossally fail, but when they do get too strong, it's really difficult to handle, and 369 has very first-hand experience.
I feel like that in the current meta, the only people that play Aatrox are the ones that are really confident playing Aatrox.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? So I'm excited for 369. I think that that top side is scary, and top esports are playing with confidence. They have a lot of skirmishing tools. They have great agency when it comes to their individual playmaking, whereas Team Liquid have gone back to a style that works for them. Front-to-back team fight composition, very similar to what they did in Game 1, but I think this is much easier to execute simply because Maokai, Nautilus, Cassante. It's just a great front line.
It certainly is. The thing that I'm worried about is Cream is pretty good at Silas historically, and he has access to really cool stuff.
Oh, yeah.
When it comes to the amount of cool stuff that he has, it's extensive. It really is. So even things like Fate's Call can be so incredibly strong when you have such an only go-in style of jungler. Then having the ability to pull out your Pantheon if you would like to is just too much flexibility, I would say, but does need to make sure that he hijacks the right things at the right times. And this is a composition that can run out of time in games. You know, when you've got this Maokai composition, it can certainly scale quite nicely, especially with Ahoy alongside. We'll just have to see whether TL can turn things around.
Pressure's on. I mean, top esports, of course, the expected favorites in this matchup. But given what we saw in Game 1, and I think people want to be optimistic about Team Liquid, and rightly so, a roster that has a decent amount of international experience at this point. This format is definitely quite ruthless.
Oh, yeah.
But especially after FlyQuest's impressive series against Gen.G at the World Championship last year, I think North America and LTA want to be confident in their teams.
I think so too. I also think it was pretty tumultuous, right, in the opening season, because TL didn't really have that many fantastic games, right? There are a lot of people pointing fingers at Umpty, saying that he wasn't necessarily doing so well. This wasn't the team that a lot of people were expecting to be heading here to first stand.
We watched the finals. I'm pretty sure we were both pointing those fingers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a tough one. So this, I even think so far, like the fact that they managed to take down KC already is a great sign. And things look competitive in Game 1. We'll just have to see whether Game 2 can be a similar story as Yon and CoreJJ pushed out of Brush right now.
Now, obviously, Kalista is a strong laning champion. Unfortunately, when there's two range champions against the Nautilus Kalista at level 1, there's not really a lot you can do.
Yeah.
Cole wants to wait until he's probably got at least level 2, ideally level 3 before they start fighting. And the problem is, until that point, this is what's going to happen. You're just going to be sad as your HP bar is slowly whittled away.
Yeah, we didn't really talk about it, but the Nico pickup, I think, is like really, really smart from Top Esports and Crisp here, because it was obviously there only to deny a Kalista Renata combination, right? Nico, very, very good at playing into the Renata just in general. And so CoreJJ, not wanting to pick that one up, then has to go for this less powerful in lane style of champion.
Oh, he's doing a fantastic job, by the way. So Crisp starts when he's underneath the tower by zoning Yon away from one CS. And then Yon messes up his Ren so he doesn't kill another. And then as Yon tries to get another CS, he throws out the E, rooting him in place to then finally have the Q back up. And as he goes for one more, he denied like 4 or 5 CS just through his pressure. And already you can see 9 to 15 in this is the CS discrepancy between the two AD carries. The health pot is gone from Yon.
And 126 gold just passively from lane as well is a big deal here, as Jackie is going to continue.
Oh, it's ruthless.
Yeah, just pushing wave after wave. An opportunity now as Umpty finishes his full clear, going to be head down towards his Krug camp. Might be able to try and bail them out. But that means resources invested, the rest of the map then becomes more open. We've got both of these Rift Scuttlers available as Cream has closed the gap between him and APA. APA taking a fair bit of damage here. Does shield himself up, those should be okay. But it's not okay. The bottom side of the map, not feeling very okay.
Also, I love the electrocute pickup on Cream, basically giving you the strong burst rotation in lane. Oh, now the threat of a dive is here.
All right, APA just going to go down. That's first blood Cream, that trade from earlier paying off beautifully. And yeah, it's once again, Cream picking up first blood against TL.
Nicely done, very nicely done. Just recognizing the strength of the champion in these early levels. If you can chunk that person down enough, there's a real opportunity for you to find those outplays, and he's able to get it. He got the better of APA in the laning phase in game 1, and now with a solo kill here in game 2, Cream is off to a fantastic start.
Gonna find some chains onto Umpty there as well, but we're gonna back away from that. Don't wanna watch it, gonna check out this solo kill here from Cream.
I'm curious if he actually had the electrocute back up. Connects the E. Ah, he does. Yep. That electrocute timing is crucial. Frustration on the face of APA, and he should feel frustrated with that. Cream played around his rune choice very well.
He certainly did, and that is flash down for APA, but Cream didn't need his. That's the ridiculous part is, okay, Chris taking a lot of damage here. Remember, you're extremely squishy. As the Nico, even the Rend, layered on top as well. So Crisp gonna get pushed out. Certainly good news here for TL as they manage to fight back in the bottom lane.
Kanavi, knowing that he's stronger in the 1v1. I mean, what's APA gonna do here? Even if he rotates over, his wave's in a bit of an awkward spot. Now the rotation is gonna come through. Umpty should feel confident to try and fight this.
Yeah, APA, can he manage to snare him? He does get it off. As Cream, he's gonna be moving in, finds yet another set of chains, and there it is! Cool guys don't look at explosions. He's walking away while he's picking up the kill. 2-0 now for this Silas. There's Core JJ moving in. A lot of damage onto Kanavi and APA. He gets himself onto the board. Cream this time not able to do anything about it.
Okay, so Kanavi, he overstays his welcome, but you can see the skirmishing strength. As Cream gets level 6. Bit of damage coming through from APA. But it's a situation where in the 2 versus 2, it's just so much easier for this Silas Pantheon to win out. And so Cream wisely sacrifices the farm in mid lane to regroup with his jungler, and they're able to get that kill. They weren't expecting Core JJ to arrive, and it means that it ends up being a 1v1. But the damage done in the bot lane as well as a consequence, 48 CS to 31.
Yeah.
Matchup.
It's a bit of a disaster, 26 the lead, as Cream's taking a lot of damage, but it just feels like it's incidental coming from this way in the mid lane. As 369 does land some Infernal Chains, and Impact doesn't seem too worried about it. This is Wet Noodles, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Aatrox is a damaging champion, but Cassante doesn't care.
Pretty much. Ultimately, though, 369 still doing well in the 1v1.
Indeed.
As Grub's secured, Umpty in an awkward spot. The thing about that bot lane matchup, and we're going to see it a lot more in the standard 2v2, the reason why bot lane is so important is because with that pressure, it's not just one person moving over, it's 2. And if you have early prio, oh, hang on, Umpty looking for a play.
Yeah, there's the all-out. 369, World Ender does come on through. We'll see whether Umpty can get this Twisted Advance to work out. Bramble Smash to push him back there as well. Great knock-up, but 369 still in trouble. Getting the sweet spot on that Q, though, fantastic. Gets him a whole bunch of health back, and he is going to be absolutely fine. No flash needed.
Yeah, I'm impressed that he held his flash for the entire duration of that. Kanavi now walks up menacingly.
He's got a present incoming, and you can see 369 not actually doing anything about it. Great fear from APA. Managing to make this play work now in lane.
That's going to be crucial in the matchup as well, I think, just being able to land that fear. But I think a bit of an overstay from Kanavi. I think there was a window where he could have moved into the jungle and started stealing away some camps, especially thanks to the push they have in mid.
Ooh, Present doesn't actually spot anything here. As you can see, Umpty getting the information. This control ward has been here for so incredibly long. That's all right.
We've seen this before, though. We know who wins.
This 2v2 is not even close, ladies and gentlemen. TL just going to back themselves away. Largely because Cream is so big. Of course, only about a kill ahead, or a first blood ahead, I guess, with the fact that a kill did come back onto APA. Could be important moving forward.
You know, Atlas,
yeah, mate.
I've had the luxury of casting League for 8+ years now.
Mm-hmm.
And I was there when Nico was released. Yet, I still get tricked by the minimap.
Oh, yeah, me too.
I saw that Varus roaming mid, and I was about to say, oh, Varus roaming mid. That's an interesting choice. And then I'm like, it wasn't Varus, it was Nico.
Yeah, the good old Chains of Corruption gang. You love to see it. Cream is going to get feared once again. Oh, APA's got his eye in. I don't know whether it's actually going to matter too much here as they trade some ultis. And yeah, despair is indeed it.
The wave's in a good spot for Yon. CoreJJ with level 6. Oh,
all right. There's the spiraling as Cream's in trouble. The Bramble's gonna deserve a flash here as Cream is just going to sidestep and he is A-OK. All right, in comes Kanavi. APA gonna get taken down. Cream taking some damage. Umpty just cannot close the gap though. And TL, they lose him once again.
Falling from the heavens, Kanavi punishes the mid laner once more. This mid-jungle duo is so terrifying in the skirmish, and Team Liquid can't avoid it. Nice trade back initially from APA, but it ends up in his demise.
Oh, there's a flash. CoreJJ not going to quite find it there. Good sidestep from Jackie Low.
I thought Jackie could have turned that into a kill, to be honest. Looks like he chose not to.
Not having to use the flash, kind of huge there as well. And you can imagine that CoreJJ really did want to trade at least.
But you can definitely feel the pressure getting to Team Liquid as the early game is already slipping away from them. 2K is the goal deficit as this Pantheon is getting stronger.
Ooh, Hex Flash does manage to find a minion. As Umpty's moving in as well. His health bar isn't exactly full as another FICK comes down from APA. Lost Chapter now completed. Is doing a bit of damage here. As you can see, it's no Null Magic Mantle purchase or anything like that from Cream, building towards that Dash Cannon ASAP. And so he's still taking some relevant damage from the play. It's not quite enough to really turn the tides of this matchup, and this Sylas is going to become more and more of a problem as this game goes on. Now going for a recall. Might just be that full first item completion. As we check this one out one more time.
I mean, the combo is good initially from APA, and it looks like a great opportunity for a kill. You can see the QW combo summoning that Thunderbolt, and APA wants to push out the wave, but they did not expect Kanavi.
Yep. And even with the fake equalizer that Play is allowed to put down, not enough to take down Cream towards the end of that. Meanwhile, top laners are being top laners, as we could see there. And Umpty continuing to just try and stay as relevant as possible in this game. And they will still have a very powerful team fight if they get to that point.
There's a win condition,
there
for
is.
sure. The problem is how neutered will they be prior to reaching that win condition? Because you look at the bottom of your screen and you see red, 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 red.
It's a lot of red, yeah.
Yeah.
The numbers aren't 3 digits yet, though, so that's good news.
Again, so optimistic.
Yeah, right?
Cast, you know what I mean? Always looking at the bright side.
Well, this may not necessarily be as much as Top Esports are moving down, trying to push them away as the Brambles come out. Nature is grasping. They do manage to get a few as Kanavi just says no, gives them the shield. And in goes Umpty. They still want to find it. Death Charge comes down. Pop Blossom connects onto a couple. Kanavi does go down, but there's the Fate's Call to make sure that CoreJJ is safe. And 369 singled out and destroyed. TL find a beautiful skirmish.
I think this demonstrates the strength of G2's Team Liquid's opposition as they get a really nice collapse in the river. Beautifully done as they're able to just lock down target members. Once the E is gone from the Pantheon as well, it makes it so much easier. Remember, he's not that strong of a front line. He is pretty squishy, so if they tunnel onto him, they have the damage needed to shut him down. So thanks to the Maokai ultimate, they have great control over the space. 369 only has about 50% of his HP. And then with the TP coming through, while the hook doesn't connect, the ultimate does come through from CoreJJ. And a nice flash from Yon to sidestep that engage from Crisp, meaning that the target selection becomes very easy as they follow up onto 369.
They also get 369's flash there as well. Felt like he was pretty dead to rights regardless. Top Esports still going to be able to grab themselves this dragon. They have 6 scrubs yet again. I believe that's 12 in the series thus far. TL not really being able to fight in this early game very well. That is only dragon number 1, I guess. 5 minutes until the mountain is going to be up and available. TL need to be able to control space on this map better than just catch them while they're running away from taking exactly what they want, you know?
Completely right. But I mean, a sign of hope, at the very least, for Team Liquid.
100%.
When we think about optimism, that's a great position to be in. Cream does still hold on to a lead in terms of the mid lane matchup, but the amount of utility that Team Liquid have access to, and you can see playing with a little bit more confidence as they move their bot lane into mid, get that push off.
First item is done here for Yon, so he's feeling pretty powerful at this point in time.
A crucial item as well.
Yeah. Beck should be able to avoid these infernal chains, and you can see he's able to do so, but the Darkened Blade just kind of makes things unfair. As okay, in they go once again. The double knockups are gorgeous, but the Pop Blossom is set up, and Yon takes so much damage. There's Kanavi, lands the spear, and Umpty just there a little bit too late. The bottom lane eviscerated, and Top Esports once again on top.
Great idea from Team Liquid, but the response from Kanavi was just that much better. Nice use of the ultimate to collapse incredibly quickly, and the 2v2 ends in disaster. That ulti from Crisp as well, providing some much needed crowd control.
Yeah.
But two members of TL end up falling.
Man, it looked like things were working out, right? The depth charge, getting those double knockups. When you don't have enough damage to take them down, the Pop Blossom really can turn things. As Cream will be able to take this turret on the bottom side as well. Feats of strength going their way for that one.
And again, I love the idea here. The CC does connect, the double knockup too. Yon doesn't quite connect the Q, but I don't think it would have made that much of a difference. But look at the charged Q response from JackieLove doing so much damage. The snipe coming in from Kanavi as well.
Yeah, barrier and heal both as well, giving JackieLove so much effective health in that moment.
Point as well, yeah.
Just misleading there. TL thinking that they had the opportunity as Core JJ, Gratz, does have a 27 gold advantage. Cream not able to find those chains, but only because Yon's able to have the reaction time to get out of the way. 369 going to get all outed here as the Otacon walls making things confusing. Let's see whether this solo kill can come on through as the thumbs up as well. In comes Umpty, he knew that he was dead, and so Impact able to grab himself what was almost, I'm going to give it to a solo kill. No, it's not actually a solo kill.
I mean, it would have been. It would have been. I'm convinced.
It should, yeah. It should have
been.
Nicely done there from Impact, though.
Yeah, nicely done. Good punish onto 369. And this Cassante ramping up nicely. Could be a wall that will be difficult for Top Esports to break through, especially given that they have gone for the lethality virus instead.
I think as this game goes on, we're going to be leaning, if you're a TL fan, you're going to be leaning a lot more on APA to be able to dish out a lot of late game damage. And that could be difficult right now. He's almost 1,000 gold behind, but we know what Hui can do. When he does just get to sit back and turret, it can be very, very scary. So if Impact can be that front line, make things as difficult as possible, that could be their way through.
Yeah, I mean, we're speaking a lot from the context of Team Liquid, because right now it's Top Esports who are in the driving seat, right? They've built themselves a 2K gold lead. This very much feels like it's their game to lose. And so exploring the avenues in which Team Liquid turn it around, thanks to their composition, we've already talked a lot about it. They definitely have tools to turn this game around. I would not count them out just yet. But right now, especially in the game, it feels like Top Esports composition spikes really hard. It's a scary position for TL to be in, because this is where Top Esports can really break the game open.
Well, they're looking for a dive onto 369. And there's the Fates call to start it off. Let's see whether they can get enough burst, because he could just get a bunch of that back. And you can see, oh man, the Ren does finally, never mind, it's not enough! And 369 stays alive through it all. Finally, the all out, but 369 still alive. They have to flash for it. And TES, they threw the kitchen sink at 369, and he just said, thank you very much, I'm remodeling my house.
As Leonidas once said, give them nothing but take from them everything, as Team Liquid lose 4 in an attempted dive against 369. Oh my goodness, the sustain was monstrous as Team Liquid fall short in the dive.
That almost looked unfair, but we'd seen it. It was only yesterday that Zeus was defying what is possible. I thought we took away the revived passive from Aatrox, you know?
I mean, just look at there's the first chunk of sustain, the ignite, there's the second chunk of sustain, and then he flashes in the third chunk of sustain. My man is just healing up like a monster possessed. The flash comes through from Impact. They have to commit everything into getting that kill. And I mean, I can tell you right now, it just wasn't worth. It just wasn't worth.
It really wasn't. I think TL were kind of feeling themselves, hoping to try and keep up that momentum of taking 369 off the map. And now APA, oh dear. I don't think he's getting out of this one. Decent little fear, but that spiraling despair. This one is the scary one. As Kanavi wanted to give this kill over to Cream. Takes a little bit of time, but eventually it is going to be APA on the floor. And that really felt like a back-breaking moment there towards the bottom lane. Now insult added to injury. As Impact just looking to see what he can do here. The all-out does come on down. Pop Blossom coming through. Umpty is going to be here as well. But Impact just not enough damage here. I think Impact is really feeling the fact that he's the one with an advantage, trying to utilize it as best he can, but it's just not quite enough.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Impact with the right idea. Maybe he can get a flash out from Jackie Love. If even a single summoner spell could be enough to provide an opportunity for you to turn the game around. But unfortunately, it ends up just being a trade of ultimates. Cream continues to build his lead in the side lane as after APA losing his life, it opens up this tower. And just look at the state of the map.
Yeah.
It's 4 towers to 1, 10 kills to 5. It's a 6K gold lead, and we're just cresting the 20-minute mark. They're going to try again.
You do not succeed. Just go for it again. This time it's Umpty and Jan trying to get the work done. But 369 also, he's realized that he wins these, and he absolutely does.
I mean,
let's not go for that one again.
Yeah, I mean, what else is there to say? 369 isn't your enemy, he's the enemy. The way that he just stands there menacingly, he is the raid boss as he refused to fall.
And they managed to get him a couple of times, but it feels like as soon as that first item's done, it's just so hard. And now, Top Esports able to move on over to this Ruinous Archon.
So much Ruinous Archon.
I know, this is so yeah, Voracious. I really love that Archon. It was
like every game, Ruinous. Like we just can't get away from it.
Well, actually, do you know what it feels like for me? It feels like now that it's just been changed. It's like now we just have a different one. Yeah. Archon has a. He's Rod of Ages now. I wonder which item he's going to be next time.
Without the context, people Rod of Ages. What are you?
I'm looking for Sunfire Cape Archon. That's going to be a fun one. Just like the burn damage, the aura. That sounds fun.
Impact, I feel like.
A little bit more of a battle. Chains of Corruption, though. Umpty is just dead. APA not able to find too much here as the Pop Blossom on opposed carries. Jan picks up Core JJ though, and Cream may have overstepped the rend. I don't think it's going to do enough, and Cream wasn't even in range as Jan flashes away trying to keep himself alive, and Crisp, he roots him. There's the piercing arrow. Jackie Love absolutely gorgeously done, and now it is Impact versus the world. The chains connect, the Kingslayer to give back all their health to Cream, and look at these health bars, the aggro management, gorgeous from Top Esports. That's a clean ace.
It is a 5-0 in favor of Top Esports. Systematic destruction as they have taken full control over this game. Cream sees an opportunity to steal away Umpty's ultimate. It ends up being a trade of Maokai's, but Cream shuts him down with the assistance of Jackie Love. Then this Crisp ultimate hitting onto 2, completely isolating the support of Team Liquid. Gets pulled back thanks to Jan. But then look at this target focus. Kanavi's like, you've got core right, and Crisp is like, yeah, no problem. He then flashes into the Pop Blossom. The snipe comes through from Jackie Love, and Impact trying to get something back. I mean, in this 1 versus 5, you're just not tanky enough.
Nope. And if he wants to be that front line, he has to be there a little bit sooner. Of course, he had to get out of the way of this Aatrox, as they were the ones that were in a lane elsewhere. So Top Esports now with all of the control in this game. You can see the gold difference powered by AWS here as it's fallen off a bit of a Top Esports cliff. And now, possible catch opportunity here, but he realizes, no, it's not. 369 turns up. They've got the lesson when it comes to this Aatrox. And Impact, unfortunately, gonna have to flash away himself. That is not the real Crisp. He's gonna be moving underneath the inhibitor turret. But Dragon was taken. Top Esports looking for this turret as well. Chains of Corruption going to split down the middle. That doesn't matter too much. They're still going to get their prize. And this gold advantage, 11,000 is, the surmountability factor is quite low, is what I'm going to say. Impact now moving into his own jungle, or what used to be his own jungle. It now belongs to Top Esports. He has to sacrifice a large amount of his health bar. He's kind of the only one that can face check though, right? If they ever want to get onto the map, has to be behind Impact.
Pretty much. Yeah, the options are limited. Team Liquids, I mean, I feel like that things really got away from them straight from the early game. Just the fact that Cream got that solo kill in the mid lane. The bot lane 2 versus 2 was very difficult for them to navigate. And Kanavi's really, once again, just been running away with this Pantheon, similar to what we saw in game 1.
8, 2, and 6.
We thought that 369 was going to be a little bit quieter, considering how separated the top lane felt in terms of the matchup, but then he had a few highlight reels moment of his own.
If we had to give an MVP for this one, I'd actually find it quite difficult. As Cream's also built a Magi's.
Has low-key been fantastic.
Incredible,
you know
and very low-key. Like, look at the scoreline.
Secret
James
agent,
Bond, yeah, it's a James Bond-esque type play here. But yeah, the Pop Blossoms have been fantastic. Just the fact that he picked the Nico as well to really mess with the draft on TL's side also makes things difficult. As Cream, with a Fate's Call available, nowhere near anyone. But not going to be able to use that one in time. Rest of TL. I mean, they're okay for now. The problem is that Top Esports aren't letting them anywhere near any quadrant of their jungle at all. And Umpty just forced to move back. And inside your fountain, there's just not a whole lot of money to gather, not a whole lot of objectives you can contest. And Kanavi going to throw the Herald through. That is going to be Jackie Love, locked down by Core JJ, but unfortunately there is no follow-up, there is no nothing, there is no turret left in this mid lane either. And TL, I mean, they just lose a bunch of health bars and just have to give everything up.
They're out of options, they're out of time, their base is crumbling, and the CC was really nice from Core JJ, locking down Jackie Love, but there's just no follow-up. They're so far behind at this point. Even if Top Esports make mistakes, they have so much breathing room for error that it's going to be, they're going to require Top Esports to make a number of mistakes. And like, it wasn't even a mistake.
Yeah.
They still got the inhibitor. They don't lose any members. And Team Liquid are now doing what they can to do some damage control, try and get some farm back out on the map ahead of the Baron, which is likely going to be the next objective for Top Esports.
Yeah, feels like a pick is 100% necessary. Core JJ understanding that completely as he looks to Hex Flash his way forward and collect whatever he can. These clones being thrown out whenever they want as well. Just gives Crisp a whole lot of control of this area. But TL with information. And if they give up this Baron, it's likely the end of the game, so you may as well just look for anything you can. Crisp off to the side. This Pop Blossom could be really scary as that's a stolen death charge thrown towards the Kalista. They try and block 369. It is kind of working beyond. He's actually going to use the passive to get towards him. Piercing arrow not quite long enough. They take down one, but is it going to be enough? And I think the answer, unfortunately, NA fans, is not going to be anything, as Cream is able to clean things up and the rest of TES going to move forward. It's not a clean ace this time around, but that is the only thing he can be happy about, as Jan underneath this inhibitor turret going to get flashed on by Cream. And TS, they can take themselves a Baron, and they could also just choose to end the game.
It looks like they're going to make this series a 2-0, a quick day overall. Atlas as Top Esports get a nice bounce back after their loss yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. This is going to be Nexus Turret 1 focused, and Top Esports, this is exactly that bounce back that we were looking for, because some people were saying that HLE were looking like they weren't going to be contested. And Top Esports saying, no, we just had a bit of an off day. Looking absolutely fantastic here up against TL, and we'll see whether that rematch does come on through as the Nexus falls for the second time this series, and an angry Top Esports claim their first victory here at First Stand.
A convincing win as well. Huge credit to Cream, really cementing his authority over APA in the mid lane matchup. And Kanavi just putting on a storm, a much better performance compared to what we saw from yesterday.
Yeah.
And overall, a much stronger looking Top Esports here at First Stand.
Yeah, and I thought that 369 was struggling a little bit in that early game, but man, the Aatrox's ability to absorb pressure throughout the mid game was absolutely gorgeous. You can see there giving us the thumbs up. And I was thinking that it was going to be a 9 into a 3 at the beginning of this game, but instead it was just a 9 the whole time.
Certainly was.
That's just how it went. But have you heard, ladies and gentlemen, you can subscribe to All Esports on Twitch now to support your favorite teams. You can use custom emotes and go ad-free on Twitch. Regular subscribers are also rewarded with the Vi Have You Heard in-game emote. And now let's send it back to the desk for the First Stand cooldown.
Thank you so much, guys. We're back here for a cooldown after this 2-0 from TES. Of course,
are we, or are we with them?
I don't know. I mean, what did you think?
I mean, obviously, first game was way more playable than this game.
Yeah, I know.
This game, I think it was really intelligent to go for the bottom lane draft that they did for TES, because that has been TL's point of power for the longest time, and they really took that away. But once again, another really good game from Kanavi, and one of the biggest things that we could not get away from in this series for TL was, the lane phase for APA. Cream, again, had another really good opening lane phase for him. And so there were just too many points of pressure from TS this time around that made it hard. There were some points where TL, tried to get something going with a couple of those attempts, catching them through river. But, yeah, this one was all TES.
Yeah, there were a lot of times where I feel like, unfortunately, TL kind of forgot that Pantheon existed, where they're like, we're going to go for these plays. We're going to make huge ganks in the mid lane and in the jungle and stuff. And then all of a sudden, Kanavi would turn up. It happened over and over and over again. It happens here where they're trying to chase Cream. It happens here where they're trying to set up a gank onto this, which, as Vedius was talking about, it's a good idea. But with Pantheon there coming in, it just feels like, he's always going to be there ahead of Umpty. Unfortunately, that's not Umpty's fault. That's just the way the champion works. Yeah. And top esports, they got leads in the lane, and then Kanavi was just able to run away with the jungle.
Why couldn't Kanavi just play like he did yesterday?
I know.
Well, I guess he learned something.
Yeah, nice recovery, honestly, on the side of top esports. And I'm sorry, cover your ears. Expected results when you consider both teams and how strong top esports is supposed to be. I want to say nice recovery from 369 as well. Atlas was saying it, a 9 rated performance here from the top laner. And we have a HyperX Reflex replay showcasing perfectly why Aatrox years after years is such a busted champion.
And I want to highlight the Sundered Sky in this one. Count the Sundered Sky procs, because he gets 4 of them. Each individual champion, and that's what a lot of these big healing spikes are from. Honestly, really well played from him.
Yeah.
It's just, you can only dive in Aatrox so many times. As Atlas was talking about, it's like, okay, it worked a couple of times, and then eventually he gets one item. He just needs the Sundered Sky, and you're just not going to kill him. Or eventually, again, as I was saying, the Pantheon shows up, or the rest of the team shows up. So Top Esports did a great job of rotating and getting there on time to support him as well.
Okay, but we did kill 369.
We did.
We lost 4 people for it.
But it was worth it.
Word.
What are the main takeaways, guys, from this series? On the side of Team Liquid, signs of hope, improvements maybe, looking at the next days, and TES as one of the favorites of the tournament.
For TL, this was, like you said, this would have been an upset if they were going to take down Top Esports. So not a tremendous amount of takeaways. I think they're already in a pretty good spot because they started out with the win over KC. And so their eyes are pretty much squarely on CFO and that matchup, because HLE looks like massively dominant, and we already just lost to TES. So I think all eyes are kind of turning towards that matchup now.
Yeah, that's the thing about this tournament and the format. It's like, well, unfortunately for Carmine Corp, they've already taken 2 losses. So TL, this is an expected loss, but they can kind of learn from it and say, at least we've got that 1 win over KC. We can build off of this. We can take the rest of the tournament to learn, and hopefully we can make it into playoffs through it. Just the fact that, we do have one team that's already started off 0-2 gives the other teams that aren't necessarily going to be the top of the bracket a little bit more of a buffer feeling.
Let's take a look at our 0-2 team. Sadly, KC from the LEC. As earlier, we've been able to catch up with the Ike and what he had to say in the press conference for the Verizon postgame interview. Let's check it out.
You didn't show the same signs of confidence and synergy as in the LEC. What has been different so far here in Korea?
Yeah, it's hard for me to figure out as well. It goes very fast. It's been 2 days, and for sure I'm very disappointed with how I played. And I'm not really sure for the reasoning. I don't want to make excuses as well. It's just how it is right now. Yeah.
With only 2 matches left and very little time to adapt, what do you think is necessary to turn things around? Do you still believe that qualification is within reach, despite TS and HLE standing in your way?
Yeah, I would always think it's believable. I think no one is going to give up in the team. I think we're always going to believe that we can still do it. And we're going to come into these games. And the most important is just to not lose confidence, just keep doing what we know we're good at, and always trying to have fun. I think that's the most important for us.
A lot of sadness here, of course, on the side of KC. But I really like the question about what they can do to turn things around. I had a chance to talk to Targamas actually after the series, focusing on the next series, TES and HLE ahead. And from what he told me is that you have to play loose, you have to have fun, you just have to regain that confidence, and it's going to go from taking things as they go and trying to have fun in game. And I do feel like it's the right approach here. I don't know what to expect from KC from now on. For them to regain what made them strong in the league, I just feel like you just have to forget everything that happened and make the best you can in the tournament. I know it's super standard and really basic thing to say, but when you're in the mind of a pro player like this, especially after a crushing loss like this, I just feel like you have to take a step back and remove the nameplates.
Yeah, I think Draco said it yesterday. He said, you got to have a short memory and you got to say, okay, well, we have to look at the games ahead, and it's not going to be easy, especially with their confidence kind of, destroyed after these first couple of matches, but that's their only choice, right? They have to get an upset somewhere, and it's got to come in against one of those teams.
What I always like to see when a team is kind of pushed to that point is the one thing you can try and use to your advantage is that you already now feel like there's nothing left to lose because it would be such a big upset for them to go for wins. So pick some Darius jungle or some Timos jungle or something like. I mean, Darius jungle is running solo queue right now. By the way,
sadly,
Ghost played like Darius jungle. That's why I want to see them just take chances, and try and go with some solo queue strategy, or that's what I believe he's referring to when he's talking about having fun. And that's kind of like go back to the essence of League of Legends and pick just like some strategy that is going to be really unexpected, so that you can try and make your opponents feel as uncomfortable as like it may make you feel in this situation where they are like heavy favorites. And so that's basically the one thing you can try and use as an advantage when you're at the bottom like that.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the schedule maybe to see where we can see some upsets here happen at first. And as tomorrow, we're going to have CFO taking on HLE in the first game of the day. And the second one will be KC against TES. Any upset here? I mean, I'm thinking with the way HLE came strong against TES on day one, it's going to be hard. But yet again, I feel like they've been very surprising today.
So, I know everybody wants to talk about, KC going 0-2 and stuff like that, but I think that CFO actually looked fantastic today. I think you have to take away that 2-0 and not just say, okay, well, KC are underperforming. That might be true. CFO also looked really strong, and we only got to see them once against KC. We're going to see them up against Hama Life Esports. Hama Life Esports probably the favorites to take this whole tournament down. There's no avoiding that, but CFO did look great, so I think it could make for a fun matchup. The second one, I don't know. What do you guys think?
I don't think anymore about this. I stopped thinking after the first series today.
I mean, we took our best shot at TS, but I mean, I do think it's my same recommendation is like get the really like dark technology out and kind of embrace the fun. Like
Mind control TES.
Right.
I mean, they are known to kind of sometimes.
So were you
a bit wonky?
Were you saying you think the CFO possibility of an upset over HLE is more probable?
I don't know, actually. It might be.
Woo! I mean, I hope we get some upsets.
I'm going to quote that
That's not fair. I think actually Hama Life Esports, I should give them more credit. I think they're a bit more solid. TES, not nearly as much. So actually a decent shot for Carmine Corp. Maybe this is the angle. Yeah. This is the angle.
Yeah, just guys, ruin solo queue for all of us. We don't care. Get those wild picks. It is fearless draft. That is exactly what we want. I want some hope for the West. I want some hope for Europe. We'll see about this tomorrow. That's all for us here for today. We cannot be too happy about the result, but it is an international tournament. It is fearless draft. Anything can happen still. The hope is here. The hopium is here. The copium is here. On my side, at least, thank you all so much for watching. We will see you tomorrow for the rest.
CFO with, I don't know about this one, Bloody. He's going to be able to get himself out of there, but slammed into the wall, and first blood going to Doggo.
Look, Victor. Good, Victor.
I'm dead, okay?
Skade.
They fight. Got Victor ult. Nu utan bäst on Kajsa. SV's kind of out.
Rumble and flash.
Being taken just yet, as Kaiwing going to go for another engage. There's a Glacial Prison. Targum is going to have to flash. Does get the anchor out as Doggo picks it up with a double up. That is gorgeous.
Together, try to secure it. Maybe he's going to start Celia. Wait. Nice, get up. Very good, guys, okay?
I've heard some pretty big talk about Honkyu and what he has. Now Callista in trouble once again, and just picked off and destroyed. Another gorgeous shove there from Honkyu through Yon. Immediate cleanse. That's Captain Jack-esque. You love to see it, but you don't love to see the amount of top esports players chasing down TL, and APA is going to be the one that bites the dust. First blood to his lane opponent as well.
I'm coming soon now. Coming. Ash is dead for sure. Hitting Ash. Yeah. Your position is good, and then wave is good. Yeah, nice, good job.
Punch Yon. That's not where he wants to be. The flash does come on through. He cleanses to avoid the slow. It's heroic from Upti, but he's still done the equalizer to pick off the 80 carry. Yeah, APA, can he manage to snare if he does get it off? Scream, he's going to be moving in, finds yet another set of chains, and there it is. Cool guys don't look at explosions. He's walking away while he's picking up the kill. 2-0 now for this Silas. Get a bunch of that back, and you can see, oh man, the Ren does finally, never mind, it's not enough. And 369 stays alive through it all. Finally, the all out, but 369 is still alive. They have to flash for it. And TES, they threw the kitchen sink at 369, and he just said, thank you very much, I'm remodeling my house.
Turn off the system. Fire me up, I'm jacking the system. Jacking the system. Jacking the system. Jacking the system. Fire me up, I'm jacking the system. I'm eager, never need a breather, neither. Come along, start the procedure. Everything's tasting sweeter. Everybody up on the top floor. Everybody up on the top floor. Everybody up on the top floor. Stand up, he's down for the easy. To the mayhem. We in it to win it. We in it to win it. My team relentless, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, they still pretending, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, since the beginning, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, we stay committed, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah. Can I please get a witness? Better go handle your business. What they spinning? Better be stacking. Quit all of that capping and really start winning. No mercy and pity. Gotta get dirty and gritty regardless, no matter the city. All in or nothing. If you know right, I know you gotta hustle like you want something. Call that hype. Man, that's a for price. I'm not the kind of the type. Pretending to be something for the majority just so I can get 1 million of likes. I know it's time relentlessly, that's why I grind. Get on my mission cause I see the vision when I see myself in the mirror. Reflection of my competition so I keep my team relentless. Yeah, we in it to win it. Yeah, they still pretending. Yeah, we in it to win it. Yeah, since the beginning. Yeah, we in it to win it. Yeah, we stay committed. Yeah, we in it to win it. Yeah. We in it to win it. Win it. We in it to win it. Win it. I just continue to ride my own wave. You can catch me in the beach a lot, serving the streets to get paid. 24/7 around the clock. I'm cutting shit up like a barbershop. Look, people who listen to eavesdrop. Loyalty is the key, no more flip flops. Cause I can't stop till we all pop. Till we all pop. Till we all pop. Till we all pop. My team relentless. Yeah, we in it to win it. Yeah, they still pretending. Yeah, we in it to win it. Yeah, since the beginning. Yeah, we in it to win it. Yeah, we stay committed. Yeah, we in it to win it. Yeah, my team relentless. Yeah, we in it to win it. Yeah, they still pretending. Yeah, we in it to win it. Yeah, since the beginning. Yeah, we in it to win it. Yeah, stay committed.